Welcome to Prompt Engineering Full Course by Simplilearn. Do you want to learn one of the most exciting skills in AI? Then prompt engineering is how you talk to AI models like ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini to get the perfect answers. So whether it's for writing code, creating content, or solving problems, in this course, we will show you how this skill is changing everything, helping marketers create better ads, helping developers write clean code, and making work more creative and efficient everywhere. We'll start with the basic, what prompts are, how to write them well, and easy framework you can use. Then we'll dive into advanced tips and test prompt with real tools. And by the end, you will know the prompt engineering isn't just about asking questions, it's about giving super instructions to make your ideas come alive. Now, before we commence, just a quick information. If you want to enhance your career in AI and machine learning, then you should definitely check out Simplilearn's professional certificate in AI and machine learning with Purdue University Online and IBM. That will help you to master key AI skills like ChatGPT, LLMs, deep learning, and Agentic AI through live classes and hands-on projects. So in just 6 months, you'll work on real-world industry projects. You'll use 18 plus popular tools like Python and TensorFlow, and you can also earn certifications from Purdue and IBM. You'll get career support, including resume help, mock interviews, and job assistance. So guys, hurry up and enroll now, and you can find the link below.
Hello and welcome to ChatGPT Prompt Engineering course. This course is designed to equip you with the skills to craft effective prompts and optimize AI-generated responses. We begin with an introduction to prompt engineering, explaining its significance and how structured prompts improve AI interaction. Next, we will dive into the essential components of an effective prompt, covering clarity, context, specificity, constraints, and examples to ensure precise and relevant outputs. Moving forward, we will explore some real-world application and prompt patterns, demonstrating how prompt engineering enhances content creation, coding assistance, customer support, and data analysis. You will also learn different prompting techniques, including instruction-based, example-driven, fill-in-the-blank, and step-by-step prompt. To help you refine your skills, we will discuss common prompting errors such as vague instruction, excessive detail, and poor formatting, along with hands-on exercises to improve AI responses. Finally, we will cover advanced prompting techniques, including zero-shot, few-shot, and chain-of-thought prompting, which are essential for guiding AI through complex problem solving and improving accuracy in real-world scenarios. By the end of this course, you will be able to write powerful, structured prompts that maximize AI efficiency across various domains. So let's begin. The first is Introduction to Prompt Engineering. So prompt engineering is a crucial skill in the realm of artificial intelligence, especially when interacting with large language models like ChatGPT. It involves crafting well-structured prompts to guide AI responses effectively, whether for content creation, automation, or problem solving. A well-engineered prompt ensures accurate and relevant output. Prompt engineering is not just about writing commands. It's about communicating intent clearly to the AI. The way a prompt is phrased can significantly influence the AI response. The more precise and structured prompt is, the better the result will be. This is why businesses, developers, and content creators must invest time in refining their prompt writing technique. So now let's see what is prompt engineering actually is. Prompt engineering refers to the process of designing and refining prompts to achieve desired responses from AI models. The effectiveness of AI-generated content depends largely on how well the prompt is structured. By understanding how language models interpret inputs, users can enhance AI's efficiency in performing various tasks. So let's take an example. Consider AI-powered customer support chatbot. A poorly structured prompt will look like this: help the customer with their issue. So here you can see it is giving answer like, sure, could you please provide the details of the customer issue, such as the product or service they are facing problem with, any other messages, or any relevant order or account information if applicable. A well-engineered prompt like this analyze the customer issue based on previous conversation history and suggest a step-by-step troubleshooting process before escalating to a human agent. So now it will analyze the customer issue based on the context we have and more if specifics about their problem. And it will give you a step-by-step troubleshooting process that can be followed, as you can see on the image. So the AI now has clear instruction to follow, improving the chances of generating a relevant and actionable response. So now let's move forward and see what is ChatGPT. ChatGPT is an advanced AI language model developed by OpenAI that uses natural language processing (NLP) to generate human-like text responses. So it is based on the GPT, Generative Pre-trained Transformer architecture, as you can see on the screen. So this GPT architecture, which enables it to understand, interpret, and generate text based on the user inputs, as you can see on the image. I wrote here what is machine learning in one line. So it gave me the answer. So ChatGPT can assist in various tasks, including answering questions, writing content, summarizing text, generating code, and even engaging in interactive conversation. So powered by deep learning, ChatGPT predicts and generates text by analyzing vast amount of data, making it highly effective for automation, brainstorming, and problem solving. It supports multiple industries including education, customer support, content creation, and programming. So the model continuously improves through fine-tuning and user feedback, allowing it to provide more relevant and accurate responses. Whether for personal or professional use, ChatGPT is a powerful AI assistant designed to enhance productivity and streamline communication. So in the next unit, we will see essential components of effective prompts. So prompt engineering is the practice of carefully crafting inputs to guide an AI model towards generating precise, relevant, and meaningful prompt can significantly improve the quality of output, making AI responses more accurate, concise, and aligned with user expectations. So to create an effective prompt, you must consider several key elements including clarity, context, specificity, constraints, and with different examples. So each of these plays a vital role in shaping the AI's response, ensuring that it meets the intended purpose. So now let's explore these elements in detail, along with real-world examples to illustrate their importance. So the first one is clarity. So one of the most critical aspects of prompt engineering is clarity. A prompt should be direct, easy to understand, and free from ambiguity. So when a prompt lacks clarity, the AI may misinterpret the request, resulting in the vague or irrelevant responses. For example, a generic prompt like "Tell me about AI" does not specify whether the user wants a historical overview application or technical details. So the AI might provide a long, generalized response that does not align with the user's intent. So example, instead of "Tell me about AI," you can write provide a brief history of artificial intelligence, including key milestones from the 1950s to the present or to the today. So why is this better? Because it clearly defines the scope of the response, like history of AI, and it specifies a timeline which is 1950s to present, and the phrase key milestones helps AI focus on significant developments rather than providing unnecessary details. So by using a precise and structured prompt, the response is more focused, informative, and aligned with what the user actually needs. The second is context. Providing relevant background information without enough contextual information is wrong. So the AI may provide an answer that is either too broad or unrelated to the actual intent of the query. For instance, a simple prompt like "summarize the article" does not provide any details about the article topic, length, or the key points to focus on. So the AI may generate a summary that does not highlight the aspect of the user is looking for. Instead of that, you can write Summarize the article on climate change, highlighting the cause and effects in under 200 words. So why is this better? It specifies the subject of the article, which is climate change. It directs the AI to focus on causes and effects rather than general information, and it limits the word count, ensuring a concise summary. So by adding contextual details, you ensure that AI tailors its response to your exact needs, making it relevant and structured. The third is specificity, which defines the scope clearly. So specificity in prompt engineering helps narrow down the AI's response, ensuring that the output is concise and relevant rather than overly broad or off topic. A vague prompt can result in an unfocused response requiring additional clarification or refinement. For example, asking list some programming language gives the AI no direction regarding what kind of programming languages are required. So the AI might random languages and some of which may not be relevant to the user's need. So instead of that, you can write list 5 programming languages commonly used for web development along with their primary use cases. So why this prompt is better? It limits the number of languages to 5, ensuring a focused response. It specifies web development as a domain, avoiding unrelated programming languages, and it asks for primary use case, making the response more informative and practical. So by defining the scope of your request clearly, you eliminate guesswork and get precisely what you need from the AI. And the fourth is constraints, which control output with limits. So constraints help structure the AI's response, ensuring that the output is within the required word count, format, or tone. Without constraint, response can be too long, too short, or may not match the required style. For instance, a simple prompt like explain the Renaissance does not indicate how detailed or structured the explanation should be. AI might generate a long, detailed essay which might not be what the users want. So instead of that, you can like write a 100-word summary of the Renaissance era in a formal tone. So why is this better? It limits the word count, 100 words, making the response concise. It specifies a formal tone, ensuring an academic style response. It guides AI in producing an answer that fits the expected structure. So constraints are particularly useful in business research and content creation, where precise formatting and style matter. So now let's jump into the demo part and see how it practically looks like. So yeah, so I welcome to the demo part, and I am using plus version of ChatGPT as of now. As you can see, the plus version, and yeah, so this is the ChatGPT interface, and I hope everyone is aware of, right? So now let's see one by one what are the effective elements of the prompt, okay, which I have discussed already. As you can see, first is clarity and context, constraints, specificity with the examples which we discussed. Okay, so let's see how practically it's look like, right? What are the answers GPT is giving, okay, and generating. So the first one is clarity. Okay, so here if I will write tell me about AI. So see, so these are search results. Okay, if you will see the search, it will search from the web. Okay, otherwise it will give me from the, it will generate automatically. Okay, in which it is trained. So yeah, so if I will write just tell me about AI, so let's see now what it will give me. Okay, if you can see here, it's giving AI in artificial intelligence refers to the simulation of human intelligence in machine, enabling them to perform tasks that typically require human cognition. This types of AI it is giving. Okay, how AI works it is giving. Okay, and common application it is giving. And okay, future of AI it is giving. Yeah. So future of AI, common application, how AI works, and types of AI. But if you will write with proper clarity. What do you want? Like provide a brief history of artificial intelligence, including key milestone from the 1950s to the present. Okay, so here you can see I am describing clearly like scope of the response. So you can see history of AI. Okay, this is the scope and timeline 1950s to present. Okay, and the phrase key milestone. Okay, it will help AI focus to significant developments rather than providing unnecessary details. Okay, so let's see what are the results. First is generate one title, brief history of artificial intelligence key milestone. See 1950s, the birth of AI. 1950, Alan Turing introduces the Turing test in his paper Computing Machinery and Intelligence, like this. In 1960, 1970, this happened. Okay. 1980s, the rise of expert system. Okay. That is MySim for medical diagnosis. 1990, AI becomes practical. IBM's Deep Blue defeats 2000s, AI in everyday lives. In 2005, this happened. 2011, this happened. 2012, 13, 14, 16, 17, this happened. 2020, this happened. Okay, 2024 present, AI continues evolving with LLMs, autonomous AI agents, and enhanced regulation. So this is the brief history of AI, including key milestones. See, these are the milestones. Okay. See, the Dartmouth Conference, led by John McCarthy, official coins the term artificial intelligence. So these are some key milestones you get, okay, in particular year. So this is how a ChatGPT can give you answers if you will type your prompt clearly with clarity, you can say, right? If you want to discuss about more of particular, you know, topic or answer, you can just write here like tell me more about AI after 2020. So it will be more details. Okay, since 2020 this. So now let's see the difference between this and this. Okay, one liner here it will give more. Okay, so from here you can stop this as well. Right? So now next second comes context. So context is like providing relevant background information. Okay, so let me quickly first add one article for you. Okay, from the web. So as you can see here, I have just copy pasted my one article here. So now I will give a simple context. Okay, like not even context. Okay, I will give prompt without context. Sorry. So I will write here just summarize the article, just like this. Okay, let's see what it will give. Okay, it will give summary that it. So the first the title will come. Okay, then climate this, human impact this. Okay. So yeah, first let me tell you, the summary should not be this big. Okay, so instead of just typing or writing or giving this prompt summarize the article, what you can write here instead of this, you can write summarize the article on climate change, climate change, highlighting the causes and effects in under 200 words, because no one wants the summary this big, right? So send. So this is where you have set the context, like it specifies the subject first, climate change, and it will direct the AI to focus on causes and effects. You can see here highlighting the causes and effects, and the limits the word count, ensuring a concise summary of this particular article. See, this is the length of new summary if you will give a prompt with proper context, right? See here, small in 200 words. Okay, so now let's move forward and see specificity, which will define the scope more clearly. Okay, so if I will write here list some programming languages, okay, enter. So it will give the like AI no direction regarding what kind of programming languages are required to me. So it will just might give the list of random languages, as you can see here, or some of which may not be relevant to the user's need. Okay, what if I am working on only this general purpose programming? I don't want data science programming languages, but still it gave me. I don't need mobile app development languages. So that is why you have to particularly specify which languages you want to use or you want, right? So here you can write list 5 programming languages commonly used for web development, along with their primary use cases. Okay, yeah. So now it will first limit the language to 5. Okay, I have written 5, ensuring a focused response. And now it specifies only web development. That's why I'm saying, see, it gave me scripting, automation, game development system. I don't need that. So that's why it's very important in the prompt you have to specify, okay, along with their primary use cases. So it will make the response more informative and practical. So by defining the scope of your request clearly, you will eliminate guesswork and get precisely what you need from ChatGPT or AI. See, 5 programming JavaScript with their use cases. Right? So now let's move forward and see what are constraints, how you can control output with your limits. Okay. So if I will write explain the machine. So here you can see there is no guidance on length or tone. It will give me automatically how much it wants. So here you can see there is no guidance on length or tone. Okay. But what if you will write like explain me 100-word summary in machine learning, or you can write explain me in 100 words about machine learning in formal tone. Let's press enter. So here you can see it limits the word count to the 100%. Okay, making the response concise, and it will specify a formal tone. I have written here formal tone. It will ensure an academic style response. Okay, and it will guide AI in producing an answer that fits the expected structure. Okay, so now first let's read this. Machine learning is a subset of artificial intelligence that enables computer to learn from data and improve their performance without being explicitly programmed. So here see, Machine learning is a branch of artificial intelligence that enables systems to learn from data and improve performance without explicit programming. It involves algorithms that identify patterns, make predictions, and automate decision making. ML is categorized into proper formal tone, right? So there is one more thing, how you can use examples to define your prompt, right? If I will write explain Newton's third law, it is very too open-ended. Okay, so it gave me 3 examples: jumping, rocket launch, and walking. Okay, so now I will write here with proper examples, mentioning proper examples. Okay, explain Newton's third law with an example. For instance, mention a rocket launch. Okay. See, first, for every action, there is an equal and opposite action. So this is the third law. So here, see, in the case of rocket launch, the rocket engine expel hot gases downward action force at high speed. But if we'll see here, Newton's third law states for every action, there is an equal and opposite action. So this means that when one object exerts a force on another, the second object exerts. So here I have mentioned properly, I need a rocket launch example. So this is how you can guide the ChatGPT with sample responses. So effective prompt engineering maximizes the quality of AI generated responses by ensuring clarity, context, specificity, constraints, or by giving examples. So by following these principles, you can craft high quality prompts that yield more accurate structure and relevant responses. So what are the key takeaways? So clarity ensures AI understands the request without ambiguity. Context provides the background details to improve accuracy. Specificity narrow down the response to match user intent. And constraint define structure, length, and style for better output. And examples help guide AI to produce responses in desired format. So by implementing these techniques, you can optimize your prompt for more useful, structured, and efficient AI generated responses. So in the next unit, we will see some real world application of prompt engineering and learn about prompt patterns. Prompt engineering is widely used in various domains. So here are some of the key areas where it plays a crucial role. The first one is content generation. AI is leveraged to generate blog posts, write social media captions, and create engaging stories. So here is one example. So an AI-powered content writer can be prompted to generate a 500-word article on the impact of AI in healthcare by specifying the structure, tone, and the key points to include. And why it matters? So a well-structured prompt ensures the output is relevant, coherent, and follows a logical flow, making the content useful and engaging. And the second is coding assistance. So AI-driven coding assistants help programmers by generating code snippets and debugging support. So here is an example. So a developer can prompt the AI with like write a Python function to check if a given string is a palindrome or not. So the AI will then generate an efficient function following Python's best practices. So adding constraints like optimize for performance and avoid using recursion can further improve the response by making the output more efficient. The third one is customer support. AI chatbots can be programmed to handle customer queries, reducing human intervention. So a well-structured prompt like provide a step-by-step troubleshooting guide for Wi-Fi connectivity issues on Windows 11 will yield a more effective response compared to a vague query. So best practices are it's like specifying constraints such as provide a response under 200 words and use simple language, ensure clarity and conciseness. And the fourth one is data analysis. So AI model can summarize reports and extract insights from large data sets. Example is like a financial analyst can use a prompt like summarize the key revenue trends in the company's Q4 report in 3 bullet points. And the importance is so this will help extract key insights efficiently while keeping the summary concise and actionable. The last one is education and learning. AI-powered tutors assist students by explaining concept in detail. So example is a prompt like explain the Pythagorean theorem using a real-life example. Ensure AI provides an intuitive explanation with practical application. So the best approach is the response can be enhanced by adding use a story-based analogy involving a right angle triangle. So now let's move to the demo part and see what are the different prompt patterns. So in this demo part, we will talk about some different prompt patterns in prompt engineering. Okay, so prompt engineering includes various patterns that help structure interaction effectively. So there are some common patterns include like instruction-based prompts and example-driven prompts, fill in the blanks prompts, and step-by-step prompts. Okay, so these four are the main types. So yes, so now let's first start with instruction-based prompts. So instruction-based prompts are like direct commands, which help generate specific responses, right? So these instruction-based prompts are very effective for structured output, ensuring clarity and precision. So the key is to be explicit in what you want AI to do, such as summarizing, explaining, or formatting content. So now let's see 2-3 examples for each of the prompts. So like the first, I will write here, explain quantum mechanics in simple terms. Okay. So here AI will provide a beginner friendly explanation avoiding technical jargon. Okay, because I have written here in simple terms. Correct? Let's enter. Now you can see here it gave me one definition and some of the key ideas. Okay, and at the last conclusion. Okay. So this is the beginner friendly explanation as I told you before. So now let's do one more. Like if I want to write summarize this in one paragraph. Okay, this particular thing in one paragraph. So now AI will extract key points and deliver a concise version of this particular. Okay, you can see quantum mechanics. See, in only one paragraph. So these are the instruction based prompt because I have gave the instruction summarize. Okay, here already I gave in simple terms, right? Okay, one more. Let's try. I can write here write an email to my manager requesting leave for 2 days. Okay. So now AI will format a professional and polite leave request email. Okay. See, hi, manager name. I hope you are doing well. Very polite. I would like to request for mention date due to this reason, and I will ensure all of my tasks are up to date before my leave and will coordinate with the team if needed. Right? So this is how instruction-based prompts work. So this approach is very straightforward and works well for task-based requests, where concise, clear instructions are necessary. So now let's move forward and see example-driven prompts. So example-driven prompts helps AI to understand the expected format and tone by providing one or more examples before requesting a response. So this technique is very useful when generating creative content, translation, or stylistic adaptations. So the AI learns from the patterns set by the examples and follows the same structure. Okay. So now if what if I will write generate poem about winter in the style of Robert Frost. Okay. So I have written generate a poem about winter in the style of Robert Frost. Enter. So now ChatGPT will mimic Frost style using nature inspired theme and vivid imagery. Okay, see, it gave me two responses. I can select any of them. Okay, so here you can see the frost has crept where footfalls fade upon the path through woods and glades. See, all the nature is coming. A hush now hangs on branch and bough as winter bends the pines deep bow. And here as well. So the woods stand. Yeah. What if I will choose this? I prefer this response, so it will come like that. So it is mimicking frost style. So let's take another example. And even you can write translate the following. Here you can write hello, how are you to Spanish, or don't write Spanish to hola. Okay, so it will understand. See, I just wrote hola. Okay, so it will understand hello, how are you, translate to hola, como estés in Spanish. So ChatGPT will follow the same format for the further translation. If I will write translate my name is Sam. See, me llamo Sam in Spanish, right? Here I didn't give any language or any signs, you can say. Okay, even you can give it prompts like reward this sentence like Shakespeare monologue. Okay, and I will give here the sun is shining brightly today. Okay, so here I have given the example here. I need this Shakespearean monologue. See, the golden orb doth blaze with radiant might, casting its heavenly glow upon the earth so bright. Okay, so here ChatGPT transform the sentence into an old English prose such as this only. Okay, right? So this example driven prompts pattern is effective when consistency and style needed to be maintained, ensuring the AI produces responses in a predefined format, right? If you will upload something, just write to ChatGPT that I want this type of output. Okay, and ChatGPT will follow the same structure. So now let's move forward and see fill in the blanks prompts. So fill in the blank prompts encourage AI to complete a sentence or a paragraph based on context clues. So this method is often used for open-ended creative writing, trivia, or knowledge record. So these prompts allow AI to generate flexible yet structured responses, guiding its output without being overly restrictive. Okay, so what if I will write my name is dash? Okay, let's see. So in Shakespeare style, you would say, "Hark, I'm called dash name by the name." Okay, so it took this, right? What if I will write a black hole is formed when? Okay, so this is the fill in the blank. So a black hole is formed when a massive star reaches the end of its life and collapses under its own gravity. So ChatGPT will complete the sentence with a scientifically accurate statement, right? Like this: a black hole is formed when a massive star reaches this, and this. Okay. So it will automatically complete. Let's take one simple example like the key to success in life is dash. Okay. So now ChatGPT will fill in the blank with different perspective. Okay, like such as perseverance, and continuous learning. Okay, so the key to success in life is a combination of persistence, continuous learning, see, adaptability. Okay, with different options, or you can say perspectives. And what if I will give ChatGPT like to one or more, fill in the blanks. So I will write, if I could travel anywhere in the world, I would go to dash because dash. Okay. So now ChatGPT will generate a destination and a logical reason why I will go there. So okay, let's see. If I could travel in the world, I will go to Japan because it blends ancient tradition with modern innovation, offering breathtaking landscape and has a rich culture heritage. From serene temples and cherry blossoms to futuristic cities and incredible cuisine. Okay, here it gave me one destination and proper logical reason. So this pattern is especially useful for engaging users in interactive tasks, making it a great technique for quizzes, educational materials, and thought-provoking responses. Right? So now let's discuss the last one, which is step-by-step prompt. So step-by-step prompts break down complex topics into multiple steps, like a formula, you can say, like a algorithm. So making them easier to understand. So these prompts are commonly used in technical explanation, process description, and problem solving scenarios. So encouraging AI or ChatGPT to explain things in a sequential manner improves clarity and ensures the responses follows a logical flow. So it will be very easy for us as well to understand a particular thing, right? Whether it's a 12th standard math or Pythagoras theorem or anything. Okay. So now let's ask ChatGPT, describe the water cycle in 4 sequential steps. Okay, so it will give me, see, this is the first step, right? And this is the second, this is the third step, and this is the fourth step. Because we have added here in 4 sequential steps. Okay, so here is the list of 4 steps. First, evaporation, condensation, precipitation, and collection, right? Explaining each stage as well. And even you can write ask, explain how to bake a cake. Just write here step by step. Okay, see, first ingredient, second it's giving the steps. If you want only steps and you know all the ingredients, you can just add here, I need only steps. Okay, so these are some steps. So how to bake a cake. And even you can ask ChatGPT to solve this math problem step by step. Okay, it's like 2x plus 5 equals to 15, let's suppose. Okay, so now ChatGPT will break down all these steps. Okay, see, the step 1, subtract 5 from both sides. Okay. Then divide both sides by 2. Then final answer is this, x equals to 5. Okay, so this method is highly effective for explaining structured process and helps enhance AI generated educational content for learning based application. So each of these prompts serves a unique purpose in prompt engineering, enhancing AI generated outputs based on the use cases. Whether you need a structured response, stylish consistency, open-ended creativity, or detailed explanation, selecting the right pattern can make AI responses more accurate, useful, and engaging. So now let's move forward and see in the next module some common prompting errors and how you can overcome them. In this module, we will discuss about common prompting errors and how to fix them. So ChatGPT or AI generated responses depend heavily on how you craft your prompt. Even experienced users sometimes make mistakes, leading to unclear or incomplete or confusing outputs. So now let's go deeper into some of these common errors and how to refine prompts for better results. So first one is being too vague. So this is a problem. A vague prompt lacks enough detail, making it difficult for the AI to provide a precise or useful answer without clear instruction. So the AI may generate a generic response that doesn't meet your needs. Okay. For example, if I will write, tell me about the economy. Okay. So this itself, it's very broad, right? And it is lacks direction as well. India's economy or US economy, right? Like this. So the economy is a vast topic covering GDP, inflation, employment, global trade, and much more things. So the AI doesn't know, or ChatGPT doesn't know which aspect you want to focus on. If I need GDP, inflation, or something else. So the response may be too general or not relevant to, our actual query. Let's see what it gives. Okay. The economy refers to the system of production. This key aspects of the economy, types of the economy, right? Market economy, command economy, mixed economy, and the second thing is economy indicators like GDP, inflation rate, employment rate, economic cycle. But what if we don't need this? Okay, so how to fix it? So you can write, explain the impact of inflation on consumer spending in the US in 2025, right? So yeah, so now see, in 2025, inflation has significantly influenced consumer spending patterns in the United States. Okay, and these are some sources from the web, right? Here you can see ChatGPT gave anything, but we never wanted this. Okay, so this is how you can fix the vague problem, and why this prompt is better than this prompt, because it narrows the focus to inflation rather than the entire economy. Okay, and it specifies the consumer spending unrelated details, and it defines the region US as well and the time period 2025 for the relevant. So the more specific your question, the more relevant and actionable the ChatGPT's response will be. Fine. So now let's move forward and see the second problem, which is overloading with information. Fine. So this is a problem that includes too many details in a single request and can overwhelm the AI, leading to an unfocused or incomplete response. So the AI may prioritize certain details while ignoring others. So let me give you an overload example, like explain how blockchain works, including its history, mechanism, advantages, disadvantages, and comparison with centralized databases. So here you can see too many requests at the particular time, right? I need history, I need mechanism, I need advantage, disadvantage, and the comparison as well. So too many requests at once. So why is it a problem? So the ChatGPT or AI might give surface level answers for each topic instead of deep explanation. So the response may be too long or confusing to follow, and the key point might get skipped, right? Or you can say it will summarize poorly due to limited space. See only one pointer. See only one pointer. How to fix them? Okay, so now you can write here explain instead of that. Explain how blockchain work in simple terms with one real world use case. Okay, so now you can see the answer between them. Okay, see how blockchain works, step by step process, real world problem, why blockchain is useful. So this is much better than that, because the focus is only on how blockchain works rather than multiple aspects, right? And the request is to keep it simple and ensuring the clarity, right? And adding a use case makes the explanation more practical and relatable, right? So here it gave the problem of food supply chains often suffer from fraud, inefficiency, and slow tracking of contaminated products, right? So if you need more details, you can break your question into separate prompts, like what is the history, like this. What is the history of blockchain? You can ask once. You can ask the advantage and disadvantage of blockchain separately. You can ask how does blockchain compare to centralized database separately, because you will get the brief explanation of each point then. Fine. So the third thing error is ignoring output formatting. Right here, ignoring output formatting. So what is this problem? If you don't specify how you want the response structured, so the AI might return it in unhelpful format. So this can make it harder to read or use the information effectively. Okay. So example of unstructured prompt is like list the benefits of exercise. Okay. So this, like ChatGPT might generate a long paragraph instead of a clear list. I'm supposing. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. So now it gave kind of list, but here key point could lost in the text instead of standing out, right? With these emojis and all. So how you can fix it? So you can just ask list the top 5 benefits of exercise in bullet points, right? So now you guys will be wondering why this prompt is better than this prompt. So it ensures a concise structured answer, like top 5 benefits of exercise in bullet points. So bullet points improve readability and clarity. So limiting it to 5 benefits make the response more focused. See, okay, simple and short, or you can say simple and crisp, better than this, right? So you can specify other formats too, like create a table comparing aerobic and anaerobic exercise based on benefits and examples. Or you can ask like explain how to start a workout routine in 5 simple steps. Or if you want in short paragraphs, you can write summarize the benefits of strength training in 2 short paragraphs, like this. So now let's see one more common error, which is not defining prompts. Okay, So this is a problem where a single attempt may not give you the best response. So ChatGPT or AI generated content can sometimes be too generic or too detailed, or you can say slightly off topic. So refining your prompt improves accuracy of your prompt or your result. So let me give an example like generate sales page. Everyone knows it's too broad and lacks of content. And it's a problem because the ChatGPT doesn't know what product or service the pitch is for. So the response may be too general to be useful, and it may not fit their desired tone or the audience. Right? So instead of that, you can write generate 100-word sales pitch for an AI powered fitness app focusing on personalization and efficiency. So now you guys will be wondering why this is better than this prompt. So here you can see the product is specified AI powered fitness app, and it defines the length of 100 words to keep it concise, and it highlighting the key selling point, personalization and efficiency. Right? Let's run it. So if the response is not exactly what you need, you can refine it further, like make the sales pitch more persuasive by including a specific offer, a special offer. Rewrite the page with more engaging conversation tone. You can write here like this. Rewrite the page with a more engaging conversational tone. So here you can see, tired of guessing your workouts? Meet this, your personal AI fitness coach that tailor workouts better than this, right? So you can refine it for further as per your need, right? So final takeaways are you have to be specific, keep it focused, specify formatting, refine and iterate. So by avoiding these common errors and applying the fixes, you can improve the accuracy, clarity and usefulness of your AI generated content. So now let's move forward and dive into some advanced techniques of prompt engineering. So in this module, we will talk about some advanced topics, or you can say advanced techniques of prompt engineering. So there are some advanced techniques like zero shot, few shot, and chain of thought prompting. So we will go through each technique with detailed explanation. Okay. So when working with AI language models, the way a prompt is structured significantly influences the response quality. So to optimize results, so there are three key points techniques are commonly used, which are zero shot learning, few shot learning, and chain of thought prompting. So each technique has a unique approach to guiding AI in generating relevant and accurate responses. So let's first start with zero shot learning. So let me write here zero shot learning. Okay. So zero shot learning refers to a scenario where an AI model is asked to generate a response without any prior example or guidance. So the AI or ChatGPT entirely rely on its pre-trained knowledge to provide an answer based on the prompt alone. Okay. So this technique is used when an AI model is expected to generalize and generate responses without a specific example. For example, let me write. So this is the example of zero shot learning. Okay. So here is the prompt like explain the importance of cybersecurity in businesses. Okay. So here response will be It's like cybersecurity is crucial for business because it helps. Okay. So yeah. So now, how zero shot learning works. So zero shot learning is comparable to asking someone to answer a question on a topic. So they have read about, but without any additional instruction, the ChatGPT or AI must infer the correct response purely from its training data and knowledge base, right? So what are the advantages of zero shot learning? So it is very quick and efficient, which can, like, AI can generate responses immediately without additional context. And the second point is works for general knowledge question. So AI provides reasonable answer based on its pre-trained model. And the third advantage is it's very ideal for open-ended queries. Like it is great for broad topics like explain the importance of cybersecurity in business. Okay. So it is very great for broad topics where detailed explanation are not necessary. Right? So there are some challenges as well of zero shot learning. It's like the AI may generate generic or less precise responses. It lacks a specific guidance. Okay. And second thing is it will, complex tasks may require more context for better accuracy. Right. And let's go for one more example of zero shot learning, which will be describe how blockchain technology and its impact on financial security. Okay, so this is the AI model generated a response without any prior example or guidance. Okay, with its knowledge, right? So yeah, so now let's move forward and see what is few shot learning. Okay, let me write here few shot learning. Okay, so few shot learning enhances AI performance by providing a few examples. Okay, that's why it's called few shot learning. So before asking it to generate a response, it will ask, we will give the few example. Okay, so this approach helps AI recognize patterns and produce more relevant, structured, and accurate responses. So it is very useful when training AI to follow a specific tone, structure, or expected answer format. Okay, what if you need a particular answer in poem style? Okay, so that's, or in that way you can use few shot learning. Okay, so let me give one example here. So first let me give one prompt. I shall give example one. I will write a strong password contains uppercase and symbol, and I will write here example authentication add an extra layer of security. Fine. Then I will write here now explain why updating software enhances cybersecurity in 200 words. Right? I don't need this much of para. Okay, enter. So how few shot learning works is like few shot learning is similar to how people learn from examples and analogies. Okay, so here already given two examples, this one and this is the second example, and after that I'm asking the question. Right? So by providing reference example before the final question, so AI will understand what is expected. So now it will give me keeping software updated is crucial. This. Okay. For example, see, if an operating system or web browser has security loophole, attackers can use it to inject malicious code to execute ransomware attacks like this. Okay, so just using as a strong password and two-factor authentication, add layers of security, regular software update. So here you can see a strong password and two-factor authentication. Okay, so that's why few short learning is very great. So what are the advantage of few short learning? Okay, so this is the more accurate and contextual responses. So AI will learn from the example and follows the pattern. So this is better for a specific use case. Here the use case is software enhances security. Okay, and few short learning enhances AI comprehension. So the AI can generalize better when given a structured prompt. So there are some challenges as well. Okay, so it requires carefully chosen example to ensure AI understands the desired output. So your examples or references must be good enough to understand what you want, right? That's why prompt engineering is very crucial. And by giving more examples may lead to longer processing times for generating responses. Okay, but nowadays ChatGPT is very smart, so it won't take much longer time processing times. So yeah, but by giving 2-3 examples are fine, I guess, right? So now let's talk about third advanced technique, which is chain of thoughts. Okay, so what is chain of thought prompting? So chain of thought prompting helps AI break down complex tasks into logical steps, right? So this method is particularly effective for reasoning based tasks, where AI needs to explain processes or solve problems step by step. Like, I will give one prompt here. Explain the process of photosynthesis in 3 steps. Okay, I don't want detailed steps. Okay, I just need in 3 steps. First, it will be tell about photosynthesis, and then it will start with the steps. In 3 steps, it will tell. So, how chain of thought prompting works? So, instead of asking AI to provide a direct answer, chain of thought prompting encourages AI to reason through a problem or explanation in multiple stages. Okay, so this approach improves the clarity and helps AI generate well-structured responses. Okay. So now you can see here, the first step is this, second step, third step. So it is very easy for us as well to understand the answer, to, okay, generated answer. So now you can ask like, describe how an electric vehicle converts store energy into motion by step. Some typing mistake. Yeah, the center. Okay, small definition. First step, second step, and the third step. So this is very easy for us as well to understand, right? If it will give in long paras like this, so how you will understand? right? So that's why you should know how to use chain of thought prompting. Okay, so there are advantages as well, like it enhances logical reasoning. It provides step-by-step explanation for better understanding. Ideal for complex topics. So it is very, very useful for explaining processes, solving math problem, or reasoning through difficult concepts. And it encourages AI to think structurally. So instead of a single response, AI processes the problem in a logical sense. Okay, in logical sequence you can say. So if there are advantages, so there are challenges as well. So sometimes responses can be lengthy and time consuming to process. And AI needs clear prompts to break down information effectively. So each prompting technique serves different use cases. So zero shot learning you can use when AI must generate responses quickly without any guidance. And you can use few shot learning when AI needs to follow a specific pattern or structure. And you can use chain of thought prompting when AI must reason through a problem or explain a process in the steps. So by understanding and applying these techniques correctly, users can optimize AI performance for various tasks from answering general questions to generating structured content and solving complex problems, right? So prompt engineering is very essential skill that enhances AI interactions. So by understanding components, avoiding common mistakes, and applying structured technique, user can optimize AI generated content. So mastering various prompting techniques like zero shot, few shot, and chain of thought, it will improve accuracy and efficiencies in AI application and your generated content. So continue practice and refine your prompts to become proficient in leveraging AI for diverse tasks. So by integrating these exercises and real world case studies and expert insight, so congratulations on completing the ChatGPT for prompt engineering course. So you have taken a big step in leveraging AI to enhance your prompt engineering skills. So now it's time to put your learning into it. Try integrating your prompt engineering skills into your workflows and experiment with prompts to optimize project efficiency.
Hey everyone, welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. In this tutorial, we will learn how AI can assist everyone in their daily life. Before that, let's take a look at why we should consider AI for daily tasks. In our daily lives, we often find ourselves stuck in time-consuming and repetitive tasks, writing endless emails, scheduling meetings, sorting out data, or brainstorming ideas only to start over again. These activities, while necessary, can drain productivity and creativity. This is where AI steps in, transforming the way we work and live. AI can draft emails, correct grammar, and summarize messages in seconds. It streamlines meeting planning by finding the best time slots, sending invites, and setting reminders. In marketing, AI suggests and analyzes trends for fresh ideas, saving hours of research. Automation tools handle tedious tasks like data entry and invoicing, freeing up more time for more meaningful work. AI powered chatbots offer instant customer support, while voice assistants manage everyday tasks like setting alarms and making calls. It even organizes to do lists, prioritizes tasks, and recommends product based on preferences. Translation tools break language barriers, and smart home devices adjust lighting, temperature, and security effortlessly. AI isn't just a tool, it's a digital assistant designed to enhance productivity and simplify life. That said, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. Now, the agenda for today's session. Firstly, let's get started with the agenda for today's session. Now, we will have a brief introduction to this session. Followed by that, we will have a briefing of what exactly is AI, then how does it work. Next, we will understand the key technologies and frameworks involved, and we will also go through some everyday use cases where we can take help of AI, and also some of the responsibilities that we need to keep in mind for the ethical use of AI. And lastly, we will explore some prompts. Now that I have made myself clear with the agenda, let's get started with the first part, introduction. How can AI simplify daily tasks? As we discussed in the use case, a human might have a lot of routine and mundane tasks. For example, automation. AI can simplify your daily tasks like checking up emails and drafting email responses, enhancing productivity by getting AI assistance for research in marketing trends or any other researches based on your job profile. And you can have a personalized AI assistance for recommendations for learning and much more. And after that, it will save you a lot of time reducing effort. Now, the next part. Get set up with generative AI models like Microsoft Copilot and try some of the examples. So, if you get access to one of the generative AI models like GitHub, then you can access GitHub Copilot easily, use it in Microsoft 365 apps like Word, Excel, and Teams. Then you can also explore prompting basics to start up with simple commands like drafting emails or summarizing documents. And proceeding ahead, we have another opportunity to experiment with different use cases like trying Copilot for brainstorming, planning, and organization. And fourth one, customize and iterate. Improvise AI generated results by refining prompts based on your needs and requirements. Now, let's proceed ahead and understand what exactly is AI and how it works, which will involve some of the key topics like understanding the basics and technologies involved, etc. So, generative AI is an advanced type of artificial intelligence that can sync up with human activities and gather requirements to assist humans in their daily tasks, improving efficiency and effectiveness. Not just these professional tasks, AI can create new content like text, images, music, and videos. It uses natural language processing and neural networks to learn patterns from existing data and then generate new content. Now, let's see how we can use AI to simplify our daily tasks and make life easier. Firstly, AI can create unique content, not just analyze data and make predictions. It can assist you in real time generation of original text, images, music, and more. Next is AI as a creative partner. Generative AI can produce original text, images, music, and much more. It goes beyond traditional AI. Unlike predictive AI, generative AI creates new content rather than just analyzing data. Proceeding ahead, we have the next functionality where it can enhance human creativity by assisting with brainstorming ideas, storytelling, design, and content generation. Lastly, it is widely used in multiple fields, found in marketing, education, entertainment, and software development. Now, let's proceed ahead and understand the key technologies behind generative AI. Large language models is the first one, trained on vast amounts of text to generate human-like responses. For example, ChatGPT, Palm, Llama, and Microsoft Copilot. It is used for writing summarization of code and emails and much more. Now, the next part is natural language processing. It enables AI to understand, interpret, and generate human type languages. It powers chatbots, voice assistants, and translation tools. Next, it helps improve communication between humans and AI. Now, let's proceed ahead and understand the everyday use cases of AI assistants, starting with creative writing and content creation. You can create and generate blog posts, articles, social media captions, and scripts. AI assistant in brainstorming ideas, editing text, and improving clarity. And lastly, you can also create poetry, stories, or some song lyrics using AI. The second one is organizing and planning. You can make use of AI to plan a trip itinerary based on preferences and budget. You can generate meal plans and grocery lists as well. You can schedule events and set reminders and manage to-do lists. The next use case is personal assistance. You can use AI to draft and refine emails or messages. It also helps you by providing phone books and recommending movies and music. And lastly, summarize documents, articles, or even meeting notes. Lastly, we have some other practical uses which include the following. Learning new skills with AI generated study plans, translating languages to provide real time interpretations, offering health and fitness suggestions based on personal goals. Now, proceeding ahead, we will understand AI agents. AI agents are advanced virtual assistants designed to perform tasks autonomously. They interact with users, process information, and execute commands. Some of the examples are ChatGPT, Microsoft Copilot, Gemini, and others. Now, what do AI agents actually do? So, AI agents conduct the following tasks. First, automate some repetitive tasks. Repetitive tasks like scheduling meetings, setting up reminders, and managing emails is done by AI assistants. It can enhance decision making by providing data driven insights and recommendations. Third is it can act as a personalized digital assistant which can help you with learning, travel planning, productivity, and much more. Lastly, integrating with tools and apps which can help you work across Microsoft 365, CRM platforms, and much more. And now, let's proceed with the major part of today's session where we have to focus on how to use AI responsibly and effectively. So, here we have a detailed Microsoft Copilot AI overview and also AI agents and their role in productivity. Let's go through that first. So here we have a quick briefing of Microsoft 365 Copilot, and we have also some links to the Copilot Success Kit, Copilot Chat, Agent Starter Kit, and the community links over here, and resources, Copilot mobile version, what's new, and all and everything you need to know about Copilot, about the technical readiness, etc. Now back to the presentation where we were discussing about the responsible use of AI. So the importance of ethical use of AI. AI should be used in a way that it is fair, transparent, and accountable. Understanding AI limitations will help you prevent misinformation and misuses. Ethical AI usage ensures trust and reliability in everyday applications. Proceeding ahead, we will discuss about ensuring transparency and accountability. First one, clearly communicate when AI is used in content creation. Provide with the specific prompts that you're expecting in your output so that it cannot miss on the target. Secondly, we need to verify AI generated information before sharing or acting on it because there might be instances where we might go wrong explaining our inputs, or there might be some discrepancy in the data provided to analyze and generate a report. And lastly, understand how AI makes decisions to avoid over reliance. You need to understand the thought process of an AI and expect what kind of results it might generate so that you don't have to rely on one single prompt every single time. Now, let's move ahead and address some potential biases in AI. AI can sometimes reflect biases present in its training data. Common biases include general bias, racial bias, cultural bias, confirmation bias, and socio-economic biases. Let's discuss each one of them. Firstly, gender bias. AI generated job descriptions may reinforce stereotypes, example, associating engineers' roles with men. Second one is racial bias. Facial recognition systems may misidentify individuals from certain ethnic backgrounds. Third one, cultural bias. AI might prioritize Western perspectives in content generation. Fourth one, confirmation bias. It may reinforce existing beliefs by favoring information similar to past searches. Lastly, socio-economic bias. For example, AI generated loan approvals may favor individuals from higher income backgrounds. Now, you also need to focus on responsible prompting. Use clear and neutral language to avoid influencing biased results. Ask AI to provide diverse perspectives and sources when generating responses. Be mindful of data privacy and avoid sharing sensitive personal information. Now, let's go ahead and check some of the prompt examples. So now we are on the Microsoft Copilot prompt gallery, which will show you some of the sample prompts that you can make use of. For example, get a to-do list, add an image, quiz yourself, create a technology, write more confidently. For example, you might have a description. You can just add it to improvise or add more impact onto it. Find a specific information, draft an email, create a shopping list, and so on. So here you can also go through some other prompts as well by clicking on view all prompts, and a whole new world of prompt gallery will open up for you. Try it out and let us know your experience in the comment section below.
LLMs. If you ever wondered how machine learning can now understand and generate human-like text, you are in the right place. From chatbots like ChatGPT to AI assistant that power search engines, LLMs are transforming how we interact with technology. One of the most exciting advancements in this space is Google's Gemini or OpenAI ChatGPT, a cutting-edge large language model designed to push the boundaries of what AI can achieve. In this video, we will explore what LLMs are, how they work, and why models like Gemini are critical for the future of AI. Google Gemini is part of a new wave of AI models that are smarter, faster, and more efficient. It is designed to understand context better, offer more accurate responses, and integrate deeply into services like Google Search and Google Assistant, providing more human-like interactions. So we will break down the science behind LLMs, including their massive training datasets, transformer architecture, and how models like Gemini use deep learning innovation to change industries. Plus, we will compare Google Gemini to other popular LLMs such as OpenAI ChatGPT models, showing how each of these technologies is used to power chatbots, virtual assistants, and other AI-driven applications. By end of this video, you will have a clear understanding of how large language models like Gemini work, their key features, and what they mean for their future AI. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell icon to never miss any update from Simplilearn. So what are the large language models? Large language models like ChatGPT 4, Generative Pre-trained Transformer 4, O, and Google Gemini are sophisticated AI systems designed to comprehend and generate human-like text. These models are built using deep learning techniques and are trained on vast datasets collected from the internet. They leverage self-attention mechanism to analyze relationship between words or tokens, allowing them to capture context and produce coherent, relevant responses. LLMs have significant application, including powering virtual assistant, chatbots, content creation, language translation, and supporting research and decision making. Their ability to generate fluent and contextually appropriate text has advanced natural language processing and improved human-computer interaction. So now let's see what are large language models used for. Large language models are utilized in scenarios with limited or no domain-specific data available for training. These scenarios include both few-shot and zero-shot training approaches, which rely on the model's strong inductive bias and its capability to derive meaningful representation from a small amount of data or even no data at all. So now let's see how are large language models trained. Large language models typically undergo pre-training on a board, all-encompassing dataset that shares statistical similarities with the dataset specific to the target task. The objective of pre-training is to enable the model to acquire high-level features that can later be applied during the fine-tuning phase for specific tasks. So there are some training processes of LLM which involve several steps. The first one is text pre-processing. The textual data is transformed into a numerical representation that the LLM model can effectively process. This conversion may involve techniques like tokenization, encoding, and creating input sequences. The second one is random parameter initialization. The model's parameters are initialized randomly before the training process begins. The third one is input numerical data. The numerical representation of the text data is fed into the model of processing. The model's architecture, typically based on transformers, allows it to capture the contextual relationship between the words or tokens in the next. The fourth one is loss function calculation. A loss function calculation measures the discrepancy between the model's prediction and the actual next word or token in a syntax. The LLM model aims to minimize this loss during training. The fifth one is parameter optimization. The model's parameters are adjusted through optimization technique. This involves calculating gradient and updating the parameters accordingly, gradually improving the model's performance. The last one is iterative training. The training process is repeated over multiple iterations or epochs until the model's output achieves a satisfactory level of accuracy on that given task or dataset. By following this training process, large language models learn to capture linguistic patterns, understand context, and generate coherent responses, enabling them to excel at various language-related tasks. The next topic is how do large language models work? So large language models leverage deep neural network to generate output based on patterns learned from the training data. Typically, a large language model adopts a transformer architecture which enables the model to identify relationship between words in a sentence irrespective of their position in the sequence. In contrast to RNNs that rely on recurrence to capture token relationship, transformer neural network employs self-attention as their primary mechanism. Self-attention calculates attention scores that determine the importance of each token with respect to the other token in the text sequence, facilitating the modeling of intricate relationships within the data. Next, let's see application of large language models. Large language models have a wide range of applications across various domains. So here are some notable applications. The first one is natural language processing, NLP. Large language models are used to improve natural language understanding tasks such as sentiment analysis, named entity recognition, text classification, and language modeling. The second one is chatbot and virtual assistant. Large language models power conversational agents, chatbots, and virtual assistant, providing more interactive and human-like user interaction. The third one is machine translation. Large language models have been used for automatic language translation, enabling text translation between different languages with improved accuracy. The fourth one is sentiment analysis. LLMs can analyze and classify the sentiment or emotion expressed in a piece of text, which is valuable for market research, brand monitoring, and social media analysis. The fifth one is content recommendation. These models can be employed to provide personalized content recommendations, enhancing user experience and engagement on platforms such as news website or streaming services. So these applications highlight the potential impact of large language models in various domains for improving language understanding automation.
So let's first understand what is prompt tuning. So prompt tuning is a method that enhances the adaptability of large language models for novel tasks by fine-tuning a minimal set of prompt parameters. This technique involves appending a tailored prompt before the input text, directing the LLM to generate outputs aligned with specific objectives. Its efficiency and versatility have made it a local or focal point in natural language processing advancements. So let's understand prompt tuning. So prompt tuning is the practice of customizing LLMs for new applications by adjusting a limited subset of parameters known as prompts. So these prompts placed before the input navigate the LLM toward producing the intended output. And now we talk about the advantages of prompt tuning. So the number one comes is efficiency. So unlike comprehensive model fine-tuning, prompt tuning modifies only a select few parameters, enabling quicker task-specific model adjustment. And then comes the versatility. So this approach is applicable across a spectrum of tasks, from text generation and analysis in natural language processing to image recognition and automated coding, showcasing its adaptability to different domains. And then comes the interpretability. The modifiable prompt parameters allow for an examination of how the model's output generation is influenced, offering insights into the model's processing. So this was about the advantages of prompt tuning. Now we'll move to the key challenges of prompt tuning, and we will write some prompts and see how we can prompt tune the ChatGPT model and we can generate the outputs we want. So let's move to ChatGPT, and here first we will draft or craft effective prompts. So crafting prompts that effectively guide the model without being overly complex is challenging. So to avoid them, we will write some prompts and let's see. So we will take a fresh example for crafting precise prompts. So let's consider a scenario, and consider you are part of a financial analysis firm specializing in renewable energy sectors like solar and wind power. You aim to leverage a language model for extracting market trends, investment opportunities, and regulatory impacts specific to these sectors. However, you wish to exclude general energy market data or information about fossil fuels and non-renewable sources, as well as omit any direct mentions of rival firms or their investment products. So what challenge you will face here is, your objective is to direct the AI model to furnish targeted insights on renewable energy sectors, while filtering out non-relevant information and avoiding any specific mentions of competitors and their offerings. So for example, we can write a prompt that give me all details on renewable energy sectors, including solar and wind power, but skip all info on other energy types and ignore data about companies like, you could name the companies like Eco Power Ventures and their Solar Boost investment fund. So this is the ineffective prompt. So this prompt is ineffective because it's overly detailed and instructs the model on what to exclude in a way that could be confusing, potentially leading to an over-focus on the exclusions rather than the desired content. So if we talk about the optimized prompt, what you can write is, provide an analysis of current trends, investment opportunities, and the impact of regulations in the renewable energy sectors, specifically focusing on solar and wind power. Exclude general energy market trends and specific investment products. So this refined prompt clearly directs the model towards the needed information, that is market trends, opportunities, and regulatory impacts within solar and wind energy, without cluttering the request with too many exclusions. It subtly implies the need for exclusively by focusing on specifically focusing, which naturally guides the AI to omit unrelated sectors and competitor products, facilitating a more focused and relevant output. So now let's see this example, and this is the inefficient prompt. So we'll copy this and paste it to ChatGPT, and let's see what output it will provide to us. So you could see that it has provided us the output, but this prompt is ineffective because it's overly detailed and instructs the model on what to exclude in a way that could be confusing. Now we'll write the correct prompt, as that is the optimized prompt. What I've told you, that is provide an analysis of current trends, investment and opportunities, and the impact of regulations in the renewable energy sectors, specifically focusing on solar and wind power, and exclude general energy market trends and specific investment products. So this is the optimized prompt, and it will provide a good result and a good output. So you could see that it has started with the current trends only. You could see the output, and this is the desired output what we need, and the ChatGPT has provided with the optimized prompt. Now we move to the next challenge, that is avoiding overfitting. So there's a risk of the model becoming too specialized to the training prompts, reducing its ability to generalize. So strategy for this broad application is to prevent over specialization. Prompts that should be designed to be broad enough to encompass a range of related queries, enhancing the model's versatility. So for this also, we will draft an optimized and unoptimized prompt. So let's think of a scenario that you are developing an educational platform that uses a language model to generate study materials for high school biology, covering topics from cell biology to ecology. Initially, you fine-tune the model with prompts focused on very specific areas like photosynthesis in plants. So initial prompt we can write is explain the process of photosynthesis in plants, focusing on chlorophyll's role and light absorption. So while the model excels at generating detailed content on photosynthesis, it struggles when asked about broader or slightly related topics such as cellular respiration or plant adaptations to different environments. So the issue we encounter here is when students query how do plants adapt to low light conditions. So the model will fail to provide comprehensive answers because it's been too narrowly trained on photosynthesis specifics. So the solution for this overfitting challenge is to prevent overfitting and enhance the model's ability to generalize across the broader subject of biology. You should utilize more inclusive prompts that cover a range of topics within the field. So we have the revised prompt here, that is provide an overview of plant biology, including key processes like photosynthesis, cellular respiration, and adaptations to environmental factors. So this broader approach encourages the model to generate content that's relevant across various biology topics, improving its utility for educational purposes. So this is the prompt, and we'll ask ChatGPT, that is provide an overview of the plant biology, including key processes like photosynthesis, cellular respiration, and adaptations to environmental conditions. So this will improve its utility for educational purposes. So let's move to the next concern, that would be scalability concern. And you could see that it has provided the desired output for the photosynthesis and the environmental factors for plant biology. And as we talk about the scalability concern, so as the training data volume grows, maintaining the efficiency of prompt tuning becomes more challenging, necessitating innovative solutions to streamline the adaptation process. So now we'll talk about its prompt also. So scalability, that is implementing AI for diverse customer service inquiries. So let's consider a scenario. Your company aims to deploy an AI chatbot to handle customer service inquiries across different departments, from technical support to billing and account management. Initially, the chatbot is trained with specific prompts for each category, performing well in small case tests. So what challenge will you face with this prompt is, or with this scenario is, as you scale the chatbot to handle thousands of inquiries daily across a wide range of topics, you find that the initial approach of using highly specific prompts for each category isn't sustainable. So the chatbot struggles to adapt the vast and varied nature of customer queries. And we'll face the scaling issue also here. That is, the specific prompts used during initial training don't cover the breadth of potential customer inquiries, leading to inadequate responses in unanticipated scenarios. So what strategy we can apply for scalability is, instead of relying on narrow, specific prompts for each inquiry type, you transition to using broader, more adaptable prompts that can guide the AI in understanding and categorizing a wide range of customer questions. So we can have an adapted prompt example, and I have one that is, or we can write here, that could be identify the category of the customer's inquiry. That could be technical, billing, account management, and provide relevant assistance based on the identified category. So this strategy allows the chatbot to more effectively process a variety of inquiries by understanding the context and categorizing questions before generating responses, making it more scalable and versatile in handling customer service tasks. So if we address prompt tuning challenges, it is simplifying complex prompts. That is, begin by clearly identifying the core information or action desired from the LLM, breaking down multifaceted prompts into simpler, more focused requests, employ straightforward language, and eliminate non-essential elements to clarify the prompt. And then we have utilizing soft prompts. So soft prompts, which are non-textual signals trained from examples, guide the LLM without explicit worded instructions. So these are particularly used for tasks with limited training data or where interpretability is less critical. And then we have innovative optimization techniques. So the development of parameter efficient fine-tuning techniques such as p-tuning optimizes the search for effective prompts in a continuous space, making it feasible to tailor LLMs to specific tasks without extensive retraining. So this was all about the prompt tuning.
Hello everyone and welcome to the tutorial on prompt library for all use cases at Simplilearn. The prompt library is a comprehensive toolkit for mastering myriad use cases with ease. Whether you are delving into programming, honing creative writing skills, or exploring data analysis, this library offers a versatile array of prompts tailored to your needs. Now before you move on and learn more about it, I request you guys that do not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell icon. Now here's the agenda for our today's session. So guys, we are going to start with first understanding the prompt structure. Moving ahead, we are going to understand testing and iterating. Then we are going to explore the prompt examples. And at the end, we are going to conclude our sessions with utilizing prompt libraries and resources. So guys, in today's video, we will be exploring the prompt structure for various use cases. Now first, let us try to understand the prompt structure. So guys, I'll break down the prompt structure. So here, first we have the action verbs. So guys, think of action verbs like a boss telling ChatGPT what to do. It's like giving ChatGPT a job. So for example, if I say, write, you are telling ChatGPT to put words on the page. For example, if I say, write a story, I'm telling ChatGPT, hey, I want you to make up a story for me. So this is something like this. Now, let us ask ChatGPT, hey, so write is your action verb all over here. So this is the first prompt structure that I would like you to apply. Now, the second one, you could give a theme or a topic about. Now, if you say just write a story, ChatGPT is going to give any random story. So we won't want that. Now, the next thing that we cover basically is topic or theme. So what theme or topic you are looking about? This is a part where you are giving ChatGPT a subject to talk about. Imagine you are telling a friend, let's talk about cats. So cats are the given topic. So if I say, write about your favorite food, I am telling ChatGPT, tell me about your favorite food. So you have to always include a topic or theme along with your action verb. So here I can include some certain thing like this, that write a story about food. So you could see all over here, ChatGPT has given two responses. This is response 1 and this is response 2. Now, the third thing that comes up all over here is constraints or limitations. Think of constraints as a rules or boundaries for ChatGPT to follow. It's like saying you can talk about cats, but only in 3 sentences. So if I say write a poem in 20 words, it's like I'm telling ChatGPT make a short poem using only 20 words. So this is one of the things that you have to always keep in consideration regarding what task you want to give. So always include constraints or limitations. Fourth one is background or information context. So this is also one of the most important parameters. What exactly it means is like this part sets the scene for ChatGPT, like giving it a background story. Imagine you are telling someone about a movie before they watch it. So if I say, imagine you are on a spaceship, I'm telling ChatGPT, pretend like you are flying through the space. So this is also very, very important for you to consider to give certain idea regarding your background or information. Now, the fifth one is conflict or challenge. Guys, this adds some spices to the prompt. It's like a puzzle for a problem for ChatGPT to solve. It's like saying, talk about cats, but tell me why some people don't like them. So if I say ChatGPT, explain why reading is important, but you can't use the word book. I am challenging ChatGPT to be creative. So this is where conflict or challenge you have to give to ChatGPT. Now, example, let us take one example on this. So for example, if I say the action verb as write, we'll highlight this with red, and the topic or theme could be like your favorite vacation. If I talk about a background or context, like say you are on a beach with your friends, or conflict or challenge we can give all over here, something like in just 50 words. So guys, this is certain thing to follow while giving a prompt to ChatGPT. So in this way, putting all together, you could combine all these three things and form a sentence. And this prompt is going to be very, very effective to solve the problem of generic responses. Now, with this simple example, you can see how different components come together to create engaging prompts for ChatGPT to work with. So guys, whenever you are giving a prompt, I would request you to always follow this structure. So it's going to create a map for you to get a more precise answer. Now let's take an example and elaborate the prompt library with examples to make it more understandable. So guys, let's take another example of text classification. So for text classification, we'll take the action verb as classify, and our text type would be product review. Example could be classify the following text as negative, positive, or neutral sentiment. And after that, you could give like the product review exceeded my expectation. So if you give certain thing like this, you would say this is a positive sentiment. So making your prompts in this manner with a proper structure, you are going to get a very particular response which fits what you need. So always remember this structure whenever you are framing any prompt. Now let's move to the second part, that is testing and validation. Guys, testing and iterating are essential steps in refining prompts and ensuring optimal performance from ChatGPT. Let us break down this process. The first process is prompt validation. So before using a prompt, it's crucial to test to ensure that it generates a desired response accurately. Then you evaluate the output. You're going to generate responses using the prompt and evaluate the quality, relevance, and coherence of the output. Third, check for errors. Look out for any errors, inconsistencies, or unexpected behavior in the generated responses. Compare against expectations. Compare the generated responses against your expectation or any requirements to verify that they meet your desired criteria. The fifth one is solicit feedback. Seek feedback from peers, colleagues, or domain experts to validate the effectiveness of the prompt. For example, like analyzing the results. So you would say analyze the results to testing to identify areas of improvement or refining the prompt. Next is modifying the prompt. Based on the analysis, make the adjustment to the prompt structure. Next, then fine-tune the parameters. Experiment with different variations of the prompt, such as adjusting constraints, changing topics, or refining prompt to assess whether the changes have resulted in improvements in the quality of the generated responses. The fourth one is retesting. Test the modified prompt again to assess whether the changes have resulted in improvements in the quality of the generated responses or not. And the final step is iterate as needed. Iterate the testing and modification process as needed until you achieve the desired outcomes and generate high quality responses consistently. So this structure you have to always follow when you are iterating. So I'll give you an example. So like we have given initial prompt as write a product description for a new smartphone, and I would say include details about features, specifications, and benefits. And I would say add a constant all over here that keep the response in 100 words. So this is your initial prompt which you are giving. Now for testing, the next comes is testing. Generate product descriptions using the initial prompt. Evaluate the quality and relevance of the generated descriptions. Check for errors if inconsistencies or missing information is there. Compare the description against the expectations and requirements. So this process comes under testing. Okay, so give it change your prompt a little bit. Give a specific description regarding a certain product, and you would ask that, and just next process would be evaluate the quality and the relevance, like what you are getting as a response. Check for errors, like go to Google, like see if it's same is coming up, then what's the customer expectations regarding that product. So if the overall structure is like technical structure is maintained, so this gives the first phase of testing. Next one comes the analysis. Some descriptions lack detail and fail to highlight its key features. Okay, so in this scenario, the descriptions vary in length and structure, leading to kind of inconsistencies. Certain descriptions like here will focus more on technical specifications than the user benefits. So overall, the quality and the coherence of the descriptions needs improvement. So you have to take all these parameters and you have to reframe your prompts. Okay. Then next comes is iteration. You have to modify this prompt to provide like more offer to give a clear instructions and emphasize the user benefits. Write a captivating product descriptions for a new smartphone. Okay. Then move to retesting. Generate product descriptions using the modified prompt, and for the outcome, you would say that the revised prompt should yield more compelling and informative product descriptions. So this is how you have to do iterate continuously to get the proper response like which you would be needing. Okay guys, now let's move to the final part of this video, that is utilizing the prompt libraries. Guys, utilizing prompt libraries and resources is essential for streamlining the prompt writing process and access a wide range of pre-designed prompts for various use cases. So you're going to get a library of a predefined prompts. Okay, so there's one website like which I want to show you. This is called Anthropic. So Anthropic has recently released a prompt library. So guys, they have given a wide data of a prompt library. So if you just click on this, so you're going to get like what are the effective prompts in all these domains. So give it a shot. Try to see what are the like resources you're going to get all over here. It definitely is going to fine tune your responses. Now, let's move to the process. So when you are talking about the prompt libraries, the first step is explore the existing libraries. So you can see that I have given a reference to a prompt library all over here, which is released by Anthropic's team for cloud and also workable for ChatGPT. Next is you have to understand the available prompts. Familiarize yourself with the prompts available in this library and including their structures, topics, and constraints. You have to also analyze how prompts are categorized and organized within the library to quickly locate relevant prompts for your needs. Third is adapt to prompts to your needs. Customize existing prompts to suit your specific objectives, audience, and use cases. You can modify prompts by adjusting the action verbs, topics, constraints, or background information which aligns with your requirement. Create your own prompts, like combine different components such as action verbs, topics, constraints to craft prompts that addresses specific tasks or challenges. Next process you have to do is sharing and collaborating. You will share your prompts with the community to contribute to the collective pool and resources. So this is one way of learning that I really want you to follow. Now, you have to keep experimenting and iterating at the same time. And finally, you have to see the documents and organize all your prompts for the same. So what you can do best is see all the existing prompt libraries. Like I'll show you one more. So prompt library for ChatGPT GitHub for all use cases. So you could see, explore various repositories on GitHub, like what are the kind of like prompts available. Like this repo specifically focuses for the academic writing. So just visit this repository and you could see they have given a lot of things. Like for brainstorming, they say, so you could see the action verbs all over here. Try to try this prompt and see how you are getting a response. And for article sections, like it's there. So you're going to get a lot of like things and more of the experiment and more you are exploring, the more idea you are going to get regarding the same. So my advice would be just explore as much as libraries you can. And depending upon your use cases, you have to make an organized prompt structure. So following this format, which I have told you, follows the action verb, the topic or the background information. Then what are the constraints you have to give? Okay, it's any particular theme is there. You have to include all those things and use the existing prompt library also, so you can refine your prompt and always to get a good response. It's my personal experience that you have to keep fine tuning, keep testing, iterating, analyzing, so that your result comes very fine.
As technology advances in all aspects of our lives, programming has become increasingly important. It is used in many fields and industries, including software development, gaming and entertainment, education, scientific research, web development, and many more. So, needless to say, the demand for programming and coding in the IT industry will probably keep increasing for the foreseeable future. But where does ChatGPT, OpenAI's popular language model, fall in this chain? That's exactly what we are focusing on in today's video. As I said earlier, programming is utilized in many domains like web development, robotics, mobile development, machine learning, and so on. So, how can a program achieve maximum code efficiency? Nowadays, we have AI-based tools like ChatGPT to make our programming experience more efficient. Although there are several coding resources platforms such as Stack Overflow and GitHub, where programmers can find solutions to their technical programming questions, ChatGPT stands out from the competition because of its quick response time, usability, and support for numerous languages, among many other benefits. Now, let's first discuss how ChatGPT works. ChatGPT generates responses to the text input using a method called transformer architecture. A large volume of text is fed into the ChatGPT from various sources, including books, websites, and other social media platforms. The model then uses this information to forecast the following word in a phrase based on the words that came before it. The ChatGPT systems allows users to enter text or queries, and then the system uses its training data and algorithms to produce the right answer. The answer is created after the input text has been examined and the pattern most likely to match the input have been identified using the training data. In short, ChatGPT is designed to respond to queries logically and command more quickly and accurately. But why do programmers use ChatGPT on a regular basis? ChatGPT assists programmers by offering programming-related answers and solutions and helping them improve their skills. Besides that, ChatGPT is utilized for code generation, code completion, code review, and a natural language interface. Let us understand each in detail. ChatGPT is trained to generate the code or even the entire program described in the natural language specified by what they want a program to do. And then ChatGPT could generate the relevant code.
Look at the example of how ChatGPT generates the code. So now open the ChatGPT and you can type any program that you want ChatGPT to generate. So I will write a palindrome program in Java. So here you can type, write a palindrome program in Java. So using Java programming language, it should generate the whole program. So as you can see, it has generated the program. So it has used a class name called palindrome checker, and it has used isPalindrome as a method name. And also it will give the explanation on the program. So you can see here why it is explaining why isPalindrome is used as a method, and it also explains the for loop, if a condition, and so on.
Next we have code completion. ChatGPT is trained to generate snippets of code or even fully fledged programs. It can generate a list of possible code completion depending on the context of the user's incomplete piece of code. By automatically producing the entire code, it can help the developers save time and minimize errors.
Next, let's see the example of code completion using ChatGPT. So even if the program is explained in natural language, ChatGPT will generate the proper code and give the complete code. So let's type here. Using a function, write a program to convert the string in uppercase. So using which language? Let's keep using C programming. And enter it once again. So as you can see, we have just said that using a function, write a program to convert the string in uppercase. So using C programming language, and using C programming language, it has used function, and this is the function convert to uppercase, and has given the complete code for string to convert a string in uppercase. And also it gave the explanation. Here the convert to uppercase function takes a pointer to a string as its argument and then iterates over each character in the string using a for loop. So it explained why for loop is used, why to upper is used, and why the method convert to uppercase is used, everything. So let's say we'll give one piece of code like void to upper char str. So as you can see, we just gave the method to upper and it's generating the complete code. So this is how ChatGPT works for code completion.
Next, code review. ChatGPT can analyze code, identify the bugs or errors in the program, and further help resolve them. It allows developers to fix errors more quickly.
So now, let's have a look at the example of code review. So in this example, ChatGPT will review the code. So even if the code has some mistake, it will give the proper output. Let's say we have given the example here. So we gave the function or a method called upper, and here we are giving the keyword called upper. So it should check whether this piece of code is proper or is there any mistake in this. So as I said, it's saying that the given code appears to have logical error as the function upper is being called recursively on itself inside the loop. So instead of giving to upper, we just gave upper here, right? So using the keyword to upper, only then the string can be converted to uppercase. So here we gave just upper. So it says that it is having, this piece of code is having a logical error and it gives the proper code for us. So I hope it's clear.
And then we have natural language interface. With the use of ChatGPT, a software application can be given a natural language user interface that enables users to communicate with it through natural language instructions rather than through conventional user interfaces.
Next, let's see how ChatGPT helps the programmers for natural language interface. So let's say we'll give here create a software application where the user asked to enter credential for the to-do app. Enter. So as you can see, the ChatGPT will give the steps. So it can provide you with an outlet for creating a software applications that requires the user to enter credential for a to-do app. So here it is, few steps that we need to follow to do a to-do app. So it's giving the explanation step by step. So it says that determine the programming language and framework, then set up the database to store the user information, and then create the registration page, and then finally create the login page as well. And once the user is successfully logged in, it will have the options like add, edit, and delete task as well. And then finally implement the security measures to protect your passwords, and then test the application to ensure that it works as intended and the user data is being stored and retrieved correctly. So it gives the steps of how it has to be developed.
I'm sure you all are aware of ChatGPT at this point. The revolutionary new AI-based chatbot developed by OpenAI has taken the world by storm. Thanks to its near lifelike responses and a very intricate pattern of answers. We have never seen this level of expertise from a chatbot before, which really made us think, to what extent can we push it? There are many questions on lead code that even the most experienced programmers have difficulty answering. So, we wanted to see how far ChatGPT can take us. Have we finally reached the stage where AI is going to replace us? Let's find out. So basically, here we will be listing 10 really difficult questions that we found on LeetCode, popularly asked while hiring and other superior examinations, and see if ChatGPT can actually answer or solve those difficult questions or not. But before you like to watch more such interesting videos, then do subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. So let's get started. So here is the lead code. Let's see in our list, which is the first question that we are going to implement in our ChatGPT, and see if it's able to solve it or not. Mainly we'll focus on hard category questions only. So according to my research, there's a question of median of two sorted arrays. So as you can see, the success rate is 35.7%. So let's see if the ChatGPT is able to do this question. So first, let us go through the question. Okay. Pressed enter. Let's see what it first returns. One approach to solving this problem is to use a modified binary search algorithm to find the median of the two sorted arrays. So right now it's particularly giving the logic which we can actually imply to solve this question. And this is a good thing about the chat GPT is that before giving the code, it's actually explaining how they are putting the logic in together in the code. So probably you can use this logic to create your own program. But let's see how sensible this code is. Quite a lengthy program. This program is in Python. So if you are looking for your solutions on ChatGPT, you can always opt out or mention the specific program you want the code in. So okay, it's also gives that that the time complexity will be O log min m or n. So let's see if it the case or not. So we have copied it and we'll quickly paste it over here. As you can see, as we know that Python is very sensitive towards its syntax, and you can see the indentation over here is perfect, but here it's not. So I feel that something like this is something with lead code. So let me just quickly rectify this. You can see I have cleared out the indentation issue, and let's just quickly run this program so that we can get an idea if this is the correct program. Now you can see here we have an error. Let's see, copy this and see what ChatGPT has to say for this. So if you remember, when we actually saw this question, there were three arguments passed through this function, which was self, nums1 and nums2. Ask GPT if it can write the code with self argument and see if it's correct. Wait that if it can pass a self argument through that function and see if it can generate a new code. Okay, now it has cleared that yes, it takes three arguments. Let's copy this code. It over here. Again, I think we will have to go through the indentation process. Oh no, this time it's fine. Okay, so now quickly run this program. Let's see if this time it passes all the test cases or not. Okay. I think it doesn't need because the class is already mentioned over here. Yeah. Okay, the runtime is 35 ms. And as we can see, case 1 and case 2 is definitely passed. So let us see if this code can pass all the test cases internally mentioned in this question. Now you can see the first three cases are actually accepted, but the other three are not. There's a runtime error. So as the first question in our list, ChatGPT was unable to solve. So let's move on to our next question. That is zigzag conversion. Now let me quickly search for it. This is a question here also. You can see the success rate is definitely below 50 and the difficulty level is medium. So the hard one ChatGPT was not able to solve. Let's see if this can be done. So it will give a string that will be written in a zigzag pattern on a given number of rows. And then you have to read the line in a certain, as you can see over here. So we have to write the code that will take a string and make this conversion given in a number of rows. This also means a certain amount of repeat. There's also given a certain specifications that we exactly want. So this time we'll make sure that we are mentioning everything. So let's quickly copy this. Okay. Okay, now that we have mentioned all the specifications, let me quickly feed and paste it. Now let's see what code it has to generate. It's implementing the code in C++. So meanwhile it's generating the code, let's quickly select the code. Oh, it's already C++, okay. Okay, it's also suggesting that we can definitely use Python and Java. and it's generating an alternative code as well for us. That's sharp. Let's quickly copy this code. Take the one. I think it's okay. So it's generating in Java. It's generating. We'll definitely have a look at its alternative codes as well. Let's quickly have a look at what it has to. C++1, the first code generated by it, is correct or not. Okay, so I've copied the code. Pasted over here. Okay, compilation error. Okay, okay. 28. Okay, so let's with this error. The one thing, definitely this time we have mentioned all the constraints, criteria, specifications that we wanted in our code. But again, ChatGPT questions we have implemented till now. Let's see if it has any success rate in further. Okay, it seems okay. Okay, now it is okay. So this time it is generating the solution considering the error in Java. See what it has to say in Java, and we'll make it specific that the error was in C++ program. So it generates the correct code. Plus plus program. What it has to say. I think it's this error is something related to the compiler, and now it is giving the updated code in C++. Is the correct one or not? Should apologizing for making errors in their solutions. Quite fascinating. Yeah. Paste the code over here. I don't see there's a lot of difference or changes over here. Let's see if it runs or not. Let me see if all the braces are covered over here or not. I think it's missing a brace. Okay. Okay, so there was a syntax error. One brace was missing. I don't know what that. Definitely it's something with the code, but okay, we can give that to ChatGPT. It was partially lead code's issue because we were copying code. Still, it was not giving the error that there is a brace missing. Has passed the first three cases mentioned over here, and the runtime is 3 ms. Now, just let us submit this code and see if it passes all the rest of the cases or not. Mind it, this time we have actually mentioned all the constraints. So let's see if this has to into. Okay, so this time it has passed all the test cases, but still my conclusion with this question is it was still not able to generate the solution in one go. But still I can give that to ChatGPT because the first error that we faced was more of a lead codes issue because it was something with compile, and ChatGPT was able to give a proper. Now let's go back to our problems list. So right now the score is 1-1. It was unable to solve one question and one not. So let's have a look at the third question and see if that brings any difference to the ChatGPT's scoreboard right now or not. Third question that we are going to deal with is substring with concatenation of all words. This is in the category again, and the success rate is 31.1%, which is even lesser than the first question that we faced, which was median of the two sorted arrays. We are actually trying to cover all the spectra, the huge spectra of different types of questions and categories available in coding, and to give you an idea of how beneficial ChatGPT can be for you to solve difficult questions, which can be helpful for your interview base in companies, or you can say well established companies or mom companies. So here this video is specifically for you to give an idea that whether you can use it for your benefit and to get an idea, or you can actually compare it with your subjects, uh, and you can get a wider range of different types of approaches to a certain question. So let's start with the third question. Is that you're given a string and an array of strings, probably words, and all the strings of words are of the same length. Now, a concatenated substring in S is a substring that contains all the strings of any permutation of words concatenated. Here you can see it's given an example that if words has A, B, C, D, E, F, then A, B, C, D, E, F. Basically, it has done all the permutation and combinations that can be done using that specific array. Mention that A, C, D, B, E, F is not a concatenated substring because it is not the concatenation of any permutation of words. So we have to basically return the starting indices of all the concatenated substring in the S string. Also, you can choose any order for it. Here it has also given two examples for you to understand the question in a better perspective. Now, really copy this question and see if what programming language ChatGPT chooses to answer this time. Start with new chat again. Copy these constraints. Okay, it's just a question. Okay, this is the solution that we're getting right now. You requested a model that is not compatible with this engine. Please contact us through our help center at help.openai.com for further questions. Let me just quickly refresh it if it has something to do with the demand. Also, sometimes it happens that the console is very busy and you're unable to implement your task in it. So again, let's quickly paste it over here. We want a code, write the code to return. Now, let's enter. This time definitely it's not giving the same error. Let's see it this time it ChatGPT has anything to give as a solution. Okay, so it's generating the code in Python. One more thing, every time ChatGPT doesn't follows a similar pattern. As you can see in the first question, it explained the logic first and then implemented the code. Second time, it just gave you the approach, not the logic, and then implemented the code in multiple languages. First choosing for C++, and this time it straight away went for the code. So definitely we can say that it has some different styles of generating their code and explaining the code. I think it depends on the understanding how they want the code to be presented in front of the user, and to give the perspective that if the code is understandable or not, and if the code has multiple approaches, I think ChatGPT is capable enough to give that. So that the code is generated, let's quickly copy it and paste it over here. I feel the indentation issue is going to be there. It was not there. Okay. F probably. I think if we backspace. Issue. Let me quickly rectify this and I'll show you once the indentations are well. The indentation is corrected. Now let's have a look at the code if it's correct or not. Let's quickly run it. Definitely, it has given our first syntax error again. I can see that even specific video question, it definitely goes to at least one error, which is mainly the syntax one. Sure if that is something with the lead code or with the ChatGPT code generation. Okay. Now that we have given the error, okay, it seems that the error is caused by the use of type hints. The function type hints were introduced. The version we are using is lower than that. Okay, so basically it's generating now in the Python version. Probably this code is well suited for different version of Python. Let's change it then and see if that helps. It it is actually generating the code. Okay, again given the error. I think it's again something with the self. Uh, Python one, the new code generated is here. We'll definitely come back to that error and have a look at the Python 3 code also. First, let's copy this code and in giving the same error. Here and see what it has to say. Every time the ChatGPT generates the Python code, we cannot ever takes self as an argument, but the lead does. As you can see, when we start the code, it's already mentioned what arguments we need to pass from that particular function. So I think that is something with the lead code. So that what all arguments it's passing, even though we have mentioned everything this time, we have mentioned all the constraints, we have mentioned all the necessary specifications that we want in the code, even then the code is not correct in the one go. So probably I'll give this point to GPT. It's something with the lead code because it's passing that parameter, and every time we have to mention that parameter. Pretty much when we do, the ChatGPT is able to solve the question. So let's see. Let me actually mention that pass self argument from that parameters. Make it a one of the parameters. Processing that. Yes, self can be passed as the first argument to the given function. Now let's see if that it's able to give the correct solution or not. Again, we can see it's generating the code and you know Python 3, but we can give that to ChatGPT that either it uses Python or Python 3. The error is with the self argument. So once we mention that error and when we mention that specification that if ChatGPT can pass self argument through that particular function in that code, the solution is pretty much right. So here it's also implementing and giving the answer. Okay, it also has mentioned that it's important to mention imported list and counter. So, okay, just copy this because again there will be a lot of indentation issues. Okay, now that we have it, let's copy the code. Was already mentioned, so yeah, we'll just copy it from the function, paste it. Run this code and see if it has the solution in it or not. Yeah, there's an indentation issue. Let me. Again, as you can see, it is able to pass all the test cases here, and the runtime is 28 ms. Now, let us submit this question and see if it is able to pass other test cases or not. Accepted. So it is able to pass all the test cases, and I think this is something with lead code again. Whenever we are generating the Python code, we are actually passing self argument in lead code, but ChatGPT is not assuming it. So the solution is definitely correct. Even though we are specifying everything, we will have to be more specific that we have to run one more argument from the function so that it generates the solution in one go. So let us try that in our next question. But we can definitely see ChatGPT was able to solve this. So now the scoreboard is 2-1. Among the three questions, it is definitely able to solve two questions. Even the first question, it was able to generate a correct solution, but it was not that accurate to pass all the test cases. To our question list, the next question that we are going to cover is N queens. Category, but still the success rate is 63% over here. Again, a new genre or question we are covering over here. Let us see if solve it or not. Definitely the success rate shows that many people were able to do it. Definitely more than half of people who have attempted it. So let's see if the question can, this AI can beat that or not. So I have copied this question. This question mentions that the n queens puzzle is the problem of placing n queens on an n into n chessboard such that no two queens attack each other. Given an integer n, return all distinct solutions to the n queen puzzle. So basically, n is any given number, and you have to create a puzzle of n into n, and you have to arrange all the queens in such way. Also, the number of queens in the board will be equal to the number n, and in such a way that it is not able to attack each other in any case. Copy this part of the question, and the constraint is just one. Let me that it will be easier to keep a track of what all questions ChatGPT is able to solve. So these questions are very popular in interviews. Whenever you actually go to technical rounds and for prestigious companies, these questions are very popular. They are considered as very suitable questions to check your IQ and to check your potential, that how well aware you are towards your coding potential. Now that we have pressed enter, it is giving the logic it is going to implement in its code. One approach to solve the n queens puzzle is to use backtracking. Idea is to start by placing a queen in the first column of the first row. So let's see if the code is again capable to solve it or not. Again, it's giving the Python code. Generating the code, let us quickly see whether it's Python or Python 3. Python 3. Okay. Once the code is generated, I'll also write that you need to pass one more argument from the main function, that is self, and let it generate the code again and see that code can run in one go or not. Mention what I want and let us see. Sure, here's an example of how you can pass an additional parameter self. Let's see if it suits the code or not. So the solve nQueen function is a method of the nQueens class, and it takes self as its first parameter, followed by the integer n. So yes, this solution does take self as a parameter. So let's see if this can run in one go or not, because this time we have already covered the most frequently generated error, which is syntax error of not mentioning parameter self. So let me see the indentation if it's correct or not. This time, let us quickly run this. Plus, okay, there you go. Now you can see that it has actually run the code in one go, and all the test cases are passed in one go. Even the runtime is 39 ms. So definitely ChatGPT is able to provide the solutions, the logics in a proper manner. It's just that we have to be more specific with what we want exactly from ChatGPT. Right now, we can see that it has been able to successfully generate 4 out of 5 questions that we have actually implemented till now, out of which 4 are from hard category. Let us submit this code and see if it also covers all the test cases internally fed in for this question. Just a second, I think I will have to submit it again. There you go. It has accepted all the test cases, and this question is done by ChatGPT. It has actually implemented. Next question that we are going to cover, till now, I can say ChatGPT has taken the lead. It is pretty much able to implement all the questions. I think there are still some range of questions that it is not able to implement. As we saw, the first one was not a huge success, but uh, I can still give that to ChatGPT as it is in AI and still in a developing mode. But still, if it can give you 90% of the output correct, it is a pretty decent and amazing thing to do. Question is shortest subarray with some at least k. Now let me search for it. Again, this question is from hard category and its success rate is even low, which is 26.1. Let's see if this question can be solved by ChatGPT. Let's have a look at the question. Given an integer array nums and an integer k, return the length of the shortest non-empty subarray of nums with a sum of at least k. So if there is no such subarray, return -1. So subarray is a contiguous part of an array. It has also given a description of what an array is or what a subarray is. So now that we have created a new chat, and let me screens. So here is one way to solve the problem. Initialize 2 pointers, left and right, both pointing to the first element of the array. Initialize a variable. So now this time it is giving pointers to solve this question. A perfect approach in a sequential manner, so that you can also use these pointers and the logics it's giving to actually implement your own code apart from asking it to generate a code. So I can see that it has given the pointers but not the code specific. So yes, it's giving an implementation of the algorithm in Python. Uh, Again, we can see it's not the Python 3, it's Python, little lower version of Python. Switch to Python. Then we have to pass self. So it has generated the code and explained what all variables and what all statements have the individual functionality as. So we have also asked it to pass self parameter through its function and then write the code. So let's see if it adheres to it and generates new code with self parameter. Okay, so here is the new code with self parameter passed to the main function. Now I do have confidence on ChatGPT till now that it was able to generate logical and pretty much decent solutions for every question. This is passed to the class as an argument when an object is created and is stored as an instance variable. The shortest subarray takes k as an argument, which is the target sum. So basically, it's trying to explain the code that what exactly it's doing and what individual statements have as an influence on the code and whatever parameters they are passing, what influence or what position they hold in the code. Definitely, ChatGPT is not just generating the code. It's also explaining the logic and approaches towards it. And when it's generating the code, as you can see here, they have legit explained the whole code how it's actually functioning. That's a good way to put emphasis on put a confidence on the solution. And remove this. Yeah, type error. Okay, let me. Okay, so it's apologizing. It made a mistake in its previous response. The init method should take two arguments, one for the nums array and one for k. So now it's again generating a new code adhering to the syntax error or type error generated. Let's right or not. As mentioned that here the init method takes two arguments, one for the nums array and one for the k, which was the error exactly. And it's again explaining the whole code so that one person who watches code or the logic could understand the functionality of it. Let's see if this code can run. Code, checking for indentation, removing class, and run. There's one more type error. Let's copy it and we mentioned that we want self argument to be passed, it is still not able to generate you know the correct solution twice. So let's see if this time it can work out. issue though with the code. Apologize for the confusion. It seems that I misunderstood the that you are trying to call the function directly without creating an instance of the class. In that case, function outside of the class and simply call it by passing the parameters like this. Okay, the code is definitely generated by itself, so definitely I am not calling any function. The code I copied was actually generated by ChatGPT itself, so it's it contradicting its own pointers, maybe. But we have copied the the code. Let's paste it. Again, look for indentation. And run this code. Okay, once again, it is not able to, pass. Time error is there. Now, again, we have to copy this error and paste it. Again, according to ChatGPT, it was confused with the context of the question. Like I said, the code was anyway generated by ChatGPT, so yeah. This time, I think ChatGPT is trying to contradict its own logics. Let's see if the current code can do the miracle of solving this question. Class and run. Okay, so after 4 attempts of running the codes generated by ChatGPT on lead code, but this particular question, finally now it's able to pass all the test cases. So I have a very contradicting point right now. Not exactly contradicting, more of a skepticism that okay, ChatGPT does generates proper code or logic, but it doesn't considers all the criterias, or it also has a tendency of taking the question in a wrong context. So I feel that when we as a human try to solve these questions, we definitely try to implement all the logics, and if we get it, we can actually get the code in one go. Logic or demand of the question, and AI being the superior version, or trying to be the superior version of human brain and going to the extents of a human brain, still faces those issues, can be a drawback for chat gpt, because you can see for this specific question we have faced multiple types of error, and we have seen chat gpt contradicting its own prior code. So definitely this is something to consider, or something to think about. Submit this code. And like I said, after giving 4 attempts, it is still not able to pass all the test cases. It is only able to pass 61 out of 97 test cases. which is almost 70% of the test cases. 30% of the test cases are still not passed. Even though we mentioned all the constraints, we have mentioned the comments, we have mentioned all the errors that but this particular code can go through, still it was not able to generate the proper code that could go through all the test cases. So this was a fail for ChatGPT. At least till now, we have made out this point that ChatGPT is definitely not able to solve every question. Split array with same average. Correct? Split array with this is from the category of hard questions, and the success rate is only 25%. Let me refresh it and remove this code. Now let's have a look at the code, what it demands. So you are given an integer array nums. Now you should move each element of nums into one of the two arrays, A and B, such A and B are non-empty. And the average of array A is equal to average of array B. Now return true if it is possible to achieve that. Condition is not justified. Also given a note that for an array, average array is the sum of all the elements of array over the length of array. Okay, so it is giving you the logic of how to actually, find out the average of what average is exactly. And also it has given a few examples to give you an idea of how the code needs to be projected or implemented. Copy the code and paste it. Okay, it is possible to achieve this by checking all the possible subsets of the nums array and comparing the averages of the subsets. So definitely it has given you the approach, the way you can actually think of solving this question. However, this approach would have a time complexity. So it's also giving that this approach can have a time complexity of O to the power n. So again, it's suggesting a different approach, a more efficient approach that will be using dynamic programming. Now that can be used to find the subsets with a specific average and create a 2D array with the length of I and j, that will be the length of the two arrays we have actually given as input, and represents whether or not it is possible to get a sum of j using the first elements of the nums array. So the time complexity of this approach would be O and S. So definitely it is not given a code. Let me ask for it. But not for every question ChatGPT is generating a code. It is also mentioning just and the approaches that we can actually use. Definitely, again, we will have to mention that what we want from them. As you can see, I've mentioned this time to write a code for it, and now it's generating a new code for it. It's also mentioning comments that what every snippet of the code is actually for and what it will do. Like here you can say it will fill the 2D array DP. DP stands for dynamic programming. This here it has mentioned initialize the first column as true. So it is also mentioning the comments for better idea of understanding the code in a better way. Also giving the note that this implementation assumes that the nums array is non-empty and that the elements of the nums array are non-negative integers. Okay. Also, the above implementation will return the possible subset that can be formed by the array to fulfill the given condition and not Boolean true and false. But that's what we want exactly, right? Still, okay, let us, this approach is in Python. So let's copy this and see if this code can run or not. I can clearly see that again it needs to pass self uh, parameter. Indentation. Give it a heads up. Or I have mentioned what I want specifically. Uh, sure, here is an example of how you can pass the self parameter. So now the current solution will pass self. Okay. Great. There was an error. Okay. And it has generated a new code considering the criteria I just mentioned, that I need self parameter to be passed through the function can partnership. So I have copied it and let's quickly paste it over here. Pass all the cases or not. Wait, we need to remove this. Okay, it's done. Now quickly just run this program. Okay, so here is a error, attribute error, solution object has no attribute. Okay, so let me copy it and paste it over here and see what ChatGPT has to say about this error. Okay, the error message solution object has no attribute. Split array same average suggests that there is no method named with this in the solution class. So it is likely that the test case is trying to call this method, but it does not exist in your implementation. Anyway, that I have not mentioned this method, this was given by ChatGPT itself. So again, we can see the condition that it is contradicting its own. So again, it has generated a new response and it says that it should resolve the issue and the test case should be able to call this particular method correctly. So that is something for us to decide. Now let us copy this code and see that now is it able to run or not and pass all these test cases or not. And click on run. Okay. Now the new generated response does works for this particular question and the runtime is 12 ms and it does passes the first two cases mentioned. So let us quickly submit this code and see if the code is perfectly, fine to deal with all the test cases actually fed by lead code. Okay, now again we can see one more situation that this code is not able to pass all the test cases, even though we mentioned all the specifications, constraints, and we were pretty precise about the questions and parameters that we want our code to be done in certain form. But still, it is just able to pass 68 test cases out of 111, which is almost 50 to 60% of total amount of test cases. So let's move on to the next question. That is, find substring with given hash value. So let me quickly search for this question. Find substring with hash value. Again, it's a question from hard category and the success rate is 22.2%. So let's have a look at the question, what it demands. So here, the hash of a zero-indexed string of length k given integers p and m is computed using the following functions. Now, hash with parameters spm, this is the logic given how we want our output to be demonstrated in a certain value or how the hash can be generated. The particular formula, how you can get the hash value of your, string. So the question is, you are given a string and the integers, and you have to return the first substring of that string of length given to you. Here it's k. The test cases will be generated such that an answer always exists. We are going to copy this course and mention all the specifications mentioned here in their ChatGPT console so that it gets all the specifications. Copy the code and so I have copied the code and paste it over here. Now let's check for indentation. It's fine. Let's remove class my class and then it faces a type error. So let's move on to the next question. Again, we saw that ChatGPT was not able to solve this particular question. Coming back to our list, the next question in the list that we are going to cover is partition array into two arrays to minimize some difference. Let's quickly search for that question. Partition array to two arrays. Again, this question is from hard category and the success rate is even more low. So let's have a look at the question first. It's partition array into two arrays to minimize some difference that is generated as the output. Or we can see that there are three constraints. So now quickly we'll copy this question and see if it is able to solve this question or not. First, we have to create a new chat. Copy all the constraints. Let's see what ChatGPT has to say for this particular question. Let's ask it to generate a code. This time it has only generated a logic, not exactly logic, the approach they are going to follow or anyone can follow to solve this question. Let me ask if it can generate a code. It's definitely taking longer time to generate this code. Okay, here is the code which is possible Python implementation, and okay, the code is generated, and it's mentioning that the code takes in an input an array of integer called nums. So basically, it's explaining that what it actually it's doing, which is pretty much explained in the question itself, that what exactly it needs to function like, and what will be the variables, and what will be the inputs, and how it needs to be segregated to obtain our optimum result. So let's copy this and paste it over here. Again, like I said, we can see that it's generating, again, we could see that pass self parameter. Okay. In the attribute error, let's quickly copy it, paste it over here. See what ChatGPT has to say about it. Okay. That you have seen that after placing the error, it's giving that error message you're seeing suggests that there's a problem with the function name in your code. So the error message is indicating that there is no function called minimum difference within the solution. Also, I have seen that apart from the function name, it doesn't have a self parameter. So let me just write it down. Self argument in apps. Wait, let me copy it. That will be better. And write a new code with it. Let me see if it can generate a new code this time. So yeah, it has agreed. Sure, there is an example, and here's the code. So I have copied this and pasted over. See any such huge difference in the syntax or the logic of the code? But yeah, we can definitely think of running now. Let's run this code. We copy it and paste it over here. Again, an error has prompted out. I don't know how valid code we'll get after projecting this error over here in ChatGPT. So yeah, definitely considering the error message you are seeing is indicated that the function is returning INF, which is not a valid value for the expected return type integer. So in the base case where I and j are both 0, the value of is set to float, which is positively infinity. However, the expected output is an integer, so this value is not valid. So again, considering this change, the ChatGPT is giving a new code. So let us see how valid this new code is. Okay, I can see that it has changed the logic over here. Instead of float INF, it has changed, it has written a new syntax, a new logic over there. Now, and also ChatGPT guarantees that this may solve the issue of returning INF as the value. Let's see how accurate ChatGPT here is. Now, we have pasted the logic. Yeah, as oh, yeah, sorry, I need to remove these two lines.
Now let's quickly run this program. Okay, so now as you can see, it could only pass one test case, but not the first two. So there's no point of submitting this code, as you can see that the logic for this code or this code as a whole is not. Well, moving on. Next in the list we have is longest common subpath. Now let's see longest common subpath. So this question also comes from category of hard questions and the success rate is 27%. Now let's see what this question demands actually. Now let's quickly copy this question with all the constraints and whatever apart from example is left on the screen, we need to copy it. As you can see over here, you cannot just miss out on any specifications. Talking about the constraints, copy and paste. Now enter. Giving the approach to solve this question, which is dynamic programming approach. Okay, we didn't got any code over here, so let's try that if we can present a code. Okay, so I have asked to write a code for this, and yes, ChatGPT has definitely agreed to provide me a code for it. ChatGPT is done with its explanations. I'll type it out and wait for the new code, which will contain self as a parameter. That this code is pretty similar to the previous one. It's just that it's using the self argument in the function as it was mentioned by me. So let's quickly copy this code. Paste it over here. Check for the indentation. Run this code. I don't think there should be any. Okay, I spoke too fast. Here we have another error. Let's see what ChatGPT has to say about this. Okay, the list index out of range error is likely occurring on line 10 because the indices I and j are being properly bounds checked before being used to access elements in the path and TP arrays. Okay, so we have found a new code. Let's quickly copy this code and see if this code is capable of, eliminating the errors we probably found. Click copy and paste. Let me check for the indentation. Done and run. Then we got a error over here. Even though after providing so many specifications and criterias and errors and conditions, yet ChatGPT was not able to provide a perfect solution for the code. Moving on to the last question of our list, that is going to be sum of total strength of wizards. Hopefully this question does some magic for ChatGPT and prove itself lucky for ChatGPT graph for this video, because for now we can see it's a 50-50 scene. Half of the question ChatGPT was able to provide solutions with, and half of the questions ChatGPT couldn't actually figure out what needs to be done. Even the logic and approach was correct, still the implementation of the code was not correct. So let me search for this question, sum of total strength of wizards. Again, a hard category question. So let's have a look at the question first. Let's quickly copy this question, create a new chat, paste it over here, and look for constraints. Now that we have copied it, paste it, and enter. It's giving an approach how you can actually think of a solution for this particular question. ChatGPT has not generated any code. Let me ask for it. Okay. So here's an example. Again, they have implemented the code in Python. Now, it is also giving a note that the approach is valid only if we are allowed to modify the original array. And also, we are not working on down over here. Mention and then write this code. So let's see if it can do it with self argument. Okay, so yeah, there's an example. It's generating the code. Okay, so let's see what's the update with the code. Okay. Yes. Wizard army. Let's add solution. And run the code. So there's a runtime error. Let me see why. This error and paste it over here. See what ChatGPT have to say. The error message solution object has no attribute mod suggests that there is a class named solution and the code is trying to access an attribute named mod on an instance of that class, but the attribute doesn't exist. We probably need to make more specifications, and if it still doesn't works, then it clearly classifies that ChatGPT doesn't takes every pointer or classification in consideration, which ultimately uh, reflects on the solution. The new code is here. Let me quickly paste it. Okay. Let's try running this code. Let's see if this works. Try running it again. Again, it has a runtime error. Was unable to solve one more question.
Have you ever wished for a coding assistant who can not only suggest lines of code but actually build your app? Well, imagine this. You're stuck at a project with multiple tasks at hand, writing code, debugging, fixing errors, running tests, and it feels like you're constantly bouncing between them. Now, what if I told you there's a tool that can automatically take care of all those tasks for you, leaving you free to focus on the bigger picture? That's exactly what GitHub Copilot Agent Mode offers. It's like having a super powered coding assistant that can handle everything from creating apps to debugging them. Today, we are going to explore GitHub Copilot Agent Mode by building a simple app using HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. I'll walk you through what makes VS Code Insiders the perfect platform for this, how Agent Mode works its magic, and how you can use it to create an app with almost zero effort from your side. So let's dive in. Before we dive into the demo, let's take a quick look at what VS Code Insider is, because this is where all the magic happens. If you have used VS Code before, you would know it's a powerful code editor. But VS Code Insiders is like the VIP version where you get to try out new features and improvements before they hit the stable version. It's updated daily, which means you get to play around with latest and greatest tools, including GitHub Copilot Agent Mode. And now you might wonder what exactly makes VS Code Insiders different from the regular VS Code. Well, in simple terms, VS Code is your reliable, stable editor that you can use for your daily coding tasks. Whereas VS Code Insiders, on the other hand, is where the cutting-edge features are tested. So if you want to early access to new tools and improvement like Copilot Agent Mode, VS Code Insiders is where you want to be. Alright, now let's talk about what Copilot Agent Mode and what makes it stand out. You might be familiar with GitHub Copilot, which gives you the code suggestions while you work. It's like having a helpful coworker giving you ideas. But agent modes take that a step further. It's more than just a helper. It's like an autonomous coding partner that can handle entire project for you. When you switch to agent mode, you can give a multi-step task like creating an app from scratch or fixing bugs across multiple files. And it will take care of the entire process. It doesn't just suggest code, it writes the code, runs the tests, and fixes errors automatically, while you simply watch it work with magic. Think of it as having a personal assistant who can analyze your code, figure out what's missing, and then complete the task in real time. So now let's move on to our demo part and see how it actually works. So now let's get started and see how Copilot Agent Mode actually works. So the first step is installing the VS Code Insiders. So just simply type on the Google and head over to this website. Remember, do not install the normal Visual Studio Code. You would need to install the Visual Studio Code Insiders for this particular agent mode. Alright. So since we have already pre-installed this application from here, I'll just head over to the website from here. So this is the interface of Visual Studio Code, and the only difference is between a Visual Studio Code and the Visual Studio Code Insiders is this. It's quite light in color, light blue in color, that's it. So yeah, so we'll head over to this chat section. This is the GitHub Copilot icon from here, and just head over to this Copilot edits. From here, you would need to select agent. So by default, it will be automatically in the edit mode. So just select agent from here. And for this particular model, I'll just suggest, since Claude 3.5 is good for coding, so we'll just select the Claude 3.5 Sonnet, which is only the preview version here. So we'll just select that. And we also have this voice chat option. But for this, you would need to actually install the extension known as VS Code Speech. So if you install this particular extension, what will happen is you can get the chance to actually interact with the Copilot by simply talking and saying your particular prompts or command. What changes do you want the Copilot to do it for you? So it's actually really cool. And I'll just suggest that simply download this particular extension from here. And then our next step would be, we'll just see how it works, okay? So first, we'll just create a normal application or an app using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So I'll just click on this voice chat option and I'll just say the Copilot to actually create a completely new application. All right, let's do. So I'll just click on this voice chat option and I'll say to create a new app using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Create a new app using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So see, it automatically started running now. And it's saying that I understand you want to create a new app, but I noticed there's already an existing project structure in your workspace. So should I check its contents to understand what's already there and avoid conflicts, or let me gather some context from here? So here I see that the current workspace contains a to-do list application. So we will just modify the changes in our to-do list application. So it's saying that would you like to create, what kind of app would you want to create, and would you want to create a new directory or use the existing features requirement? Create a to-do list, and I will say that please modify changes in the existing to-do list application, improve the UI design of the application, and try to add more features and functionalities. So I've told to create a to-do list application, and I'll say to actually improve the structure of the application. So let's see how it does. So our files are already from here and it's making changes. So we'll just head over to our index.html, okay? So it's actually a learning platform rather than a to-do list. So it will actually create, and from scratch it will create a to-do list from here. It will generate all the edits. So as you can see, it's applying the edits from here. I mean, you don't even have to do anything. Just simply type your prompt, sit back and relax, and the Copilot will do everything for you. So now it is actually adding the to-do list interface, adding the due dates, priority levels, and the categories. So these are the improvements which the Copilot is actually doing to my existing project. So now it will add the styles to enhance the UI of the new elements. So we'll just go to the style.css and see what changes is it actually doing. So now that it's doing changes in our CSS, so we'll just also say that make changes in the JavaScript. So now it will actually improve the JavaScript functionality to support the enhanced UI features that we added. So it's first analyzing the existing JavaScript files from here. So it is now enhancing the JavaScript functionality, and whatever updation needs to be done in this particular file, which you can just simply click and just check the edits it's generating for us. So now that it's doing the changes, I'll just say to run the application. So first it's saying that it's a to-do application, so we'll need to serve it through a web server. Let me help you set that, and you can use this command in the terminal here. Also, one more thing is that, so just simply type on this app.html, and from here we'll just select on open reveal in the file explorer, and we'll just click on this particular app source code. So yeah, so here as you can see, our to-do list is ready now, and it has given me all the due date, low priority, select category. So we could actually improve the UI UX of the design, but then for the time being it's actually okay. And it has also the categories from here. You can see it has added the categories like work, personal, shopping, health, active. So you can just add a task like, let's suppose I want to go for running, and the due date you can add from here. Okay. And you can just add this particular task from here and see whether it's completed or not. You can also delete this particular task if you don't want to do it. Or if it's completed, just select here, completed. So I think it's pretty cool. By just not typing any particular code, it will generate a whole particular website for you, and that too within seconds. So it's really amazing. One more thing I would like to say now, if you would need to actually improve the UI UX of the design, you can also type here and say how to improve the structure and the UX of the design. And if you want to add more functionalities, you can also do that. So for the time being, I think it generated a really cool website now. One more thing, now you would be thinking that why is this so important for me? So if you're actually tired of writing task, code, fixing bugs, testing, debugging, then Copilot Agent Mode is your answer. It takes all of your place so that you can focus on the bigger, more creative aspect of your project. So whether it's building new apps, updating old code, or running tests, Copilot does the heavy lifting, and that you stay productive. And there you have it. GitHub Copilot Agent Mode isn't just a tool. It's like having a coding partner who is always on top of things, ensuring your projects run smoothly. And by automating everything from code writing to error fixing, it makes development faster, easier, and a whole lot more fun. So if you haven't tried VS Code Insiders yet, make sure to jump in and test Agent Mode for yourself. It's a complete game changer for developers looking to boost their productivity. So if you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and comment below with your thoughts on GitHub Copilot Agent Mode and how it can help you in your exciting journey. Remember when you had to know how to code just to build an app? Well, we have moved on from that word. No-code tools are here to stay, and they are much more powerful than ever. Today, you can build fully functional mobile and web apps without writing a single line of code. And some of these platforms are so advanced that they rival traditional coding. But with so many no-code app builders out there, how do you choose the right one? Well, I've tested over 100 no-code platforms, and after extensive research, I have narrowed it down to the top 10 no-code app builders in 2025. That will help you to build anything from simple mobile apps to scalable SaaS products. So if you've got an idea and zero coding skills, stick around. By the end of this video, you will know exactly which platform is best for your project. But now let's talk about how no-code app builders actually work. Before we jump in, here's how no-code tools actually work. First step is creating a database. Every app needs a place to store data. No-code platforms provide drag and drop databases like Airtable, Google Sheets, or Firebase. Step 2 is building your user interface. This is where you design your app's look and feel. With no-code platforms, you just drag and drop buttons, forms, and menus onto the screen. Third step is setting up logic and automation. This is where the magic happens. You decide what happens when a user clicks a button, fills out a form, and performs an action, all without writing a code. Now that you know how no-code works, let's dive into the best platforms to use in 2025. So let's start with the first no-code AI tool, which is Software, and it is best for beginners. So just search on Google Software and just click on this first link from here and just click Get Started from here. So this is the Software AI tool. So if you have ever wished building an app which was as simple as making a PowerPoint presentation, then Software makes that possible. So what it does is Software is a super beginner friendly no-code platform that lets you build web apps, membership sites, CRMs, and client portals within minutes. So as you can see here, we'll just click on Get Started for free. Alright, so to get started with Software, just simply go and sign up to this page, and from here you can just create your free account. As you can see, this is a navigation bar here, and if you want to, you can just start with a template, or you can also generate with AI. So we'll just check and how can we generate with AI, we'll just see from here. So as you can see, what do you want to build? For this, you have to just give a prompt. And suppose you want to build a client portal or an internal tool or a directory or a membership platform. So let's suppose I want to build a client portal. So from here, you can just type your prompt here. Suppose the prompt is a client portal for consulting firms to share project ideas, recommendations with their client. And we'll click on preview your app. So let's suppose the app name is Viewpoint, and this was the prompt which we gave. And from here, you can just select any theme. Maybe if you want to keep it modern, and you can also change your accent color from here. And this is the preview, as you can see, and we'll just click on generate your app. Okay, so now as you can see, our app is being created from here. And this is the preview. This is our app name from here. And you can also change the block if you want to, what kind of block you want to keep. Let's suppose you want to keep it as a listed format, or maybe grid, table. So you can just simply customize and change your format if you want to. So we have theme, data, all of these things. So as you can see, this is the page, how it will be shown here. These are the projects, and this is welcome back. Let's suppose whatever name you will be logging in with your username, it will be shown here. And you can also connect with clients. So it's pretty good. You can change the theme if you want to from here. Alright, so even if you want to connect your data, you can also connect your data from here. And so let's suppose you want to connect your data sources. So from here, you can just simply click on this connect to data source. And from here, you can select what data do you want to use in this app. If you want Airtable, Notion, SmartSuite, Google Sheets, you can just connect any particular app you want to for connecting your data. So let's suppose I want to connect my data with Google Sheets app. So I'll just select this thing, and from here we'll just connect this login with our ID. So as you can see, we have connected our data source with Google Sheets as well. Also, if you want to create your app using a template, you can also do that. So here we have multiple templates. We have client portal, we have sales CRM, SaaS customer portal, so many templates you want to. You have also dashboard CRMs. So whatever app you want to create, you'll just get the template idea from here. So let's suppose if you want sales CRM portal, so maybe if you want to use this particular template from here, so you can just check if you want to use this template. So this seems pretty good, so we'll just use this template. All right, and where do we want to store our data? To our Google Sheets. So we have just connected our existing data source to the Google Sheets app. All right, so you can see that this is our template which we are using, and you can just simply customize your app. You can use the drag and drop option to create or insert elements like buttons, forms, images, and then you can connect your data using Google Sheets SQL, and then you can just simply launch and share your app. I think software is best for beginners who want to launch a project quickly. Now let's talk about why is software awesome. First of all, it helps in drag and drop builder for complete beginners. So if you have no idea, you'll be just simply amazed by looking at the features it offers. Second of all, it has pre-built templates for CRMs, job boards, and dashboards. It also gives you a seamless Airtable and Google Sheets integration as well. Now let's talk about the pricing for this particular app. So that was the free version which we were looking for. So if you want this free version, you will be getting these particular usage and the features allowed. Now if you want the basic version for this thing, you'll have to pay $49 per month, and you'll be getting all of these data sources and 20 app users to user group, 3 published app, and all of these things. You also have this most popular professional version. For this, you have to pay around $139 per month, and these are the usage which you'll be getting. You'll be also getting $10 extra for extra 10 users. And then we have this business for business purpose. Like suppose you have companies which want to build advanced system at a particular scale, then you can use this to $69 per month, and these are the usage options which you'll be getting. So now next on the list is Bubble. So just simply go on Google and search Bubble and just click on the first link from here. Now if you want to build a real web app like Airbnb, Twitter, or a full-scale SaaS product, then Bubble is your go-to tool. So what does Bubble actually do is Bubble is one of the most powerful no-code platform which is used for building fully customized web application without coding. So as you can see, this is the Bubble interface from here. You can just simply create an app from here and just name the particular app you want to create. So now let's suppose we'll just see the templates option, that what particular templates they have. So these are the created by me template, and these are the purchased one. So we'll just click on create a template from here. And if you want to create a template, so they don't have the existing templates from here, I think that is available in the paid version. So we'll just see this build guide. What do we have from here? All right. So I think from here we'll be just clicking on create an app. And let's suppose I want to create a dating site app, and the name of my app would be, let's suppose, Matchwind. Okay. And we'll just click on get started. And as you can see, you can build with premium features also with 14-day free trial. You can upgrade or downgrade anytime you want to. So these are the features which you'll be getting. That is custom domain, publish, host and scale, infinitely extensible. You can also automate actions if you want to. So right now we'll just move on with our basic features. So these are the UI builder which we have. We have the text, button, icon, options, so many options as you can see. So you can just simply, create your visual elements, insert. You can use the drag and drop option if you want to. You can also add workflows from here. You can define what happens when user click buttons, submit forms, or perform actions. These are the backend workflows, and you can also connect your data sources and your APIs. So basically, you can integrate with services like Google Maps and many more if you want to. You also have styles from here. So you can add or create your own style variables. So right now we are using this free version. Now if you want to upgrade, then you can also do that. So these are the features which are offered in the free version from here. So you can just upgrade it if you want more particular features. And these are the app metrics and the server logs. So it will also give you the metrics of your app. It will give you the workflow, run history, storage, server usage, and real-time metrics. So we also have server logs here. We can search past server workflows run in the main branch. We also have scheduler option. So these are plenty of features and options which you get in Bubble. Now let's talk about why is Bubble so awesome and why should you consider using it. First of all, it has full control over UI, databases and logic. You can create complex workflows without writing a single line of code. It's also scalable, so you can start with an MVP and grow into a full scale app. Now, if you want to upgrade your plan, then for starter level, you just have to pay $32 per month. And for growth, you'll have to pay around $134 per month, which is best for growing your user base. And if you're using to scale your team and business, then you would need to pay around $39 per month and you'll be getting all of these features. Now let's talk about the third AI tool on our list, which is Glide. So you can build mobile app in minutes. So just simply click on this link and yeah. So, have you ever imagined how can you turn a Google Sheet into mobile app, and that is what Glide does. So with the help of Glide, you can instantly convert Google Sheets into mobile apps. You'll be getting pre-designed layouts. You don't have to worry about the UI UX, and you'll be also getting progressive web apps so that you can install on any device without the app service. So we'll just click on start for free. Just sign up with your Google account. All right, so this is our app interface and just click an option, let's suppose online course, and you're building apps for maybe your clients or my work. Let's suppose my clients and click on continue. So now as you can see, it will ask you what you want to create. So you can just summarize your idea from here. So I want to create a dating app named Matchwind. All right. You can also define your ideas, your layout. How do you want your layout to be structured? And I'll be just showing you the demo, how it actually works. Now let's see how it creates. All right. So if you want, you can also get prompts from ChatGPT or for any AI tool if you want to. So as you can see, dating app with matchmaking algorithm. So your app is ready. Here's what you can do next. So we'll just click on let's get started. So let's suppose you can start with a basic app or you can start with AI generated. So I'll just click on AI generated and click on get started from here. All right. So as you can see that this is the Matchwine app it has given me, and this is the option, the profile option. How do I want my interface, the UI UX design of my app to be? So these are the profiles directory, and from here you can just simply continue in Glide. So for this, you would actually need to connect a Google Sheet. So Glide will automatically turn your data into an app. So you can start with the data from here. So you can just simply click on maybe you want to connect with Google Sheet or you want to import a file or Excel. We have PostgreSQL, SQL Server, MySQL as well. So basically, this particular AI tool is best for small businesses and freelancers who need a quick mobile-friendly apps. So if you want further more extensions, then you would need to actually upgrade it to your paid version. And let's see what is the pricing of this particular AI tool from here. Yeah. So if you want the maker's plan, you would have to pay $49 per month, which includes unlimited personal users, Google Sheet. And then we have business plan, which is $199 per month, which includes 30 users, users with business emails, call APIs, and then we also have enterprise over here. So these are the pricing table for Glide if you want to consider using this particular AI tool. Now let's talk about the fourth AI tool on our list, which is Adalo, which is best for mobile app development. Let's click on this link. Now see, if you want to build a real native mobile app that works on iOS, Android, then Adalo is a perfect go-to choice. So what it does is Adalo lets you build native mobile apps with drag and drop components and even publish them to the App Store and also Google Play. All right, so here, let's suppose I want to build an e-commerce app and I'll just click on continue from here. You can get some e-commerce app data on your first app. So we'll just start with the simple data. So here you can, you have this option to actually We have this branding options from here, what particular color fonts you want to select. Then we can also connect your database like other AI tools also. Then we have screens option from here that you want to create model details, home list, login, sign up. So you can also customize as per as your requirements. Now let's talk about why is Adalo awesome, because it helps you build mobile apps with native functionality, not just web apps. So it also gives you a fully customizable UI with drag and drop controls, and it helps you to directly publish to app stores. So here, as you can see, it would need some particular time to actually create an app. So it would kind of create in this particular way, as you can see here. These are the list options from here, and these are the list of things which will help you to generate. Now let's talk about the pricing option for this particular AI tool. So we have paid version starting from $36 per month. Then we have professional, which is $52 per month. And then for team, it is around $160. And if you are working for a business, then you have to pay around $200 per month. Now, next on number 5, we have backendless. So the most no-code platform focus on designing the front end. But what about the backend? This is where backendless shine. So what does backendless app really do is backendless gives you full control over the backend of your app, allowing you to manage database, APIs authentication, and real-time messaging, that too without coding. So we'll just click on get started from here. You can sign up with your Google, and if you have your GitHub account, you can also sign up using your GitHub account. So you can create your new app from here, new app for backendless training, new app for flow for running. You have blank new app also. You just have to provide your application name here, your subdomain name, and you'll be just good to get started. So these are the workflow structure which it will give us. All right, so here, as you can see, you have this option, the API keys. So basically, if you want to set up your database, you have to use the visual data model for defining table, fields, and relationship. You can also design your API endpoints, automatically generate REST and GraphQL APIs for your app. You can also add user authentication, enable sign-up, login functionality, and then you can deploy your app backend. Now you can integrate it using other tools like Bubble or Dalo or any front-end builder. So basically, this particular AI tool is good for developers and advanced users who need powerful backend features, that too without coding. Now let's talk about the billing plan. So billing plan, we have $15 per month. We also have scale fixed tier 1 $15 per month, and you can just simply check on the features it allows. So next on our list is QuickBase, which is an enterprise-grade no-code development AI tool. If you need an enterprise-level no-code tool that automates business workflows, then this is your correct option. QuickBase is a platform which is designed for large companies that need secure, scalable, and efficient business application. We'll just click on get a demo from here. So let's suppose the kind of project we are looking for, maybe financial, and we'll just click on next. So let's suppose you can start building using a template app using QuickBase. So if you want to build a project management starter app, we'll just click on let's go, and we'll just see how it prepares. So as you can see, this is the project manager home, the interface it has generated for us. So basically, you can import data also, same as you did before. You can create workflows and you can deploy across your team. Let's talk about why QuickBase is actually awesome to use, because it automates business operations like HR, sales, inventory tracking, and it integrates with other enterprise tools like Salesforce and also SAP. It's highly secure and scalable. It is used by Fortune 500 companies as well. Now, this particular QuickBase is best for large businesses and enterprises that need data-heavy application. Now, talking about the pricing range, so it's based on the particular business needs. Now, next on the list is Zapier Interfaces, which is best for automation first app. So this is the Zapier page. You can turn Zapier workflows into internal tools. You can create visual interfaces like client portals, dashboard to help your team manage automated process all without writing code. What if your app could talk to thousands of other apps and automate everything? And that's what Zapier interfaces does. So this particular AI tool interfaces, this Zapier interfaces will let you build automated app, dashboard and client portal that integrates with over 5,000 plus tools like Gmail, Slack and HubSpot as well. So we'll just click on try for free. We also have the pricing option. We'll check that later. So you can just simply sign up and create your account from here and just select, maybe if you're in marketing, you can just select that. Company size, just mention. If you are individual contributor, just select that. And these are the top apps for marketing and marketing ops, which is MailChimp, Facebook lead ads, HubSpot, Google Sheets, Notion. So you can just skip this question and you can select apps if you would want to. I'll just skip this question for now. All right, from here, you can also pick up any particular template from here. So we have tables, interfaces, chatbots, the particular app form you want to create. And you can also add automation triggers like define what happens when users submit forms or interact with your app. You can also connect to third-party tools like Google Sheets, Slack, as I told you before. And then you can just go live and automate it. So basically, this particular AI tool is best for business owners and marketers who need automated workflows. So now if you want to upgrade your plan, then let's check at the pricing option. For professional, you would need to pay around 1,782 per month. And for team, it is around 6,000. And for enterprise, you'll just have to contact the sales and just check. So basically, it's best for business owners and marketers who need automated workflows. So now next on our list is Flutterflow plus Firebase, which will help you build native apps without code. So it will build native app fast. Flutterflow will help you build natives app quickly. You can add custom code and export code. And you can also build customizable cross-platform app fast. So basically, Flutterflow is a no-code platform built on Google's Flutter framework, making it one of the best tools for building visually stunning cross-platform apps. So you can just click on get started for free from here. All right, so this is the interface of our Flutterflow and you can just create new if you want to. All right, so we have got, you can just enter your project name and there are multiple templates from here. You can just select that, suppose meal planner, you can use this sample. So talking about why Flutterflow, let's suppose your project name is, first of all, let's just enter a project name. Let's, it's like healthy diet. I'll just show you how you can use a template, okay? So you can use a sample template over here. And yeah, I was talking about why Flutterflow is awesome because it will help build app for iOS, Android, and also web app without even coding. All right. You can also use Firebase for databases, authentication, and analytics. You can export app as clean Flutter code. You can customize if needed. So these are the options from here. You can use that particular template and you can add elements, used elements from here. You can also connect it with data sources from here. You can define workflows and logic on button click, save data to Firebase. And then you can also, set up your Firebase, connect Firebase for user authentication. So basically, this particular tool is best for developers and entrepreneurs who needs cross-platform mobile app. Now let's talk about the pricing for this particular app. So as you can see, for standard, we have 900 rupees and 2100 is for the pro version. And for teams, you have around, I think the same amount, 2100. So the next app on our list is VWeb plus Xano, the most scalable no-code stack. So if you're building a serious web app that needs backend scalability, VWeb plus Xano is your perfect combo. So this is the VWeb.io. Just simply click on VWeb.io and you can just try it for free. Let's talk about the Xano one. So just search Xano.io. And this would be the interface. You are redirected. This is used basically for our backend. So what does this application do is that VWeb is a powerful front-end builder for web application. And this Xano one, it is used as backend as a service that lets you create APIs, databases, and logic all without coding. So talking about why this VWeb plug Xano is awesome, because it's fully scalable and it's perfect for SaaS products and large applications. It's you can use VWeb for front-end and Xano for backend logic, enterprise grade security, and API management as well. So to get started, you can just simply click on try it for free here. Now let's talk about the pricing range for this V app application. So yeah, we have 730 rupees per month for essential, and pro for growing needs, and partner you would have to pay around 2900 rupees per month. So these are the pricing range for V app. And for backend, let's check for the Xano one. All right. So to launch, you would have to pay around $85 per month, and scale 1x, you would have to pay around $199 per month. And if you want to create your custom enterprise, then you can just chat with this particular website and they'll just say you. So the last AI tool on our list is the Bravo Studio. Now, if you're a UI UX designer, then Bravo Studio lets you convert Figma and Adobe XD designs into real mobile apps, that too without coding. So this is the interface of this thing. You can just start building it for free. Now, basically, this particular AI tool is best for UI UX designers who want no-code mobile apps. So you can also sign up using Figma, or you can, if you have your Figma account, you can just use that, or you can just already sign up. You can just click on login option. Yeah, so this is the Figma plugin from this Bravo app. So you would actually need to get the Figma plugin, and you can just you can connect your design using the Figma tools, and from here you can just click on create a new app. So while you just click on this option, you would need to actually connect a Bravo sized Figma file, and you would need to install the plugin to connect Adobe XD. Now let's talk about the sample apps. So you have the app templates from here. You can just simply click on any particular template you want to, and these are the functionality options. So if you want to upgrade your plan, then you would have to pay around 90 euros per month, and you would get these particular features over there. Now, if you want to build a web app, then you can use Bubble or VApp plug Xano. Now, if you want to build a mobile app, you can try Adalo or Glide, which is best for that particular purpose. Now, for business purpose, talking about, then you can use QuickBase, Zapier interfaces, or Backendless. And if you're just a beginner, then I think software is the best go-to tool for you.
Imagine you are managing a global supply chain company, and where you have to handle orders, shipments, and demand forecasting. But unexpected issues arises where sudden shortages like transport delays and the changes in demand. So instead of relying on manual adjustments, what if an AI agent could handle everything automatically? This AI wouldn't just suggest actions, it would decide, execute, and continuously improve its strategies. That's the power of Agentic AI. With that said, guys, I welcome you all on our today's tutorial on what is Agentic AI. Now, let us start with understanding first the first wave of artificial intelligence, which was predictive analytics, or we could say data analytics and forecasting. What exactly happened? Predictive AI focused more on analyzing the historical data, identifying the patterns, and making forecasts about the future events. And these models do not generate any new content, but instead it was predicting outcomes based on the statistical models and machine learning. Now, technically how it used to work? So basically what we had, we used to take, suppose this is the ML model, okay? So this is taking a structured data, which could be suppose any past user activity, or it could be a transaction record, or any sensor reading. For example, you can consider, say, Netflix users' watch history, okay? It could be any movie genre, watch time, and the user rating. So now, after this, what we were basically doing is, we were doing the feature engineering or pre-processing, okay? Now, in the feature engineering process, we were extracting key features like user watch time trends, preferred genres, and watch frequency. And we could also apply scaling, normalization, and encoding techniques to basically make data more usable for the ML model. Then, we were using the ML models. Suppose it could be a time series forecasting models like ARIMA, LSTM and all. those given algorithms, which was basically predicting the future movie preferences based on the historical data. And in the output, guys, Netflix AI recommends new shows or movie based on the similar user patterns. So this is how exactly the Netflix model was working, incorporating the machine learning model. So this was exactly the first wave of AI. Now, let us discuss about the second wave of AI. Now, if I discuss about the second wave, which was basically content creation and use of conversational AI. So, LLM models like ChatGPT became very much popular during the second wave of artificial intelligence. So what exactly was happening, like generative AI was taking input data and it was producing new content such as text, images, videos, or even code. And these models learn from patterns in large data sets and it was generating human-like outputs. Now, let us understand how exactly this technology was working. So basically, first there was a data input, okay? So basically any prompt from the user. So suppose in the GPT, okay? So I'll just open GPT all over here and say suppose we are giving any new prompt, say such as write an article on AI, okay? So this was our given prompt. And after this, what exactly was happening was tokenization and pre-processing. So the input text, suppose which I have written all over here, write an article on AI. So this text was basically split into smaller parts. For example, like you could consider certain thing like this. So here you have write as one, and as next. And similarly, you could carry on, for the other words. Then what exactly used to happen that these words were, converted into word embeddings, means the numerical vectors representing words like in a higher dimensional space. And then we used to perform neural network processing. So here the LLM processes input such as attention mechanisms, okay, or using these models like GPT-4, BERT, and Llama. And with the help of self-attention layers, they were understanding the context and they were predicting the next word. Okay. Now, as a result, you are getting output certain thing like this. So, which was basically a generative AI phase. So this was, guys, our second evolution of AI. Now, if I talk about our third wave, so it is basically Agentic AI or autonomous AI agent. Now, what is this, guys? So the Agentic AI actually goes beyond text generation. So it integrates decision making, action execution, and autonomous learning. These AI systems don't just respond to prompts, but they also independently plan, execute, and optimize the processes. So you could understand something like this. So here the first step was the user input or receiving any goal. So user provides any high-level instruction. For example, it could be like, say, optimize warehouse shipments for maximum efficiency. It could something be like that. And unlike generative AI, which would generate text, Agentic AI executes real-world actions. After this, suppose the prompt that we have given, like optimize warehouse shipments for maximum efficiency, then the next step would have been querying the databases. The AI would pull the real-time data from multiple sources. So it could be traditional database like SQL or NoSQL, where we are fetching inventory levels or shipment history. Then it could be a vector database from where it is receiving some unstructured data like past customer complaints and all those things. Then with the help of external APIs, it is connecting to like forecasting services or fuel price APIs or supplier ERP systems. And these things are like present with this respect. Then the third step was the LLM decision making. Now, after querying the database, the AI agent processes data through the LLM based reasoning engine. Example like decision rules applied, like suppose if inventory is low, then it could automate supplier restocking orders. Like if shipment cost is increasing, then it is rerouting shipments through cheaper vendors. And suppose also if weather condition impacts the route, then it is adjusting the delivery schedules. Now you can understand how Agentic AI is behaving all over here in the decision-making process. Now, next step would be action execution via APIs. So AI is executing tasks without human intervention. It is triggering an API call to reorder a stock from a supplier or update the warehouse robot workflows to prioritize fast-moving products, or even send emails and notifications to logistic partners and about the changes, what is going to be happen. And after this, finally, it is continuously learning, which is a data flywheel all over here. Okay, the AI is monitoring the effectiveness of its action, like it was restocking efficient or did routing shipments, reduce the cost and all. So it is monitoring the effectiveness of the action it has taken. And the data flywheel is continuously improving the future decisions. So basically, it is using reinforcement learning and fine tuning to optimize its logic. Okay. Now, let's have a just quick recap about the comparison of all these three waves of AI. So basically, predictive AI's main focus was on forecasting the trends, okay? While generative AI was creating the content, and agentic AI, on the other hand, which is at the final step right now, is making decision and taking action. So you could see how the evolution happened of AI in all these stages. And if you understand about the learning approach, then predictive AI was basically analyzing the historical data, while generative AI was learning from the patterns, like using text, image generation, okay? But agentic AI is basically using the reinforcement learning or the self-learning to improve its learning approach. Now, if we just look at the user involvement in predictive AI, so human is asking for the forecast and all. Here, human is giving the prompts, but in the agentic AI, the prompts or the intervention of human input has become very much minimal. If you could understand the technology, like basically predictive AI was using machine learning, time series analytics, so these kind of algorithms they were using. Generative AI was using transformers like GPT, Llama, BERT, and all those things. Now, agentic AI is doing what, guys? It is using LLM plus APIs plus autonomous execution. So we have discussed how this workflow is, in a short way, how it is working. And moving ahead, we are also going to discuss through an example how exactly all these steps like agentic AI is working. So based on the example, you could understand like predictive AI, Netflix recommendation model which they have on their system. And similarly, if we talk about generative AI, then you could understand about ChatGPT, writing articles and all those things. And agentic AI, we could imagine like how AI, if incorporated in supply chains, how things are working out. So guys, I hope so you would have got a brief idea regarding the three waves of AI. Now let us move ahead and understand about what is the exact difference between generative AI and agentic AI. Now guys, let us understand the difference between generative AI and agentic AI. So let us first deep dive into what exactly is a generative AI. Okay. So as you can see all over here that generative AI models generally are taking input query, okay, and they are processing it using LLM or large language model and basically returning a static response without taking any further action. So in this case, for example, a chatbot like ChatGPT, it is taking the input from the user. So as I've shown you earlier that suppose I've given an input like write a blog post on AI in healthcare. So when I have written this given user input or given the query, so when it goes to the large language model, this model is actually tokenizing all these input query, and it is retrieving the relevant knowledge from its training data, and it generates text based on the patterns. Now we give the prompt, then LLM processes it, okay, and then we are getting the given output. So now this is basically how generative AI is working. So you could see all over here we have GPT model, we have DALL-E, we have Codex. So these are some of the amazing generative AI models. Okay. Now let us discuss a bit about DALL-E, which is actually a realistic image generation GenAI. So like DALL-E is described as the realistic image generation model by the OpenAI, and this actually is a part of generative AI category alongside with GPT, which is basically for human-like language creation purposes. This model was created. And you could have also Codex for like, it could be used for advanced code generation purposes. So let us discuss a bit about DALL-E. So DALL-E is like a deep learning model, basically, which is designed to generate realistic images from the text prompt. and it can create highly detailed and creative visuals based on descriptions provided by the users. So some of the aspects of DALI, like you could have all over here, like text to image generation, where users can input text prompts and DALI can generate unique images based on those description. The images generated by DALI are highly realistic and creative. Okay, and it can generate photorealistic images, artistic illustration, and even surreal or imaginative visuals. We will also have customization and variability, where it is allowing variation of an image edits based on text instruction and multiple styles. So this is also part of a generative AI model, and this tool is actually playing a very amazing role. So I will show you one example like how generative AI is actually working in the image generation purposes. So guys, as you can see all over here, I have opened this generative AI tool called DALI. Let us give a prompt to DALI and let's see how the image is generated. So let's say we want a futuristic city at sunset filled with neon skyscraper. Say have flying cars and holographic billboards. Streets are bustling with humanoid robots, and we can have people wearing let's just say high-tech, let's include some technology. Okay, now let us see how DALI is trying to create an image. So this is how actually generative AI is working. So let us wait for a few seconds as the output comes up. Now you can see all over here that this image which is generated, basically this is generated by AI, and you could see based on our prompt, it has given like the kind of the input we gave and we got the output based on this. Now, so this is one of the amazing Gen AI tool. We could explore this, guys. Okay. Now, guys, let us discuss about Agentic AI, or autonomous decision making and action execution. So you can see this diagram all over here. So Agentic AI, like unlike the generative AI, it is not generating responses, but it is also executing a task autonomously based on the given query. For example, like if we take AI in managing a warehouse inventory. Okay. Suppose we want to optimize the warehouse shipment for the next quarter. So here what is going to happen? So first the agent is going to receive its goal all over here. Okay. And this AI agent, is going to query the external data sources. So it could, for example, it could be your, inventory databases or logistics API. And then it retrieves real-time inventory levels and it demands the given forecast. Okay. Now, at here, it is going to make the autonomous discussions, and the kind of output we are going to get will be kept in observation by this agent. Okay. So basically, it is going to analyze the current warehouse stock, predict demand for the next quarter, check the supplier's availability, and automate the restocking if inventory is below the given threshold. So, for example, you could imagine, suppose based on the output what we are going to get all over here. So based on this output, we could get certain thing like this, like say current inventory level, like say 75% capacity. Okay, then it could have also other thing like say demand forecasts, say 30% increase in expected in quarter 2, and also it is going to go say reordering initiated. So this is the output what we are going to get based on the supply chain management example what we are trying to get. So as we have seen in generative AI, user is giving the input, okay, prompt, then it is using a LLM model to generate the given output. But Agentic AI is doing what, guys? it is going to take action, beyond just generating a text. So in this scenario, it is querying the inventory databases, it is automating the purchase order, it is going to select the optimal shipping providers, which could be, suitable for the given company. It is going to continuously refine the strategies based on the real-time feedback. So guys, let's recap once more. So if we talk about the function base, then GenAI is more concerned with producing a written content or a visual content, okay? And even it can code from the pre-existing input. But if we talk about Agentic AI, guys, it is actually, it's all about decision making, taking actions towards a specific goal, and it is focused on achieving the objectives by interacting with the environment and making the autonomous decision. GenAI is exactly relying on the existing data to predict and generate content based on, say, patterns it has learned during its training phase, but it does not adapt or evolve from its experiences. Whereas if I talk about Agentic AI, it is adaptive. So it is learning from its actions and experiences. It is improving over time by analyzing the feedback, adjusting its behavior to meet objectives more effectively. With the help of GenAI, human input is essential to the prompt, so that, basically with the help of that, it could go into the LLM model and it could generate the given, output based on your prompt. Once you set up the Agentic AI, it requires like minimum human involvement. It operates autonomously, making decisions and adapting to changes like without continuous human guidance. And it can even learn in real time. So that's what the beauty of Agentic AI is. So we have given one example of GenAI, like basically giving prompt to the ChatGPT or DALL-E, okay? And Agentic AI, one example could be your supply chain management system. Now, let us deep dive into understanding the technical aspects of how Agentic AI is exactly working. Now guys, let us try to understand how Agentic AI is exactly working. So there is actually a 4-step process of, how Agentic AI exactly works. So the first step is, perceiving, where basically what we are doing is we are gathering and processing information from databases, sensors, and digital environments. And also, the next step is reasoning. So with the help of large language model as a decision-making engine, it is generating the solutions. If we talk about the third step, which is acting, so it is integrating with external tools and softwares to autonomously execute the given task. And finally, it is learning continuously to improve through the feedback loop, which is also known as the data flywheel. Okay. Now, let us explore each of the steps one by one and let us try to understand. So if we talk about perceiving, okay, so this is actually the first step where Agentic AI is actually stepping up. So it is doing the perception, where what exactly is happening, guys, that AI is collecting data from multiple sources. So this data could be from database, okay, like your traditional and vector databases, okay. So it could be GraphQL, like vector database means the same. And if we talk about other from data, it could be from APIs, like it is fetching real-time information from external systems. It is basically taking data from the IoT sensors, like for real-world applications like robotics and logistics. And also it could take data from the user inputs also, like it could be text command, voice commands, or a chatbot interaction. Now, how it is exactly working, guys? So basically, let us recollect everything technically and let us see how this is happening. So the first step, which is going in perceiving, is the data extraction, where exactly the AI agent queries the structured databases like SQL or NoSQL for relevant records. It is also using vector databases to retrieve any semantic data for context-aware responses, like it could be any complaint certain it is trying to find out. Okay, so next, after it has got the data extraction, it goes for feature extraction and pre-processing, where AI is filtering the relevant features from the raw data. For example, like a fraud detection AI is scanning the transaction log for anomalies. The third thing, it is entity recognition and object detection. So AI uses basically computer vision to detect objects and images, and then it is applying the named entity recognition. This is a technique, okay, to extract the critical terms from the given text also. So we have 3 step-by-step process which is happening in perceiving. The first one is data extraction. Second one is feature extraction and pre-processing. The third one is like entity recognition and object detection. So let us take a very simple example like AI-based customer support system. So if we consider an agentic AI assistance like for a customer service, so say a customer is asking, where is my order? So the AI queries multiple databases all over here. Suppose it is going to query the e-commerce order database to retrieve the order status, or it could go to the logistics API to track the real-time shipment location. Also, it could go for customer interaction history to provide personalized response. The result what we get all over here is that the AI is fetching the tracking details, identifying any delays if it is happening, and suggesting the best course of action. Now, the next step is reasoning. Okay. Now, AI's understanding and decision making and problem solving is making agentic AI way greater. So here, what is exactly happening? Like once the AI has perceived the data, now it should start reasoning it. Okay. So the LLM model acts as a reasoning engine, orchestrating AI processes and integrating with specialized models for various functions. So if we talk about the key components like here used in the reasoning, it could be LLM based decision making. So AI agents could use models like LLMs like GPT-4, Cloud, Llama to interpret a user intent and generate a response. It is basically coordinating with smaller AI models for domain specific tasks, like it could be like financial prediction or medical diagnostics. So these could be the given example. Then it is using retrieval augmented generation or RAG model, okay, with the help of which AI is enhancing the accuracy, by retrieving any proprietary data from the company's databases. For example, like instead of relying on GPT-4's knowledge, the AI can fetch company-specific policies to generate the accurate answers. So this could be the one. And in the reasoning, the final step is AI workflow and planning. So it is a multi-step reasoning where AI is breaking down complex tasks into logical steps. For example, like if asked to automate a financial report, AI is retrieving the transaction data, analyzing the trend, and it is formatting the results. Also, for example, you could use this in supply chain management. So suppose, consider there is a logistics company which is using the agentic AI to optimize what could be the shipping routes. So a supply chain manager requesting the AI agent to find the best shipping route to reduce the delivery cost. So the AI processes real-time fuel prices, traffic conditions, and weather report. So using LLM plus data retrieval, it finds out the optimized routes and selects the cheapest carrier. Result you get is that AI chooses the best delivery option. So here the cost is reduced and improving efficiency. So this is one of the use cases, guys. So after perceiving, you get his reasoning. Okay. Now let us move ahead and discuss about the third step, which is act. So in this step, basically what is happening, like AI is taking autonomous actions. So unlike generative AI, which stops at generating content, so agentic AI takes the real world action. Okay. How AI is executing tasks autonomously, guys? So basically first step is like here the integration with APIs and software could be happen, where AI can send automated API calls to the business systems. For example, like reordering the stock from the supplier's API. So suppose any inventory level is going down, so it could, reorder that particular stock from the supplier's API. So it is interacting with the given API. Now, it could also automate the workflows, like AI executes multi-step workflows without human supervision. So here, like AI can handle like insurance claims by verifying the documents, checking policies, and approving the payouts. And finally, AI could operate within predefined business rules, okay, to prevent any unauthorized actions also. So ethical AI is basically being worked in this direction. For example, like AI can automatically process claims up to say 10,000 US dollars, but it is requiring the human approval for the higher amounts. So based on, insurance and policy making stuff, so agentic AI could be, really helpful in this scenario. One example, like let's consider. So let's say we have this agentic AI managing an IT support system. So suppose a user says my email server is down. So the AI can diagnose the issue, restart the server, and confirms the given resolution. Now, if it is unresolved, then AI escalates to a human technician. Then it results into AI is fixing the issues autonomously, reducing the downtime. Okay, so this is where your action or act is coming up into the picture. Now if we go on to the next and the final step, which is learning. So learning, basically with the help of data flywheel, it is continuously learning. Okay, so this is the feedback loop all over here, which is the data flywheel. So how AI learns over the time? If we ask this question, so what is exactly happening, that it is interacting with the data collection. Suppose AI logs successful and failed actions. For example, like if users correct AI generated responses, the AI is learning from those corrections. Second thing, what you could do is you could you could fine tune the model and do reinforcement learning. So AI adjusts its decision making models, basically to improve future accuracy. It uses reinforcement learning basically to optimize workflows based on past performance. Okay. Now, third step could be automated data labeling and self-correction. So here, what is happening, that AI is labeling and categorizing past interactions to refine its knowledge base. Example like AI autonomously is updating frequently asked answers based on the recurring user queries. So in this way, AI is learning over the time. Example one you could consider, so say we have this AI is optimizing any financial fraud detection. So say this is consider that this is a bank which is AI powered, which has this AI powered fraud detection system. So AI is analyzing these financial transaction and it is detecting any suspicious activity. And if flagged, the transactions are false, and AI is learning to reduce these false alerts. So over the time, AI is improving the fraud detection accuracy, like minimizing disruptions for the customer. So in this way, AI is getting smarter over the time, like reducing the false alerts and also the financial fraud. So let's have a just quick recap of what we studied right now. So Agentic AI works in 4 steps. The first step is perceiving, where AI is gathering data from databases, sensors, and APIs. The next step is reasoning. So it is using LLM to interpret tasks, applies logic, and generating the solution. The third step is acting. So here AI is integrating with external systems and automating the task. And finally, it is learning. So AI is improving over the time, via feedback loop, or which is basically called as data flywheel. So guys, now let us see this diagram and try to understand what this diagram is trying to say. So the first thing, you could see an AI agent all over here. So this is an AI agent, which is basically an autonomous system. So which has the capability of perceiving its environment, making decisions, and executing actions without any human intervention. Now, AI agent is acting as the central intelligence, okay, in this given diagram, and it interacts with the user, okay, and various other data sources. It processes input, queries databases, makes decision using a large language model, and it is executing action, and it is learning from the given feedback. Now, the next step, you could see the LLM model. So if we talk about LLMs, these are the large language model, which is kind of an advanced AI model trained on massive amount of text data to understand, generate, and reason over natural language. Now, if I talk about this LLM, so this is actually acting as the reasoning engine all over here. And it is interpreting the user inputs and making informed decision. It is also retrieving relevant data from the databases, generating responses. It can also coordinate with multiple AI models for different tasks, like it could be content generation, okay, predictions, or decision making. Now, when the user is asking a chatbot, like for example, let's say, what is my account balance? So the LLM processes the query, retrieves the relevant data, and responds the given bank balance accordingly. But now if you look at the kind of database the LLM is interacting, so we have the traditional database and the vector database. So here, if I say the database, like AI agent basically is querying the structured database. So suppose structured database, like it could be a customer records or inventory data, or it could be any transactional log also. So traditional databases basically store well-defined, structured information. Okay. So for example, like when a bank AI assistant is processing a query like show my last 5 transactions, so it is basically fetching the information from a traditional SQL-based database. Next, we have this vector database also, guys. So vector database is a specialized kind of a database for storing unstructured data, which could be like text embeddings, images, or audio representations. So guys, like unlike traditional databases that store exact values, vector databases store in a high dimensional mathematical space. It allows AI models to search semantically similar data instead of like exact matches. Now, AI is retrieving the contextual information from the vector databases, which is actually enhancing the decision making. It is improving the AI memory by allowing the system also to search for conceptually similar past interaction. Let's take an example to understand this. For example, we have discussed about a customer support chatbot. So suppose if it queries a vector database to find out similar past tickets, like when responding to a customer query. So a recommendation engine could use a vector database to find out similar products on a user's past preferences. So this could be done in that scenario. Also, some of the popular vector databases could be like Facebook's AI similarity search, Pinecone, or VV8. These are the certain amazing vector databases. Then you could see the next step is, after it has worked on these given data, it is performing the action. So the action component is referring where AI's agent has this ability to now execute tasks autonomously after the reasoning is done. So AI is integrating with external tools, APIs, or automation software to complete the given task. It does not provide only information, but it is actually, performing the given action. So for example, like in a customer support, the AI can automatically reset a user's password after verifying their identity. If we talk about in finance, then AI can approve a loan also, like based on the predefined eligibility criteria. Now, finally, we have the data flywheel. So data flywheel is a continuous feedback loop where AI is learning from the past interactions, refining its models, and it is always improving over the time. Now, every time like the AI is interacting with the data or taking an action or receiving a feedback, that information is fed into this model. So this is creating a self-improving AI system that is becoming smarter over the time. So the data flywheel is allowing AI to learn from every interaction, and AI is becoming more efficient by continuously optimizing responses and refining strategies. Best thing could be used in fraud detection. So in this, the AI is going to learn from the past fraud cases and it is going to detect new fraudulent patterns and more effectively. Chatbots also can learn from user feedback and improve the responses. And finally, you have the model customization, which is basically you are trying to fine-tune the AI models on specific business need or any industry requirement. So AI models are not static, like they can be adapted and optimized for a specific task. So custom fine-tuning is actually improving the accuracy and domain-specific application, like it could be finance, healthcare, or cybersecurity. So a financial institution, say, fine-tuning an LLM to generate an investment advice, on the historical market trends. That could be one use case. Or in healthcare, if we discuss the healthcare provider is fine-tuning then AI model to interpret the medical reports and recommend the treatments. So guys, based on the given diagram, you would have got a brief idea like how, agentic AI is working. Now, if we discuss about the future of agentic AI, then guys, I would say it looks very much promising because it is keep improving itself and it is finding new ways to be useful. Like with better machine learning algorithms and smarter decision making, these AI systems will be more independent, handling complex tasks on their own. And believe me, in industries like healthcare, finance, customer service, they have already started to see how AI agents can make more impact and it could be more efficient from a personalization perspective, managing resources and many more other things. So as this system continue to learn and adapt, I think so they will be opening up even more possibilities, helping businesses grow, improving how we live and work. Now, I would say that in conclusion that agentic AI is actually paving the way for new opportunities, like unlike the older versions of AI, which was assisting with generating content or predicting the data, or responding to any queries. But agentic AI can perform techniques independently with minimal human effort. And agentic AI has become self-reliant in decision-making way, and it is making very big differences in industry like healthcare, logistics, customer services, which is enabling companies to be more efficient. As a result, it is providing better services to their clients.
Have you ever wondered how AI models can understand and process multiple types of inputs, like text, images, and audio simultaneously. Hello everyone, welcome to our deep dive into multimodal prompting, a transformative approach that's reshaping the landscape of artificial intelligence. My name is Basil Duklala, and in this video, we'll explore what multimodal prompting is, why it's essential, and how it's applied across various industries. Let's embark on this journey to uncover the future of AI together. Here's our agenda. Introduction to multimodal prompting. Evolution of prompting. Core concepts of multimodal prompting. Tools and platforms that support multimodal prompting. Use cases and applications. Getting started with multimodal tools. And then we'll take a look into simple multimodal prompts in action. And we'll have a deep dive or step-by-step prompt building. Last but not least, we'll look into experimenting with different use cases. You might be wondering, what is multimodal prompting? Multimodal prompting is a technique that allows AI models to interpret and respond to input from more than one modality, like combining text, images, audio, or video. Instead of just reading text, the model can basically analyze visuals, sounds, or other forms of data to generate richer, more context-aware responses. It basically mimics how humans process information. Now, why it matters and where is it used? Multimodal prompting matters because the real world isn't just text-based. We live in a sensory-rich environment, and multimodal AI helps machines understand that. It's used in applications like image captioning, video analysis, interactive chatbots with visual context, and even healthcare diagnostics where images and notes are combined. In addition, multimodal prompting is very useful for content creation and recommendation. Let's talk about the evolution of prompting. Let's learn about the evolution of prompting, from text-only models to multimodal models. Prompting has evolved from simple text inputs to complex multimodal interactions. Today's models can understand and respond to combinations of text, images, audio, and more for deeper context. Prompting began with text-only models like GPT-2, which responded solely to written input. They basically leveraged NLP, which stands for Natural Language Processing. Over time, models evolved to process images, audio, and even video, giving rise to truly multimodal systems that can interpret and connect across different types of information. How models understand and process multiple input types. Modern multimodal models have specialized architectures, such as vision transformers, multimodal neural networks to process different inputs. They are also trained on paired data, like images with captions or videos with transcripts. These models learn how different modalities relate to each other, enabling them to take in multiple types of inputs and generate informed outputs that bridge those sensory channels. Cross-model attention helps models link relevant features across inputs, enhancing context and accuracy. At the core, these models use shared embedding spaces to map inputs like text and images into a common understanding. For example, a picture of a dog and the word dog are brought close together in this space, allowing the model to reason across formats in a unified way. Let's talk about core concepts of multimodal prompting. Modalities are different types of information we can give to AI, like text, pictures, sound, or video. They help the model understand things the way humans do, through multiple senses. These senses are text, with written language input like prompts or documents. Image, visual content such as photos, charts, or drawings. Audio, sound-based input like speech or music. And video, time-based visual and audio content combined. In multimodal prompting, in unimodal prompting, the model receives one type of input, typically text. In contrast, multimodal prompting involves multiple types, like combining a question with an image or a diagram. So, input modalities include one or more types. This requires the model to integrate different streams of information and make connections between them. So let's recap the key difference between unimodal and multimodal prompting. First, we've got the input type. Unimodal prompting has one single type and typically is text. Multimodal prompting has multiple types and it could be text, images, audio, etc. Second, context depth. Unimodal prompting is limited to one form of input. On the other hand, multimodal prompting is richer in context and has combined inputs. 3. Use cases. Unimodal prompting can only be used on text-based tasks, such as writing. Multimodal prompting can be used in multiple tasks and complex ones, like image analysis, and speech to text. 4. Understanding. Unimodal prompting is linear and it's language focused. Multimodal prompting, on the other hand, is cross-modal and human-like. Despite its potential, multimodal prompting comes with challenges. Models can misalign inputs, generate hallucinations, or be biased towards dominant modalities. Input format issues from the model misinterpreting poorly formatted inputs. 2. Limited modal support. Not all models handle every modality. 3. Ambiguity inputs. Unclear inputs can lead to inaccurate responses. 4. High computational load. Multiple modalities require more resources. There's also lack of standard benchmarks, and combining training data from different formats can be resource intensive. Let's discuss tools and platforms that support multimodal prompting. First, we've got one of the most popular generative AI tools, ChatGPT. Specifically, ChatGPT with Vision. This version of ChatGPT can understand and analyze both text and images. It's useful for tasks like generating captions or answering questions about visual content. If you're not familiar with ChatGPT, it's basically an AI chatbot based on OpenAI's GPT, which stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer Models. It can understand and generate human-like text for tasks like writing, coding, summarizing, tutoring, and casual conversations. And now it has multimodal capability. It's widely used in education, business, and creative work. ChatGPT can handle multimodal inputs by combining image recognition with text generation, allowing users to ask questions or generate text based on images. It processes the image and merges it with text for a complete response. The second next popular tool is Gemini by Google. Gemini is Google's family of advanced AI models designed to rival GPT. It's multimodal, meaning it can handle text, images, code, and other inputs. Gemini powers tools like Bard and Google Workspace AI, aiming to provide accurate, integrated assistance across Google's ecosystem. It helps with complex interactions like visual-based search and multimodal content generation. It's designed for broader, context-aware AI applications. It handles multimodal inputs very quickly and uses advanced fusion models to integrate text, image, and video inputs, understanding relationships between them for more context-aware responses and generation. Next, Claude is a conventional AI developed by Anthropic, focused on safety, helpfulness, and transparency. It's known for its thoughtful responses and is designed to be steerable and aligned with user intentions. It can also integrate text, images, and documents, allowing for in-depth analysis and interaction with various input formats. Claude is a strong competitor to ChatGPT and excels at tasks like PDF creation, Q&A, and content summarization. Claude also does a good job of breaking down each modality for text, images, and documents separately. It processes them and then combines them for tasks like document analysis or multi-source content generation. DALL-E by OpenAI is an AI model that generates high-quality images from text descriptions. It's known for its detailed, creative outputs and is integrated into ChatGPT's interface for users on the Plus plan. It basically accepts textual prompts and translates them into relevant images, seamlessly merging descriptive text with visual output for creative image generation. It's got a lot of tools that help you build a scene and will turn it into an image from realistic to fantastical. Let's talk about use cases and applications in multimodal prompting. We have users that can upload images, such as diagrams and charts, and then ask questions about them, with AI providing context-aware answers. Next, AI creates articles, social media posts, or marketing copy based on both text and image inputs. In terms of content generation applications, AI can create articles, social media posts, and marketing copy based on both text and image inputs. For product tagging, e-commerce platforms use images and descriptions to generate accurate product tags and recommendations. Multimodal prompting can also be effective for interactive education. AI helps in learning by analyzing images, videos, and text to provide interactive educational content. It's also useful for accessibility. It assists visually impaired users by converting visual content, such as photos and infographics, into descriptive text. Let's see how we can access and set up a basic multimodal prompting environment. First, choose a platform. You can sign up for access to platforms like ChatGPT or Gemini. Next, install required tools and install necessary libraries. Then, obtain API keys for the platform and configure your environment. Then, ensure inputs are properly formatted and compatible for the application. Lastly, test with basic prompts or run simple multimodal tasks. Let's talk about the required tools and input formats. First, you need an API access. Second, install some Python libraries and have a Jupyter Notebook. Also, you can use cloud platforms, although some of these applications can be done using your local machine. Here's a list of the input formats that you can leverage. We've got text, image, audio, and video. Let's jump into a demo to show how LLMs can be used for multimodal tasks. In this demo, we'll be using ChatGPT to showcase its powerful multimodal capabilities. Keep in mind that most LLM tools like Gemini and Claude can also provide similar capabilities that I'm about to show. For ChatGPT, many of the capabilities we're about to showcase are only available in ChatGPT Pro. It's available for a limited number of prompts in the free version. If you want to leverage the full capabilities, you'll need to subscribe to ChatGPT Pro. First, after you log into ChatGPT, you need to make sure that you have GPT-4 activated. Next, you'll see that there's a plus button that is popping up where I can add media. But before we do this, let's generate media using text prompts. Write a 3-sentence summary of the plot of Inception like you are explaining to a 10-year-old. You can see ChatGPT gave us a response with a concise 3-sentence summary of the plot of Inception. So I'll read the first sentence. Inception is about a man named Cobb who goes into people's dreams to steal their secrets like a spy in their sleep. Let's take things to next step. I'm going to ask ChatGPT to generate a poster based on the description in cartoon style. Let's make sure that it's pointing to the description above. Go ahead and run this, and we'll give it a few seconds to generate the image. Keep in mind that ChatGPT sometimes runs under a heavy load of requests, and sometimes image generation takes time. Image generation is done. You can see ChatGPT generated an output according to my description, a cartoon-like poster of Inception. Next, we'll show ChatGPT's ability to analyze images. I find this task very useful for analyzing complex visuals, such as stock charts. I'll click on the plus sign and then add photos and files, select your photo, and then insert the following prompt. Analyze the support and resistance levels of the attached 4-hour interval chart of Google. You can see that ChatGPT was able to analyze the chart for me in an instance and was able to give me multiple support levels and resistance levels with their description. Let's do another example of image analysis. I'm going to click the plus sign here and upload a hand-drawn chart. And here's my prompt. Explain the attached image of a diagram step by step. For reference, here's the image and here's the explanation. Start the process. The program begins execution. Step 1, input value. Gives me the check for Stack Overflow. And then it explains the rest of the steps according to the diagram. It was also able to analyze the gist of the diagram. It is a standard stack push operation with overflow checking, where it prevents adding data when the stack is full and confirms insertion when space is available. It can also offer an equivalent code in Python or C. That was a good example for visual and text reasoning. Let's increase the level of difficulty of this type of task by giving it a mathematical problem. I'll click on the plus sign again, add photos, and select my image. And I'll use the following prompt. What is the answer to the math problem in the attached image? Here's the image for reference. Find the sum of the series. And you can see that ChatGPT is generating LaTeX or Markdown type of syntax in the background so it can display the mathematical syntax and Greek symbols properly. Not only was it able to solve for these problems, but also was able to give me a step-by-step instructions on how to solve for it. Plus, it recognized that we have 2 problems, not just one, to solve for. In this last example, we're going to do the opposite of multimodal prompting. Instead of providing an image, we're going to ask ChatGPT to generate a complex image based on my description. Provide a detailed process for data science and feature engineering for or the diabetes healthcare dataset. The diabetes healthcare dataset is a popular dataset available online, so ChatGPT will be able to understand exactly what I'm looking for. Here we can see step-by-step instructions of the process, along with Python code on how to run the analysis, such as EDA, outlier detection, multivariate analysis, and then feature engineering as requested, all the way to modeling and providing proper evaluation metrics. After getting the steps in text format, I want ChatGPT to build a visual diagram of those steps.
There was a time just a few months ago when we thought we cracked it. You could literally say, "Hey AI, build me a to-do app," and just like that, code appeared. No setup, no planning, just vibes. It felt like magic. We called it vibe coding. But here's the thing about magic. It's impressive until it breaks. People started realizing the code didn't scale. The APIs were hallucinated, tests were missing, and once you moved past a simple prototype, everything fell apart. Why? Because the AI wasn't actually thinking, it was just guessing. And that's where context engineering comes in. Instead of just saying build a to-do app, you tell the AI who is it for, what features it needs, how the code should be structured, which tools to use, and even what good output looks like. It's not about shouting instructions, it's about setting the stage. And once you do that, the results are on a different level. Today, you'll learn what context engineering is, how it works, and how to use it with a real hands-on demo. Here's what we'll cover. Feel free to skip ahead, but it all connects. First, we'll go through what context engineering is, why vibe coding broke our hearts, prompt engineering versus context engineering, the full ingredient list of good context, biggest challenges and proven fixes, and live demo. So let's get started. So first, let's start by understanding what is context engineering. Now, I'll give you an analogy of a picky chef. Imagine hiring a chef and only saying, "Make dinner for me," no ingredients list, no dietary notes, no guest count. The meal outcome is pure roulette. Now here, context engineering gives the chef everything needed. That is the ingredients in the pantry, the dietary notes, which includes no nuts, vegan friendly, past dinner so that we don't repeat, the preferred plating style. So basically, in AI terms, context is equal to rules plus data, memory, tools, and the desired output. Now, it's the engineered environment that lets in large language model reason and not guess. So context engineering in AI involves organizing and managing all the elements needed for a task, such as rules, data, memory, tools, and the desired output, which I already told you now. This helped the AI make clear, reliable decisions instead of just guessing. By providing all the necessary background information, context engineering ensures that AI can perform well in complex situations. To sum it up, it's the art of providing all the context so that the task is plausibly solvable by the model. But why did we even need this term? Because we tried the opposite. So now we'll understand why vibe coding failed and what we have learned. Let's rewind to early 2024. The AI scene was booming, tools were dropping every week, and developers everywhere were obsessed with something called vibe coding. The idea was to just tell your AI assistant vaguely what you want, like build a to-do app, create a landing page for my startup, give me a chatbot that replies like Shakespeare, and boom, instant code. It felt magical. No setup was needed, no thinking, no planning, just proper vibes. This was especially fun for hackathons, weekend projects, quick prototypes, that wow moment in front of friends or colleagues. And to be honest, it was addictive, of course. But that dopamine hit from watching the AI generate full code blocks with zero effort, incredible. But really hit hard once people tried to ship those projects or use them in real production. Let's now understand the problems with vibe coding. Now, while vibe coding felt like cheating the system, it turned out we were mostly cheating ourselves. Here's why. So the first problem faced was the hallucinated APIs. AI would confidently use functions, libraries, or endpoints that didn't exist. You would fetch a data function that was literally made up. Second was no scalability. Now, AI didn't use design the code base for future use. No modularity, poor file structure, zero comments or documentation. Then we had brittle test or none at all. Now, most AI generated tests either didn't match the code logic, skipped edge cases, or didn't exist at all. So once the code needed to grow or evolve, it obviously collapsed. Now let's look at what the data said. Now this wasn't just a gut feeling. Codo released a major industry report, The State of AI Code Quality. And here's the stat that stood out. 76% of developers said they don't trust AI generated code without human review. Why? Because vibe coded projects often look at the first glance, it would break under pressure, and it would require more time to fix than to build from scratch. The core issue with vibe coding was based on intuition and not intention. You hope the AI gets it right, you assume the structure is okay, you skip the hard thinking. As a famous person once brilliantly said that intuition doesn't scale, structure does. So vibe coding is basically AI plus guesswork, and context engineering is AI plus planning, clarity, and with structure. So if vibe coding is just winging it and context engineering is all about building smart, then where does prompt engineering fit in? Let's clear that up next. Now let's understand the difference between prompt engineering versus context engineering. We'll break down in the simplest way possible with examples, stories, and a comparison that actually sticks. Let's first look at the core difference. Think of prompt engineering like asking someone for a favor in one sentence, and context engineering, that's like handing them a folder with everything they need to do that favor well, not just once but repeatedly. Let's look at an example analogy, which is making a sandwich. Let's say you want someone to make you a sandwich. So in the case of prompt engineering, you would say, make me a sandwich. That's it, no details needed. They don't know if you're allergic to peanuts, if you like mayo, or if you're vegan. So what do you get? Probably a sandwich, but maybe not the one you wanted. Next, in the case of context engineering, you would hand them a sticky note that says, I'm a vegan, no onions needed, toast the bread, use the sauce from the top shelf, this is how I like it cut. Now, they're not just making a sandwich, they're making your sandwich, exactly the way you want it. Now, let's put that in AI terms. So first, we look at the feature. Now, in case of prompt engineering, the focus is more on like, have you asked the question? On the other hand, in case of context engineering, the focus is on everything around the question that includes data, rules, tools, and memory. The typical size of prompt engineering is like basically 1 to 3 lines. And in case of context engineering, multiple files are there, settings, examples, and proper instructions. Now, the main goal of prompt engineering is one decent response. But in the case of context engineering, it's a reliable system that works across step or task. Prompt engineering is useful for casual use, like for example, ChatGPT or question and answer. But then context engineering is useful in real applications, automation, and in AI agents. For example, in prompt engineering, you would say something like, write a clean Python to-do app. But in case of context engineering, you would say, add system rule, use TypeScript, include API docs, provide sample code, define JSON output format. The reliability of prompt engineering sometimes hit or miss. But in case of context engineering, it's more structured, predictable, and scalable. But why this matters? Because prompt engineering is great for one-time question, fast iteration. But then if you're building an AI chatbot, training a custom AI agent, you need context engineering. Because the AI needs more than just a question, it needs the full story. So now that we know the difference, let's break down the actual ingredients of good context. Imagine you're giving an AI assistant a task. Now the AI is not human. It doesn't understand things the way people do. It only knows what you give it right now. So if you want it to do a good job, you have to give the right information in the right way. That set of information you give the AI, that's what we call context. And just like cooking a recipe, good context needs few specific ingredients. If you forget even one, the AI might mess up. So what makes up good context? Let's look at each ingredient in simple, beginner-friendly terms. The first one is system instructions. This is just like the basic rulebook you give the AI. For example, you say always write a clean code, use British English, start every response with hi there. These are the universal rules that the AI should always follow no matter what the task you give it. The second one is the user input. This is your actual prompt, the question or command you give. Let's say, for example, you say summarize this news article or build a weather app in Python. Simple, direct, and this is what kicks off the task. Third one is short-term memory, which is the chat history. Think of it like the conversation you had so far. Now, if you're chatting with AI, you could say something like, can you write a report? Then you say, make it shorter. The AI needs to remember the first request to understand the second. That memory of what you said, that's short-term memory or called chat history. Next, we have long-term memory. This is the memory from older sessions or saved preferences. Let's say, for example, you always want the AI to avoid using certain words, or you have already told it your name and the job title. Now, if you have shared this before and it remembers, that's long-term memory. Not all AI tools have this yet, but the best ones like advanced agents do have. Next is knowledge bases. These are the external sources of information the AI can use like documents, websites, or APIs. For say, example, you're building a health app. You link the AI to a medical database or PDF guide. The AI will search through the material and use it to give smarter answers. Next, we'll talk about the workflow state. This means where are we right now in a bigger process. Let's say you're building an app with AI. This first step would be planning, second step would be writing code, and the third step would include testing. Fourth step will be fixing the bugs. Now, if the AI knows which step it's on, it can focus better. Otherwise, it might try to do everything at once, and that often fails. One small problem is that the AI can't hold unlimited information. It has a limit, which is called the context window. So how do we fit in all of this without confusing it? That's exactly what we will talk about the next, which is the problems with context and the smart ways to fix them. When working with AI, giving it the right information called context is super important, but doing that isn't always easy. Here are a few common problems and simple ways to fix them. First is too much of information, not enough space. Of course, AI has a limit to how much it can read at once. Now, if you give it too much, it forgets or it gets confused. You can fix it by saying like summarize older or less important information to make space for what matters. Second is information overload. Dumping large chunks of unstructured text can overwhelm the AI. Then is wrong order of information. Now, if the most important information is hidden, the AI might miss it. Next is multiple sources, which confuses the AI. Now, if your project uses different databases or tools, the AI might not know which one to use. Then is messy memory. When too much random information is stored, the AI gets lost. So you can fix it by saying use memory blocks to organize what the AI remembers, like facts, past charts, or fixed rules. Now, these simple fixes help your AI give better, more accurate responses every time. Now, enough of the slides. I'll show you a demo with ChatGPT. So first, I've given a prompt to ChatGPT to create a project plan for launching a new website. So as you can see that the GPT has given me this answer, the project plan, the project overview, the goal, timeline, team, and the phases. You can see the phases. They have directly given me the phases. It has not explained in depth and detail. Now, we will use the custom GPT to add more context to this. So we can just head over to here and we can just select customize GPT, and then you can just name project and just enter this. I have entered that you are a project manager with expertise in website launches. Create a detailed project plan with deadlines for each phase considering the following. All right. And again, you can just add more information from here if needed. Now, this is the advanced ChatGPT capability. So I have also selected that and I'll click on save from here. Now, I'll click new chat and again, I'll ask the same question that create a project plan for me for launching new website. Let's see what it responds. So now as you can see, it has given me project plan for launching a new website. And this is the project goal, and this is the phase 1 objective task. And it has also given me the day-wise time needed for doing each task. And this is the phase 2. It has also given me the milestone from here. So as you can see, it has divided the phases into many parts, and from here it can just look at the task and the number of day, the milestone achieved. So I'll just show you the difference between the ChatGPT customized using context and the normal ChatGPT. So this was a normal ChatGPT generic answer, which had given me the phases, task, and just the normal things without proper date timing. And when I used the customized ChatGPT, it gave me the objective, the task needed to do each phases with the days as well. So this is the kind of answer you can expect from ChatGPT when you use context engineering here.
Hello everyone and welcome to the tutorial on prompt library for all use cases at Simplilearn. The prompt library is a comprehensive toolkit for mastering myriad use cases with ease. Whether you are delving into programming, honing creative writing skills, or exploring data analysis, this library offers a versatile array of prompts tailored to your needs. Now before you move on and learn more about it, I request you guys that do not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell icon. Now here's the agenda for our today's session. So guys, we are going to start with first understanding the prompt structure. Moving ahead, we are going to understand testing and iterating. Then we are going to explore the prompt examples. And at the end, we are going to conclude our sessions with utilizing prompt libraries and resources. So guys, in today's video, we will be exploring the prompt structure for various use cases. Now first, let us try to understand the prompt structure. So guys, I'll break down the prompt structure. So here, first we have the action verbs. So guys, think of action verbs like a boss telling ChatGPT what to do. It's like giving ChatGPT a job. So for example, if I say, write, you are telling ChatGPT to put words on the page. For example, if I say, write a story, I'm telling ChatGPT, hey, I want you to make up a story for me. So this is something like this. Now, let us ask ChatGPT, hey, so write is your action verb all over here. So this is the first prompt structure that I would like you to apply. Now, the second one, you could give a theme or a topic about. Now, if you say just write a story, ChatGPT is going to give any random story. So we won't want that. Now, the next thing that we cover basically is topic or theme. So what theme or topic you are looking about? This is a part where you are giving ChatGPT a subject to talk about. Imagine you are telling a friend, let's talk about cats. So cats are the given topic. So if I say, write about your favorite food, I am telling ChatGPT, tell me about your favorite food. So you have to always include a topic or theme along with your action verb. So here I can include some certain thing like this, that write a story about food. So you could see all over here, ChatGPT has given two responses. This is response 1 and this is response 2. Now, the third thing that comes up all over here is constraints or limitations. Think of constraints as a rules or boundaries for ChatGPT to follow. It's like saying you can talk about cats, but only in 3 sentences. So if I say write a poem in 20 words, it's like I'm telling ChatGPT, make a short poem using only 20 words. So this is one of the things that you have to always keep in consideration regarding what task you want to give. So always include constraints or limitations. Fourth one is background or information context. So this is also one of the most important parameters. What exactly it means is like this part sets the scene for ChatGPT, like giving it a background story. Imagine you are telling someone about a movie before they watch it. So if I say, imagine you are on a spaceship, I'm telling ChatGPT, pretend like you are flying through the space. So this is also very, very important for you to consider to give certain idea regarding your background or information. Now, the fifth one is conflict or challenge. Guys, this adds some spices to the prompt. It's like a puzzle for a problem for ChatGPT to solve. It's like saying, talk about cats, but tell me why some people don't like them. So if I say ChatGPT, explain why reading is important, but you can't use the word book. I am challenging ChatGPT to be creative. So this is where conflict or challenge you have to give to ChatGPT. Now, example, let us take one example on this. So for example, if I say the action verb as write, we'll highlight this with red, and the topic or theme could be like your favorite vacation. If I talk about a background or context, like say you are on a beach with your friends, or conflict or challenge we can give all over here, something like in just 50 words. So guys, this is certain thing to follow while giving a prompt to ChatGPT. So in this way, putting all together, you could combine all these three things and form a sentence. And this prompt is going to be very, very effective to solve the problem of generic responses. Now, with this simple example, you can see how different components come together to create engaging prompts for ChatGPT to work with. So guys, whenever you are giving a prompt, I would request you to always follow this structure. So it's going to create a map for you to get a more precise answer. Now let's take an example and elaborate the prompt library with examples to make it more understandable. So guys, let's take another example of text classification. So for text classification, we'll take the action verb as classify, and our text type would be product review. Example could be classify the following text as negative, positive, or neutral sentiment. And after that, you could give like the product review exceeded my expectation. So if you give certain thing like this, you would say this is a positive sentiment. So making your prompts in this manner with a proper structure, you are going to get a very particular response which fits what you need. So always remember this structure whenever you are framing any prompt. Now let's move to the second part, that is testing and validation. Guys, testing and iterating are essential steps in refining prompts and ensuring optimal performance from ChatGPT. Let us break down this process. The first process is prompt validation. So before using a prompt, it's crucial to test to ensure that it generates a desired response accurately. Then you evaluate the output. You are going to generate responses using the prompt and evaluate the quality, relevance, and coherence of the output. Third, check for errors. Look out for any errors, inconsistencies, or unexpected behavior in the generated responses. Compare against expectations. Compare the generated responses against your expectation or any requirements to verify that they meet your desired criteria. The fifth one is solicit feedback. Seek feedback from peers, colleagues, or domain experts to validate the effectiveness of the prompt. For example, like analyzing the results. So you would say analyze the results to testing to identify areas of improvement or refining the prompt. Next is modifying the prompt. Based on the analysis, make the adjustment to the prompt structure. Next, then fine-tune the parameters. Experiment with different variations of the prompt, such as adjusting constraints, changing topics, or refining prompt to assess whether the changes have resulted in improvements in the quality of the generated responses. The fourth one is retesting. Test the modified prompt again to assess whether the changes have resulted in improvements in the quality of the generated responses or not. And the final step is iterate as needed. Iterate the testing and modification process as needed until you achieve the desired outcomes and generate high quality responses consistently. So this structure you have to always follow when you are iterating. So I'll give you an example. So like we have given initial prompt as write a product description for a new smartphone, and I would say include details about features, specifications, and benefits. And I would say add a constant all over here that keep the response in 100 words. So this is your initial prompt which you are giving. Now for testing, the next comes is testing. Generate product descriptions using the initial prompt. Evaluate the quality and relevance of the generated descriptions. Check for errors if inconsistencies or missing information is there. Compare the description against the expectations and requirements. So this process comes under testing. Okay, so give it change your prompt a little bit. Give a specific description regarding a certain product and you would ask that, and just next process would be evaluate the quality and the relevance, like what you are getting as a response. Check for errors, like go to Google, like see if it's same is coming up, then what's the customer expectations regarding that product. So if the overall structure is like technical structure is maintained, so this gives the first phase of testing. Next one comes the analysis. Some descriptions lack detail and fail to highlight its key features. Okay, so in this scenario, the descriptions vary in length and structure, leading to kind of inconsistencies. Certain descriptions like here will focus more on technical specifications than the user benefits. So overall, the quality and the coherence of the descriptions needs improvement. So you have to take all this parameter and you have to reframe your prompts. Okay. Then next comes is iteration. You have to modify this prompt to provide like more offer to give a clear instructions and emphasize the user benefits. Write a captivating product descriptions for a new smartphone. Okay. Then move to retesting. Generate product descriptions using the modified prompt, and for the outcome, you would say that the revised prompt should yield more compelling and informative product descriptions. So this is how you have to do iterate continuously to get the proper response like which you would be needing. Okay guys, now let's move to the final part of this video, that is utilizing the prompt libraries. Guys, utilizing prompt libraries and resources is essential for streamlining the prompt writing process and access a wide range of pre-designed prompts for various use cases. So you're going to get a library of a predefined prompts. Okay, so there's one website like which I want to show you. This is called Anthropic. So Anthropic has recently released a prompt library. So guys, they have given a wide data of a prompt library. So if you just click on this, so you're going to get like what are the effective prompts in all these domains. So give it a shot. Try to see what are the like resources you're going to get all over here. It definitely is going to fine tune your responses. Now, let's move to the process. So when we are talking about the prompt libraries, the first step is explore the existing libraries. So you can see that I have given a reference to a prompt library all over here, which is released by Anthropic's team for cloud and also workable for ChatGPT. Next is you have to understand the available prompts. Familiarize yourself with the prompts available in this library and including their structures, topics, and constraints. You have to also analyze how prompts are categorized and organized within the library to quickly locate relevant prompts for your needs. Third is adapt to prompts to your needs. Customize existing prompts to suit your specific objectives, audience, and use cases. You can modify prompts by adjusting the action verbs, topics, constraints, or background information which aligns with your requirement. Create your own prompts, like combine different components such as action verbs, topics, constraints to craft prompts that addresses specific tasks or challenges. Next process you have to do is sharing and collaborating. You will share your prompts with the community to contribute to the collective pool and resources. So this is one way of learning that I really want you to follow. Now, you have to keep experimenting and iterating at the same time. And finally, you have to see the documents and organize all your prompts for the same. So what you can do best is see all the existing prompt libraries. Like I'll show you one more. So prompt library for ChatGPT. GitHub for all use cases. So you could see, explore various repositories on GitHub, like what are the kind of like prompts available. Like this repo specifically focuses for the academic writing. So just visit this repository and you could see they have given a lot of things. Like for brainstorming, they say, so you could see the action verbs all over here. Try to try this prompt and see how you are getting a response. Then for article sections, like it's there. So you're going to get a lot of like things and more of the experiment and more you are exploring, the more idea you are going to get regarding the same. So my advice would be just explore as much as libraries you can, and depending upon your use cases, you have to make an organized prompt structure. So following this format, which I've told you, follows the action verb, the topic, or the background information. Then what are the constraints you have to give? Okay, it's any particular theme is there. You have to include all those things and use the existing prompt library also. so you can refine your prompt, and always to get a good response, it's my personal experience that you have to keep fine tuning, keep testing, iterating, analyzing, so that your result comes very fine.
We will begin with the agenda for MCP tutorial for beginners. So firstly, we will have a quick briefing of what exactly is an MCP, or as it is called, Multi-Agent Collaboration Protocol. Followed by that, we will understand some basic protocols and standards in communication. Next, we will try to relate MCP to the understanding of protocols and standards. Followed by that, we will get started with our demonstration on developing a web scraper agent using MCP. And for that, we will be needing Node.js, Cursor AI, and Firecrawl API. So I will be walking you through those demonstration steps one after the other, and this will be a very beginner-friendly tutorial and practical demonstration on MCP. Now that I've made myself clear with the agenda, let's get started with MCP. So what exactly is MCP? As MCP on their webpage says, MCP is a Model Context Protocol, or Multi-Agent Collaboration Protocol is an open source protocol that standardizes how applications supply context to large language models. Similar to how USB-C unifies hardware connections, MCP offers a consistent way to integrate AI models with various data sources and tools. Now let's go to the official documentation of MCP to have a broader overview. So, as they say, MCP is one such tool if you remember N8N and all the AI tools and data sources that you used. For example, if you wanted an AI travel agent, as we have an already existing tutorial on our channel, you can go through it for a brief overview. So you might be needing an email writing agent, and you might be needing an airport code searching AI agent, hotel searching AI agent, flight booking AI agent, and a lot of agents connected to one another through a complex network using an N8N platform, right? Now, in this particular MCP, that will be minimized. So you will have a standardized approach where you just eliminate all those boilerplate coding, agents, manual searching for databases, manual search for knowledge bases, manual search for agents which are specifically designed for the purpose. You just explain your initiative, attach the API keys, and MCP takes over and gives you a fully furnished and finished product within no time. That's the main approach of MCP. So here you can see an overview image where we have the parts: MCP host, clients, servers, local data sources, remote services, and local data sources. If you wanted to go ahead with local data sources or local knowledge base, you can go ahead with that. But in case if you wanted some open source, then you can also go ahead with that. So here we have all the quick starts and guides and example and tutorials to how to begin with that one, and all the explore pages that you want to go ahead with if you wanted to have a deep dive into core architecture, the resources available, prompts, tools, transport samplings, and a lot more. And in case if you wanted to contribute your dedicated resources for the community, you can also go ahead with that, and you can also have some support and feedback for MCP. Now that we have a brief understanding of MCP and still clueless about what exactly is MCP, then let's go ahead with some standards and protocols so that you can get a template and you can relate MCP to that template and understand what's the role or importance of MCP in AI agent development. Now, understanding the standards and protocols. Now, let us imagine that you get a team of people to work on a project, and you are the manager that leads and directs this particular team for a purpose, right? Now, the complex problem. No one is friend of anyone. Everyone is new to everyone on the team. And each and every person in this team belongs to a different country and doesn't have a common language in between. For example, person A speaks Mandarin, person B speaks Hindi, person C speaks French, so on. There is no common language between any one of those. Now imagine each and every one of these team members as an AI agent or a tool working for the purpose. In this scenario, you might have to hard code the ports of communication, instructions on how to do, and you need to go on to each and every single AI agent and explain the stuff in a very dedicated and a specific way. This could take a very long time. In the same way, if you relate this to a person, then you might have to reach to every single person and speak to them in their own tongue and explain them the procedures and the steps to be taken to finish the task. Now, how would you do that? It would be a lot complex. Mandarin, you might not even know French or a different language. And in that particular scenario, you might be stuck. What if there was one single language that everyone knew? For example, English. Now you can get all of them together and explain the stuff in one single call and close it. And what might be so wonderful is that you'll not even waste a lot of time and there is no hard coding, there is no manual effort there, right? In the same way, if you relate this to a web server, then you are the client, you have the server, and you just, let's say you're working on Facebook or Instagram, you try to post something, you try to write a comment, you try to like something, right? That is the activity. And these particular activities will go through 4 different types of requests. One is the get request, put request, post request, and last is the delete request, right? Now, if you are connected to a single server, this might not be as tough as possible. But if you are getting connected to multiple servers, then you might be requiring different protocols every single time. Now, this can be a combination of 2 parts, HTTP and the URL that you're trying to get connected to, right? Now, to eliminate the efforts between multiple servers and multiple requests at one go, you have one single tool called as API. And the most popular API is the REST API, which has a standard way of communicating. So here, the REST API works as the language English that we discussed before. In the same way, it has maintained a standard where each and every web client can have his communication to his dedicated server or multiple servers in one go using one single language or medium or standard, that is REST API. Without REST API and the standards and protocols, it might be very confusing and you might end up in a complex situation which might not yield in the type of result you're expecting. Now, if you can relate the development of multiple AI agents for a single purpose to the web communication and a meeting, you also expect if there were a template for development of AI agents which could make the process less complex, just like REST API did in a web service and just like English did in a team meeting, then MCP comes into the picture. MCP is your template for it, right? So just like your REST API and the meetings, you have a MCP. Earlier, without MCP, we used to have one tool called NA10, where you had all the tools connected to it and all the LLMs programmed to it, and you had to do this hard coding for each and every tool that you have included in the network and each and every agent that you have related to it. You had to specifically instruct, write down steps, develop a persona to your AI agent, right? There was a lot of stuff. But if you eliminate this particular complexity with one tool, then that would be your MCP. You just had to include MCP and tell your purpose, and your job would be done. Now that you have a brief understanding or a general overview of what exactly is MCP, now let's go ahead and build one. Now, the steps would include the following. For the project that we are building, which is a web crawler or web scraper, we might need the help of Node.js. So firstly, we will install and set the environment for Node.js. Followed by that, we will be needing an editor. So for that, we will be choosing the Cursor AI editor. And next, we will use an API. So for that, we will be using the Firecrawl API. And lastly, we can get started with building one once we have all the required resources. So let's get started. So as we discussed before, we will get started by installing Node.js into our operating system. So we're working on Windows operating system. So we might have to go ahead with Windows. So I'll choose Windows and the architecture will be the one which I'm working with. So that would be x64. But in case if you are working with a different operating system, say Mac OS, then you might have to select ARM or any suitable architecture that you can be compatible with. For Linux, you'll have to choose with the same and so on. So since we're working with Windows, so Windows it is and x64 architecture, and click on that Windows installer MSI file. So it will be getting started to install, and you'll have to click on that Windows installer.msi file and it'll get downloaded. While it is getting downloaded, let's go to the next web page and download and install the Cursor AI that we will be needing for this demonstration today. You'll have to log in, create an account and log in, and automatically it will give you the version that suits our operating system. Since we are in Windows, it gave me a Windows operating system. Just sign up or log in. So since you have already an account, just log into your account and confirm it's that you, and followed by that, you'll have installed your Cursor AI. Choose your theme. I'll go with the Cursor Dark theme. And here you make sure that you have Cursor tab, Control K agent, and you can also choose the data sharing option. I'll go with the privacy mode in case if you want the other one, go ahead with that. And here you have a few review settings, and there you go. Now you're on the new window for Cursor AI. And meanwhile, let's check on the Node.js installation. I think the wizard has already started installing the Node.js setup. So this is the window. Let's quickly go through each and every instance that we have gone through so far in this particular window from the beginning. So it started off with some packages that we would be needing. So yeah, chocolatey and KB299. Yeah, further we have, and the last one is Python 13, right? Version 3.13.3 is approved. So far, so good. I think we can now get started with the next step. So here we are on the Cursor AI. So we might have to get started going through the Cursor AI settings to create our new MCP. So there are quite a few methods that you can try out to reach to settings. One is you can go to the file and there you may have to choose the preferences, and then you have the cursor settings. You just can use that particular step, or you can go ahead with the search options as well. So you can use that step, or you can also use the other step where you can just go to the search window and search for the settings. Here you can see MCP on the left window. So let me also walk you through a few other steps. So go to the search window and type down Cursor AI or cursor settings. I think there has been a discrepancy, but not to worry. We'll go with the regular approach where we go to the file, preferences, and cursor settings. And there you have the options on the left hand side. Go to MCP, and so far you don't have any MCP servers because this is the first time you've logged into Cursor AI. So you just have to add new global MCP server, which is available on the blue color button. Just click on that. And now you'll have a mcp.json file which is completely empty. You'll have to write down a few hard-coded codes here, which are not too complex related to the earlier ones that you have worked on in A10. So you might need a few more tools here. So go to the Firecrawl website. Before that, let's go through some awesome MCP servers GitHub link. So here we have almost all information related to the MCP. So let's open a new window and open all these links. What is MCP, clients, tutorials, community, legend, server implementations, framework, tips and tricks, right? For further information, you can go through all these web pages individually. So back to the home page, here you have everything you needed. The basic information of what exactly is MCP, and further you have some server implementations. Like if you scroll down, so you have awesome MCP services. This is where the beginning is. And next you have server implementations, aggregators, art and culture, coding execution, right? Customer data platforms. So here you have aggregators, art and culture, dedicated web spaces. So, and you have also cloud platforms that you can work along with. And moving further, you have code executions, coding agents, command lines as well, and communication related stuff. So you can go along and perform your operations, customer data or platforms, data platforms, and much more. Let's close all these windows and get started with the next stage where we need an API, right? So for that, the project that we're working on, which is web crawler, we will be needing an API from one of the providers, which is Firecrawl API. Okay, that's the one, Firecrawl MCP. So that's the one. Click on that particular link. Here, to generate an API, first you might have to sign up with Firecrawl. So before we sign up, let's go through the website of Firecrawl from the beginning. So that's the template code that you'll be working on. And also here we have a wide variety of crawl options, media parsing options, smart weight actions, right? Reliability first and all those things. And also we have the pricing details. For now, we'll go ahead with the free plan. And yeah, let me add down my details, my email address, and you might also have to add a password. So let me type down something. Yeah, so the password is not too strong enough. That's a good thing. They have a really strong website. So that's a sign you need to have strong passwords, and also make sure that you don't share your passwords and the API keys that you generate using Firecrawl. Now that my password is a little too longer, I think it should be access. Yeah, it's accessible and it is a successful account generation. Now you need to check your email and confirm that login credentials are right and everything. So once you are signed up, let's go through another website for generating our API keys. So if I scroll API, scroll a little bit. So API documentation. So here you'll find some documentation related to Firecrawl and all the details that you need to go through for API key generation. So Firecrawl MCP server. Yeah, that's the website that we're looking for. Firecrawl MCP server. That's the one. And here you have overview, content, tools, and other resources that you're looking for. Now, this is the template server configuration that you'll be needing. So make sure that you have an eye on it. And now you will also have the details that you might have to go through. Like basically, it'll have the steps that you need to follow in the content page. Click on content. There you go. So it has all the features and details that you need to go ahead with. And tools, you have the crawling, extraction, scraping tools that you can work along with Firecrawl, and a few comments here. Now, yeah, the email has not been confirmed yet. Let's try to resend and reconfirm the email so that we just sign up or log in and create our API keys as soon as possible. So there you go. I have verified my email in my phone. So I'll just enter the credentials and sign in. Successful, you are signed in. On the left hand side, you can see the overview, playground, extract, activity logs, usage, API keys, and all the settings. So here you can see my API key has been by default hidden, so I'll not visualize it now. So you have two options, either view or copy. So we will be copying it for the first time to be on the safe side. So since we are new to this particular website, so we don't have any activities registered on this particular web page. So now we have the API keys. Now let's go to the content page to verify the steps that we need to follow. So we need to install npm and we need to go to the Cursor AI settings and add a new MCP server, which we already did. So we just need to copy the template code and we just need to place it there. And also, don't worry about where exactly to place your API keys in the template. We have that place. So we are back on the Cursor AI. Now we will replace this template code with the code that we just copied. And remember, if you're using Windows, try cmd/c. Okay. If you're not on Windows, you can eliminate that cmd/c. But if you are working in Windows, then you definitely need that cmd/c. Okay, let's erase this and replace that. So I'll name my tool as Firecrawl, and I'll go to the new line where I'll write down my command, and the command will be the code that I just copied from the Firecrawl window. So let me type down the command in double quotes in the new line, and I'll paste the command here, which is the code that we copied from the Firecrawl window. Control V. There you go. So the white stuff, which is in cmd/c, so that's the one you need to focus on. If you are working on Windows, that you definitely need it. If you're not working on Windows, then you can just omit it. Now, there might be some concerns with the codes, don't worry. Now, to cross-verify, you can just go back to the Firecrawl homepage and cross-verify it with the template for configuration that they have made us available. Let's go back to the Firecrawl window, and at the same time, you can see your API key here. So that's where you need to place your API key. So here we are on the Firecrawl window. You need to copy the API key and place it in the place where they have mentioned your API key. So if you have cross-verified with the configuration code, that's fine. And now you can just check the double quotes. So that's the one you need to focus on. Let me if there is a way to zoom it in, let me try to zoom in. Yeah, that's the one, cmd/c. If you're on Windows, you definitely need this. If you're not on Windows, you can just choose to omit it. Now let me just do one last final check. I think I missed a double quote somewhere. Yeah, I need to remove it from this place and add it to the end. Just a second. Okay, remove the double quote at that place. Now it should be after MCP. And once everything is done, you can just quickly choose to save and close this particular window. Check the distance between the API key and the double ampersand places. That's fine. And saving is really simple. Choose those three dots, close, save. And once that is clicked, it's all done. You get to choose to close this particular mcp.json file and get back to your agent. So once you have closed it, you will have your new server that you've just created in the cursor settings. But in a few times you get no tool connected, no server connected, or there might be some errors. So in that case, you just need to cross verify the npm installation, node.js installation, and check all the files that are there or not. But even if everything is installed and you can see the versions available, and if you're still seeing this or watching that particular error, then don't worry, just close the cursor AI and restart it, or you can also choose the refresh option, which is right available there. So I've closed and restarted it, and the same procedure, go to File, Preferences, Cursor Settings, and there you'll see the MCP models, and there you'll find it right there, correct? Now close it and go to the window where you'll find the server. Yeah, that's the one. And here you choose the agent. Make sure that you choose the agent instead of anything else. Not manual, not ask. I choose the agent. And now I'll write down a simple prompt. Search for Simplilearn on Google. Now it should give me results which it finds on Google. Maybe it's a home page, maybe it's a social media handle like LinkedIn or YouTube or Instagram, anything that it finds related to Simplilearn. Only the term Simplilearn. So here you can see it has given me 3 different results. First one is Simplilearn website. Second one is Simplilearn YouTube channel, and the third one is LinkedIn page. So let's get started with the official web page. So click on the simplilearn.com. Now, it's asking me permission, open. Now we are on Simplilearn homepage. Similarly, let's go back and select for the YouTube page. So that's the one. Open again, get permissions. So you're on the Simplilearn YouTube page. Now I think it might ask for a login for LinkedIn. But anyways, let's try to check if it can open without logging in to LinkedIn or not. So yeah, you can see I've logged into the YouTube. Yeah, it is asking me to log in. So let's quickly log in. It might take a couple of seconds. So there you go. I've logged into LinkedIn. Now open. So I can see Simplilearn's homepage getting loaded in a second. Yeah, there you go. On LinkedIn, we have opened the Simplilearn's homepage successfully.
OpenAI just dropped something huge. It's called Codex. If you're writing code or just love tech, this is about to blow your mind. This AI is not just smart, it rewrites how we write code like for real. But here's the thing, is all this hype actually worth it? That's what we are diving into today. We'll break down what Codex is, how it works, the cool features that make it special, how safe and reliable it really is, and how it stacks up against other AI coding tools out there. So if you're curious whether Codex is a game changer or just a fancy buzz, stick with me and let's get into it. Alright, so what exactly is Codex? Imagine having a supercharged AI developer in the cloud. It's like a team of experts who can juggle writing new features, fixing bugs, answering questions about your code, all at the same time. Codex runs in these safe, isolated sandboxes loaded with your exact code base. So it's working with your code just like a real teammate would. But what powers Codex? A special AI model called Codex 1, trained on tons of real coding projects to produce code that looks just like a human wrote it. It follows instructions carefully, keeps testing until everything works perfectly, and even adapts to your coding style. Oh, and there's a cool fact. In OpenAI's own coding benchmark test called SWE Bench, Codex nailed up to 85% accuracy solving real-world coding problems. That's a massive jump over other AI models. So it's not just a good-looking code, it's a trustworthy code. Now you might be wondering, how do I actually use Codex? Now if you have got ChatGPT Pro, Team or Enterprise, Codex is right there in the sidebar. You just type what you want, maybe write me a login feature or fix this bug in the payment system and hit the code button easy. Want to ask questions about your code? Hit ask and get answers right away. Each task Codex handles run in its own secure cloud workspace. It reads your file, edits them, runs tests, linters, and checks type, basically everything a human dev does. Tasks take anywhere from a minute to half an hour depending on how tricky they are, and you can watch the whole process live. When it's done, Codex commits the changes and gives you all the receipt, terminal logs, and the results, citations, and so you can easily see what it did. You can review the work, ask for changes, create GitHub pull requests, or merge directly. You can even set up a Codex environment to match your real development setup for smoother results. Want Codex to work even better? Just add agents.md file to your repository, like kind of a guidebook telling Codex how your project works, what commands to run for testing, and your coding standards. Think of it like onboarding a new developer, giving clear instructions, and Codex becomes smarter and more helpful. But even without that, Codex is already rocking in OpenAI's internal test. Talking about is Codex safe or not? Look, handing over code to AI can feel scary, right? But OpenAI built Codex with safety first. It runs in locked down cloud containers with zero internet access, so it can't browse random sites or grab sketchy stuff. And Codex shows you everything it does. Log, test results, even when things go wrong, you can always stay in control. No surprise, just transparency. Now, who's already using Codex? This isn't just theory. OpenAI engineers live with Codex. They offload boring stuff like renaming, refactoring, writing tests, and fixing bugs, so they can focus on the cool, creative part. Cisco uses it to speed up features and untangle huge code bases. Superhuman speeds up testing and test product managers do small code tweaks without bugging engineers. Codex helps team work smarter and faster, cutting down distractions and keeping projects moving. Let's talk about the updates to Codex CLI and development experience. If you love working with the terminal, OpenAI launched Codex CLI, a lightweight open source assistant that brings Codex powers to your local workflow. They also made a smaller, faster version called Codex Mini for quick QA and editing. Perfect when you want instant help. Signing is in a breeze now. Just use your ChatGPT account, pick up your API organization, and boom, you're all set. Plus and Pro users even get free credits to start. Right now, Codex is rolling out globally to ChatGPT Pro, Team, and Enterprise users. Plus and education users, you are next in line. For API users, Codex Mini costs around 1.50 per million input tokens and $6 per million output tokens, with discounts if you reuse prompts a lot. Heads up, Codex is still in early days. It can't yet process images or change course mid-task, and remote task delegation takes longer than quick edits, but it's evolving fast and will soon handle more complex work. What's next? The future. OpenAI vision. Developers own the work they love and delegate the rest to AI agents, boosting productivity like never before. Soon you'll chat with Codex mid-task, guide it, get progress updates, and assign jobs from your IDE, GitHub, or issue tracker. Imagine a smooth, unified workflow where AI is your teammate across all your tools. Just a quick information, guys, if you are interested in mastering the future of technology, then the professional certificate course in Generative AI and Machine Learning is the perfect opportunity for you. Offered in collaboration with the ENI Seat Academy IIT Kanpur, this 11-month live and interactive program provides hands-on experience in cutting-edge areas like generative AI, machine learning, and tools like ChatGPT, DALL-E 2, and Hugging Face. So hurry up and enroll now and find the course link in the description box below and in the pinned comments. Now, how does Codex stacks up against other AI coding assistants? GitHub Copilot is amazing for real-time code suggestions while you type, like a buddy sitting next to you. Codex works more like a remote teammate that handles entire coding tasks asynchronously, writing features, fixing bugs, running tests, and submitting pull requests, freeing you up for bigger picture stuff. And GPT-4, it's great at code snippets and explanation, but Codex is trained specifically for software engineering, producing cleaner, more reliable code tailored to real projects. Together, these tools form an unstoppable AI coding dream team. But Codex's ability to multitask safely and transparently is pushing the limits of what AI coding can do. So whether you're a solo developer or a part at a team, Codex is here to change the way you build software. It's available now for ChatGPT Pro, Team, and Enterprise, with Plus and Education coming soon. Try it out, play with different tasks, and see how it speeds up with your workflow, cuts headaches, and makes coding way more fun. Now, if you like this deep dive, smash that like button, subscribe for more tech news, and drop your thoughts or questions about Codex below. Can't wait to see what you build with this AI powerhouse.
In this video, we are going to learn how to automate Google Sheets using NA10. It is a very powerful workflow automation tool. We will start by setting up a webhook trigger to receive data from external sources, then connect it to Google Sheets to automatically store and update data in real time. By the end of this tutorial, guys, you will be able to capture form submissions, automate data entry without manual work, or set up live workflow that runs seamlessly. So whether you are a beginner or an automation pro, this tutorial is must-see for you. First, understanding what exactly is NA10. So I'm at the official website of NA10, and NA10 is an open source workflow automation tool that allows you to connect various applications like APIs and databases without writing extensive code. It provides a visual editor where you can create workflows by linking different nodes. Think of it an alternative to Zapier and Apache Airflow. But this tool has more control and flexibility, and also it has self-hosting capabilities. Now if you see, the key features of NA10 are as follows. It has this amazing visual editor where you can drag and drop nodes to create workflows. No complex coding is required. It has over 350 plus integrations, and it supports APIs, databases, messaging apps, AI tools, and cloud services. For example, you can think of like Google Sheets, Slack, Telegram, OpenAI, AWS, GitHub, MySQL. So it has integration to these tools. And apart from that, it has self-hosting and cloud options. You can run it on your own server for data privacy, also available as cloud service. It has also conditional logic and data transformation. It supports if condition loops, branching. You could also modify API responses, filter data, and perform calculations. And guys, this feature is very amazing. For real-time automation, it has webhooks. So NA10 can receive data from webhooks to trigger instant actions. For example, when a form is submitted in Typeform and send an email via Gmail. So it can automate in real time. Now you'd be wondering, how does N8N works? Now let us try to understand how N8N works exactly. So you can think of N8N as a digital assistant that automates your task without requiring you to write complex codes. It basically works by connecting different applications, services, and database into a sequence of steps called workflow. So if you go and log in to the creators.n8n.io.dashboard, if you register for this N8N, you're going to get a workflow template. Okay, you can go all over here. And you can share your template with the template name and give a description about it. And this could be your template code, whether it is free or paid. You can just click on this. And after that, I have reviewed my submission guidelines of N8N terms and services. And then you can click this workflow. Now, let us try to understand what exactly is a workflow. But before that, let us try to understand nodes. Okay, so nodes are tiny workers that do specific tasks. You can consider this something like that. And workflows are a sequence of nodes working together to complete a job. Like for example, let us say we are sending an email when you get a new form submission. Imagine you have a Google form where people can contact you. So every time someone builds the form, you want to automatically send them an email. So in N8N, you can create a workflow like this. So a Google Forms node collects the new response, and Gmail node sends an automatic email to the person who submits the form. So this is something like this. We'll be doing a one hands-on tutorial also to elaborate more about it. So this is one of the way how it works. Next, there is a concept of triggers. So there are trigger-based execution mode also, how to start your workflow. So you have to also understand, guys, that end-to-end workflows don't run all the time. They only start when something happens. So there are three ways to trigger a workflow. So the first one is trigger-based execution, okay, which is basically called as an event-driven. The workflow automatically starts when a specific event occurs. For example, let's say a new row is added to the Google Sheets. Now the workflow starts to run. Or you can think about it something like that. When a customer fills out a type form survey, the workflow runs. Think of it like a doorbell. When someone rings a bell, like for example, submits a form or updates a database, the workflow wakes up and does its jobs. Next one, we have the schedule execution, or we call it as cron jobs. Now here the workflow run on schedule, like daily, weekly, monthly. For example, every Monday at 9 a.m., a report is generated and sent via email. Or every hour, N10 checks for new tweets and saves them. Think of this like an alarm clock. You set it once and it automatically rings at the right time. Now let us discuss about the workflow components, which are like the brains of the system. So every N8N workflow is made up of different types of nodes. And each node has a special role, just like team members working on a project. So whenever we trigger the node or start the workflow, so what happens exactly? First, there is a webhook node, which starts someone when, like for example, someone is sending a data to your API. Then there is a scheduler node, which starts at a specific time, like every morning at around 8 a.m. And then there is a type form trigger node, which starts when someone fills out a type form survey. So we'll try to cover all these things in this today's tutorial. Now, there are some also nodes, like we call them as action nodes, which basically perform tasks. So these nodes do not actually work in your workflow. For example, let's say send an email node or send an email via Gmail or Outlook. Or there is a HTTP request node, which fetches the data from an API like a weather update or something. Then there is a Google Sheet node, which like adds a new data to a spreadsheet. So these are called as action nodes, which basically performs tasks. Then you could also understand a bit about, let's say, logic nodes, which adds intelligence. So these nodes allow you to add conditions and decision in your workflow. For example, let's say if node checks a condition is met, like for example is an email from a VIP customer, you can imagine something like this. Then there is a switch node, which routes the workflow based on different cases. Like for example, the payment example is the best one. Like if the payment is failed, send a reminder. Otherwise, if it's successful, send a confirmation. And then you could also find out the loop node, which repeats an action multiple times, like sending a follow-up email every 3 days. So guys, these were some of the logics nodes, which basically adds intelligence. And finally, we have the data nodes, which store and retrieves the information. These nodes basically help you save and manage data. For example, like Google Sheet node, which helps you to read and write data from my spreadsheet, or MySQL node, which stores customer data in a database, or Airtable node, which basically updates information in a table. Think of it like filing cabinet. It organizes and stores important documents or data for future use. So putting up all together, let's say you run an online store and you want to notify your team on Slack when a new order is placed in Shopify. So here is how your end-to-end workflow would look like. There is a trigger node, like Shopify will trigger, like it is going to detect a new order. Then the action node is going to come up, which is going to fetch order details from Shopify. Then there is a logic node. If the order is above $1,000, it marks it as a high priority. An action node, which basically sends a Slack message to your sales team. So this is like the entire process which runs automatically, saving your time and effort. Now guys, you would be wondering, why should you use N8N? See guys, there is no need for coding skills. You can just drag and drop nodes. It saves a lot of time by automating repetitive tasks. And it works with hundreds of apps and APIs like Google, Slack, Shopify, ChatGPT, etc. It also has self-hosting option, which ensures privacy and full control. And finally, it is free and open source, unlike some other tools which have some strict limits. Now we are going to move forward and do a small hands-on to make you more understand about this platform. So guys, Now let us create an automation using anything. So first click on the first step. And let's say we want to use a trigger, let's say on a webhook call. So basically when we will be sending any HTTP request like get, post, put or delete, it is going to trigger our webhook on anything. So just click on this and you could see our method is, let's say, post, and we want to post a data on using this post request. And after selecting this, guys, just click for listen for test event. Let's test our webhook API. Copy this and then you can go to this online tool which is called as Recubin. Okay, and it is just a very simple tool where you could just do one thing. You could paste the same URL which you have copied it from here. Okay, now after going all from here, what are you going to do? Just click on the send request. Now you could see we have got a successful message that the workflow has started. But how to be sure of that this thing is working? Because in the output section, you will be seeing these kind of output. Okay, so our webhook API is working very much fine. Now, what next thing you could do? So the next thing, let's say, let us add a node all over here. So for example, let's add a Google Sheet. Okay, and let us trigger an API. Okay, let us say append a row in a sheet, or we want to update a row. So now you could see all over here we have this option called append or update a row from this list. And let's say we have this document called monthly expense, and you could also choose it, let's say, from expense, and we want to add these properties, what values to send. Suppose name, we could say the name as Neil, and all over here, that's one thing. Okay, then what we could do, we could add another option like what would be the cell format, and we could add the next property, let's say as email, let's say .com. Okay, now we could test these steps. Okay, now you could also say let's add a column, okay, to name. Okay, and let's say we could add just one value, then we could add another column, let's say email. Okay, let's okay, we could write the name of another column. Okay, so we had only two columns that I have actually created all over here, name and email. So that's why our workflow is showing the same. And also, guys, there is one point to note. You have to also connect to your given applications. Okay, so I'll just show you how you could do it. But first, let us try to test this step. Okay, so okay, fine. We can choose it, match each column manually. And let's test the given step. Let's wait for the output. And if I open my Google Sheet, you could see, we can see, the name, email, and it's already mentioned here. So this is like how you are basically creating your workflow. So if you go back to your canvas, you could see our workflow has been created using the webhook call. Similarly, you can trigger a lot of, in a very different ways. Suppose you could add a next node, like you could add AI and all those things, and you can create this automation using Anytime. Guys, this is a very amazing tool, and this automation tool is definitely going to save a lot of time for you.
On July 25th, OpenAI introduced SearchGPT, a new search tool changing how we find information online. Unlike traditional search engines, which require you to type in specific keywords, SearchGPT lets you ask questions in natural, everyday language, just like having a conversation. So this is a big shift from how we were used to searching the web. Instead of thinking in keywords and hoping to find the right result, you can ask now SearchGPT exactly what you want to know, and it will understand the context and give you direct answers. It's designed to make searching easier and more intuitive, without going through links and pages. But with this new way of searching, so there are some important questions to consider. Can SearchGPT compete with Google, the search giant we all know? What makes SearchGPT different from AI overviews? another recent search tool? And how does it compare to ChatGPT, OpenAI, popular conversational AI? So in this video, we are going to explore these questions and more. We will look at what makes ChatGPT special, how it compares to other tools, and why it might change the way we search for information. Whether you are new into tech or just curious, this video will break it down in simple words. Stick around to learn more about ChatGPT. So what is ChatGPT? ChatGPT is a new search engine prototype developed by OpenAI, designed to enhance the way we search for information using AI. Unlike a typical chatbot like ChatGPT, ChatGPT isn't just about having a conversation. It's focused on improving the search experience with some key features. The first one is direct answer. Instead of simply showing you a list of links, ChatGPT delivers direct answer to your question. For example, if you ask, what is the best wireless noise cancellation headphone in 2024? ChatGPT will summarize the top choices, highlighting their pros and cons based on expert reviews and user opinions. So this approach is different from the traditional search engines that typically provide a list of links leading to various articles or videos. The second one is relevant sources. ChatGPT responses come with clear citations and links to the original sources, ensuring transparency and accuracy. So this way you can easily verify the information and delve deeper into the topic if you want. The third one, conversational search. ChatGPT allows you to have a back and forth dialogue with the search engine. You can ask follow-up questions or refine your original query based on the responses you receive, making your search experience more interactive and personalized. Now let's jump into the next topic, which is ChatGPT versus Google. So ChatGPT is being talked about a major competitor to Google in the future. So let's break down how they differ in their approach to search. The first one is conversational versus keyword-based search. ChatGPT uses a conversational interface, allowing users to ask questions in natural language and refine their queries through follow-up questions. So this creates a more interactive search experience. On the other hand, Google relies on keyword-based search, where users enter specific terms to find relevant web pages. The second thing is direct answer versus list of links. So one of the ChatGPT's standout features is its ability to provide direct answers to the question. It summarizes information from the various sources and clearly cites them, so you don't have to click through multiple links. Google typically presents a list of links, leaving users to sift through the result to find the information they need. The third one, AI-powered understanding versus keyword matching. ChatGPT uses AI to understand the intent behind your question, offering more relevant results even if your query isn't perfectly worded. Google's primary method is keyword matching, which can sometimes lead to less accurate results, especially for complex queries. The fourth one, dynamic context versus isolated searches. So ChatGPT maintains content across multiple interactions, allowing for more personalized responses, whereas Google treats each search as a separate query without remembering previous interaction. And the last one, real-time information versus indexed web pages. ChatGPT's aim to provide the latest information using real-time data from the web, whereas Google Vast Index is comprehensive but may include outdated or less relevant information. So now let's jump into the next topic, which is ChatGPT versus AI overviews. So ChatGPT and AI overviews both use AI, but they approach search and information delivery differently. It's also worth noting that both tools are still being developed, so their features and capabilities may evolve and even overlap as they grow. So here are the differences. The first one is source attribution. ChatGPT provides clear and direct citation linked to the original sources, making it easy for user to verify the information. Whereas AI overviews include links. The citation may not always be clear or directly associated with specific claims. The second one is transparency control. ChatGPT promises greater transparency by offering publishers control over how their content is used, including the option to opt out of AI training. AI overviews offer less transparency regarding the selection of content and the summarization process used. The next one is scope and depth. ChatGPT strives to deliver detailed and comprehensive answers pulling from a broad range of sources, including potential multimedia content. And in AI overviews offers a concise summary of key points, often with links for further exploration, but with a more limited scope. Now let's jump into the next part. ChatGPT versus ChatGPT. ChatGPT and ChatGPT both developed by OpenAI, share some core features but serve different purposes. So here are some differences. The first one is primary purpose. SearchGPT designed for search, providing direct answer and sources from the web, whereas ChatGPT focused on conversational AI generating text responses. The second one is information sources. SearchGPT relies on real-time information from the web, whereas ChatGPT knowledge based on this training data which might not be current. The third one is response format. SearchGPT prioritizes concise answers with citation and source links. So whereas ChatGPT is more flexible, generating longer text, summarizes creative content, code, and etc. The next feature is use cases. SearchGPT idle for fact-finding, research, and tasks requiring up-to-date information, whereas ChatGPT is suitable for creative writing, brainstorming, drafting emails, and other open-ended tasks. So now question arises, when will SearchGPT be released? SearchGPT is currently in a limited prototype phase, meaning it's not yet widely available. OpenAI is testing with a select group to gather feedback and improve the tool. So if you are interested in trying SearchGPT, so you can join the waitlist on its webpage, but you will need a ChatGPT account. A full public release by the end of 2024 is unlikely, as OpenAI hasn't set a timeline. It's more probable that SearchGPT features will gradually added to the ChatGPT in 2024 or in 2025, with a potential standalone release later based on testing and the feedback.
Did you know that within just a few lines of code, you can transform an AI model into something far more powerful? Something that responds to questions, connects to live data, pull insights from databases, and even interacts with other apps in real time. That's what LangChain allows you to do. And it's quickly becoming the go-to framework for AI developers. Think about this, you're about to create something amazing, an AI that can think, learn, and grow in ways we once only dreamed of. And here's the best part. You don't need to be an AI expert to make that happen. LangChain is like a toolkit that connects the most advanced large language models like OpenAI's GPT to real-time data, allowing you to build AI applications that are smart, flexible, and highly interactive. LangChain is more than just a way to make AI development easier. It's a framework that allows different language models to work together seamlessly. So whether you want to understand user questions with one LLM, create human-like responses with another, or pull in data from an API or a database, LangChain makes all possible. The framework takes care of heavy lifting, connecting models, managing data flows, and even customizing how your AI interacts with external sources. Now the question is, why is LangChain so popular? It has become one of the most fastest growing open source projects because it's solving a huge problem for developers. The challenge of integrating generative AI and LLMs with external data and complex workflows. As AI becomes more central to our lives in 2024, LangChain is helping developers create smarter, more powerful applications. So whether it's just for chatbots, content creation, or advanced data analysis. In this tutorial, I'll show you exactly how to get started with LangChain, from setting up your environment to building the first AI-powered app. I'll walk you through it. So LangChain makes it possible to train models on our own custom data, opening up more possibilities for building specialized intelligent applications. By the end of this video, you will be ready to start building with LangChain, and trust me, once you see how easy it is, you'll wonder why you didn't start using it sooner. Let's start with a simple question. Why should we use LangChain? Imagine you're working with large language models like GPT-4 or Hugging Face models, and you want to take their capabilities further, like integrating them with your own data sources or allowing them to take action based on information they retrieve. This is where LangChain comes in. LangChain is like an open source framework that allows you to build intelligent applications by connecting large language models with external data sources. It can turn static AI interactions into dynamic, data-aware workflows. One of the best parts is you don't have to manually code everything from scratch. LangChain abstracts away much more complexity of working with LLMs, allowing developers to focus on building functional applications instead of wrangling API calls and managing data pipelines. So LangChain is set to play even bigger role in AI development because it enables you to harness true power of generative AI by connecting it with real-time data and external tools. So now we have understood what LangChain is. Let us now understand how to install LangChain. So let's start with the installation of LangChain. We'll just simply go to the website and We'll just simply go to the website docs part and we'll just read through this documentation. So here it has explained what LangChain is and what are the framework consisting of. So we also have these tutorials on how do we install LangChain. Okay, so for installing, you can just simply click on this quick start and see here it has written how do we set up on Jupyter Notebook. So this is the command if you want to install LangChain. We will use the pip command. So just simply you can copy this command pip install LangChain and you have to open your command prompt or the terminal in your computer. And here you have to simply copy paste the command. So as you can see, it will load all the packages which is required for installing LangChain. So you can see here requirement already satisfied. This is because I had already installed my LangChain before. So we have understood how to install this LangChain by using this command, and you can also install the LLM chain. We'll understand it later. So let me just show you what else you need to install. First, we have understood this LangChain. Then we have the Pinecone client. So we'll just simply search here Pinecone client and it will redirect us to this page. So Pinecone client is actually a vector store for storing and retrieving embeddings, which we will use in the later steps. So Pinecone is also used to actually, create secret API keys. So here you can also create the API keys. You can also read the documentation part. So we'll understand how to create API keys using OpenAI. But first, let us install Pinecone client in our system. So we'll again go to command prompt this terminal and we'll just copy paste pip install Pinecone client. So you can see here it will download and install all the packages required. So it has been installed. Now the third thing we're talking about is OpenAI client. So we'll use OpenAI models for a large language task. So we'll just simply search here OpenAI. Okay. And so it has redirected us to this page, OpenAI platform. And okay, before starting this, so this is the platform here where you can create, export an API key in OpenAI. Okay, so you can see here overview, quick start, concept, everything is there. And to create an API key, we'll just simply click here and here you have to select this option, create a new secret key. Suppose I give my secret key name, anything you can give. Suppose I give test 1, 2, 3. Okay, and permissions is all, and we create the secret key. Now you need to actually save your key. We'll just copy this key because it will be required later while debugging the code. So we will just copy paste this secret key. We will require it later and then done. So these are the keys I have created. So actually ChatGPT and other LLM models like OpenAI and Hugging Face uses LangChain to integrate with other APIs to create your own custom LLM models or chatbots. So suppose here we have logged in our ChatGPT here, and if I search here who won the WTC World Cup in 2023. So here it has shown the answer, but for example, if I search who won the cricket match World Cup so here, as you can see, the ChatGPT has given answer as my last knowledge update, the 24 Men's World Cup has not taken place yet. This is happening because this ChatGPT older version has not been trained on the latest upcoming news or whatever the new technology is. So by using LangChain, you can integrate with other APIs and you can create your own customized LLM models or chatbots, which help you to train your own custom data using various tools and APIs. So before we move on, I've already showed you how to create the secret API key and how you have to store the API key address. So first we have already understood how do we install LangChain here. So by using the pip command, we do it. And so you also need to install Python 3.8 or later installed in your system. So I already have Python installed. And to check that, you can just simply, I already have it installed in my system. So to check that, I'll simply just type here Python -- version and click enter. So as you can see, it has shown me the Python version which is installed in my computer. So the second step is already we have discussed, which is OpenAI API key here. So second step, we have already discussed how do we create our OpenAI API key. So we have to sign up in our OpenAI, then go to the API key section and then create a new secret key. And these are the keys I have created, and you can just keep it later. Later you'll use that. So now we'll come to the third step, which is create a project directory and setup. So what we do is we have Jupyter installed in our system. So we'll just go to command prompt here and type JUPY, Jupyter Notebook. So it will redirect us to the Jupyter Notebook installed in our system. So if not, we can just simply go from here. It is loading right now, we have to wait. Now you just need to click on this new and Python 3 IPy kernel, because Python has been installed in my system. So we will use Python as our kernel here. And here you can just give the prompts, the command. Before that, you have to create a Python file, which we can also create this Python file in Visual Studio Code. Just simply go to Visual Studio Code here and just simply click on File, New File, and I'll just type here python.py. And you can you have to first store the API key. For this, we use the command OpenAI _ API _ key equal to, and just give your secret key. Okay, you can just simply copy paste your secret key and just store this. So this ensures that your API key is stored securely and it can be used whenever needed. Now the step 4 is to initialize your project and install the required libraries. So you need to add some additional libraries like Streamlit to make a user interface. So let's add that too in our project folder. You can either create a text file named requirements.txt and then install all these. We have already installed the OpenAI LangChain. We just need to install Streamlit. So here you can just give the command pip install Streamlit. So as you can see, this I have already installed Streamlit before. Same wise, you can also install OpenAI if it is not installed in your system using the command terminal, the Windows PowerShell. So we have understood this, what all packages and what all we need to install. Now the next step is to build your first LangChain app. To create a simple app which uses a input query, and the app will generate a response using OpenAI's GPT model. So you have to create a Python file named main.py here. So as you can see, I've already imported this main.py, and this is my code here. Import Streamlit as st from LangChain and the constants I have created, and then I have initialized the OpenAI with our API key. So you have to just type this prompt here. I'm using VS Code here. You can also do it in your Jupyter Notebook. And then to create the Streamlit app, you have to give a title, LangChain demo with OpenAI. So this is the title I have provided. And then the text input for prompt. The prompt is st.text input and enter a prompt. You can just type enter a prompt or whatever you wish to. And then display the response. So if prompt response is LLM.predict prompt, so you can use the predict method for LLM. So here what the app will, so after creating and debugging this in the terminal, so your app will initialize OpenAI using your API key, and the user inputs a prompt through the Streamlit interface. LangChain processes the input and sends it to the OpenAI's GPT model, and the AI generates a response which is then displayed in the app. So now you can use all these prompts to run on your app. So to do this, you can just, to see your app in action, you can just go to the terminal and run the following command, which is Streamlit run main.py. So you can just simply go to the terminal here and just simply type the command simply type the command which is streamlit run main.py. So by giving this prompt, a new tab in your browser will open displaying the app, and you can also type any question into the input box. So now we have understood all these steps. So this was a quite basic tutorial on how to install LangChain and then integrate it with the app. You can also customize and expand. So LangChain's flexibility allows you to integrate other APIs also, external data sources, or even add memory to your AI application. So whether you're building a simple chatbot or more complex AI system, the possibilities are endless. So by following all these steps, you will have a fully functioning app running in your system in no time. So let's talk about the very first top AI tool, which is Skillora.ai. This AI tool aims to provide the best AI-driven mock interview experience. You can take mock interviews for any job roles and subject, receiving instant constructive feedback. Skillora's AI interviewer listens to your responses and asks dynamic flow-up questions to test your depth of knowledge. With the Essential plan, you gain access to 6 AI mock interviews per month. You'll receive instant feedback, ideal answers, and performance reports, helping you upgrade your skills for just $8 per month. The premium plan allows you to enjoy 15 AI mock interviews per month. You'll get the same instant feedback, ideal answers, and performance reports along with priority support, maximizing your learning for only $15 per month. Next up, we have Visco's. Visco's advanced AI coach is designed to elevate your job interview skills, harnessing insights from over 10,000 companies. It offers tailored sessions that simulate real interviews, providing personalized feedback and performance analytics. It transcribes your performance and delivers a conversational experience akin to an actual interview. It also offers customized feedback and performance analytics, helping you refine both your answers and communication skills. During practice session, you can craft questions specific to your desired role and industry, ensuring relevance and depth in your preparation. Supporting various interview styles. The price for AVA services are available for free. Next up, we have interviewing.io. Interviewing.io is an AI-powered platform that provides candidates with simulated technical interviews. The platform uses machine learning algorithms to assess your coding skills, problem-solving abilities, and communication style. You can get 4 simulated technical interviews for $225. Next up, we have MockMate. MockMate is an AI-powered tool that allows you to practice answering common interview questions. This tool provides feedback on your answers and gives tips on how to improve your performance. The service is available for $29 per month. Moving on to ChatGPT. ChatGPT is an AI chatbot that can be used to practice answering interview questions in a conversational setting. The chatbot can be customized to simulate the style of an actual interview, and it provides feedback on your answers. The free plan allows you to get started with writing assistant, problem solving, and many more. You will have limited access to ChatGPT 4o mini, including data analysis, file uploads, vision, web browsing, and custom GPTs. All of this is available at no cost. Then we have the Plus plan, which is for $20 per month. The Plus plan amplifies your productivity by offering early access to new features, access to ChatGPT 4, 4o, and GPT-4o's mini, up to 5x more messages for ChatGPT 4o. You can access to data analysis, upload files, vision web browsing, and DALL-E image generation. You can also create and use custom GPTs. Then we have My Interview Practice. My Interview Practice is an AI tool that allows you to practice interviews in a simulated environment. The platform uses AI to generate interview questions based on your chosen field and provides instant feedback on your responses. This tool is particularly useful for those who want to practice their interview skills in low-pressure environment. The Plus plan is for $49 per month. You get 1 month of access. And the Premium plan is for $57 per month, and you will get access to additional features and many more benefits. Next up, we have Udly. Udly offers real-time interview coaching using AI. It analyzes your speech and body language, providing feedback on how to improve your performance. Udly services are available for free. Now you might be wondering how AI tools can help you ace your job interviews. AI tools can assist in several ways. At first, we have research companies. AI tool provides information about companies' website, news articles, and social media, helping you tailor your answers to the interview's question. Practice questions. AI tool help you practice answering common interview questions, boosting your confidence and preparation. Feedback. AI tool offers feedback on your answers, highlighting areas for improvement and refining your responses. Personalized advice. AI tools provide tips and advice on improving your interview skills, giving you an edge to your next job interview. Choose the right AI tool and select an AI tool that fits your needs and preferences. Use the tool consistently, starting a few weeks before your interview to maximize its benefits. After practicing with the AI tool, get feedback from others to identify areas for further improvement. Dress professionally and be punctual for your interview to make a positive first impression. Show enthusiasm and confidence during the interview to leave a lasting impression on the interviewer. AI tools can significantly aid in interviewing preparation. By using them effectively, you can enhance your chances of success in your next job interview. That's a wrap on a prompt engineering full course by Simplilearn. If you have any doubts or questions, you can ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.
Staying ahead in your career requires continuous learning and upskilling. Whether you're a student aiming to learn today's top skills or a working professional looking to advance your career, we've got you covered. Explore our impressive catalog of certification programs in cutting-edge domains, including data science, cloud computing, cybersecurity, AI, machine learning, or digital marketing. Designed in collaboration with leading universities and top corporations, and delivered by industry experts, choose any of our programs and set yourself on the path to career success. Click the link in the description to know more.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.